Okay, I think we might be live. Can you guys check? Can anyone check? I don't have my phone with me.
Fair.
I don't see it. I'm refreshing our thing and I see nothing.
I do see our live status there.
I'm on.
Yes, we are live.
We're live. Okay. What's up, YouTube? This is our first time doing a live stream, so hopefully there's no hiccups, but we're going to be doing our set review. This time, rather than doing 6 different videos, we're going to try to drop it all in one. If it goes on too long, we may cut it off and do it as a 2-parter, because there is still a lot of cards to go through, even though this is not as quite a big a set as Origins was. It is still a pretty sizable set, and there's a lot of cards to talk about. I cannot see the chat. Hold on.
I've got the chat pulled up.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, if you guys can see the chat, then you guys can you can cover that part. I'll cover the images and stuff.
Yo, what's up?
Yo.
Yes. It is going to be a long stream, so
yeah, it's going to be a long one. Hopefully you brought some snacks. There's a lot of we got a ton of cards to talk about. We're each going to be, if you guys are not familiar with our set review, we're going to be grading each one of these cards in a vacuum on a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being the worst, 10 being the best. And when we say in a vacuum, we mean that like we're looking at this not so much in the context of like how does it combo with other specific cards or with specific things like that. Those may still sway our rating a little bit, but not like completely. We're looking at the card as a standalone. How does it read on its own? How strong does this card work on its own? Like if I was playing a sealed deck, for instance, is this a card that I would just include because of its raw power, or would it need a lot of synergy to actually be a good card? That may affect its rating, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So first up, we are going to be looking at the body cards, and we're starting with Buru Captain. This is a 3 energy and 1 power unit for 3 might. When you play me, you may draw 1 or buff me. Since we are starting on a buff card, let's send it over to the boss. Colin, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this card is decent, is about where I'll put it. I think, at least in set, it's very difficult to play something that has a power cost because you're already so power hungry that right now the only power cards that I really play are like Set Brawler and Kiana will like re-ramp afterwards. So I think that's where my inherent issue with this card lies. And outside of that, a 3 for 4 with the buff is decent, but I don't expect to see this card see any real significant play. Drawing a card on play is kind of nice, but again, that power cost is what I keep looking at, and I just don't think it's going to be able to make the cut for most set lists, unfortunately.
Yep, and that's where I'm at. The power cost pretty much invalidates this. Like 3 for 4, okay, that card's all right, but it's like a 3 for 4 vanilla. Okay, a 3 for 3 that draws a card. That card's great, but like again, just power cost just makes this a no play for me. I would give this card like a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, notably, like the reason that I don't play Trifarian Glory Seeker is kind of the same reason why this card isn't great, where we already have so many other ways to buff our units that the base might is actually a little bit more impactful. That's why Daring Poro is my 2-drop of choice in set, because once I buff it, then it's going to 4, which is much better, whereas this thing is stuck as the exact same stats as a first mate with a worse ability and a power cost. Like, it's just not there for it.
So what rating would you give it?
We'll say 4 out of 10. It still draws a card, so it can only be so unplayable, but not one that I would ever be happy having to include in my deck.
Yeah, I like 4 out of 10 as well. I think that like if I was playing this in my sealed deck, this might be okay just because it is going to draw me another card. It cycles itself, but I'm not happy about that power cost. All right, next up we've got the Combat Chef for 5 energy. This is a 5 might unit with Weapon Master. Weapon Master is a new mechanic in this set, so we're going to go over it just this one time. Weapon Master is when you play me, you may equip one of your equipments, which is a new card type, to me for 1 power less, even if it's already attached. And whoever wants to jump in, you can jump in, Alex. Yep.
This is just, I mean, we had the Phantom Prankster card, or what, the 5 for 5 last set. This is this with like a little upside. It's a 5 for 5 that vanilla effectively. I'm gonna just give this card like this is just like a 3 out of 10. Like, this would be what I would call like a draft card, but I don't even think it's like all that impressive there. This is just like 3 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, this is what I refer to, and you'll hear a lot from me saying pack filler. You know, to get to that 221 cards we have in the set, you got to put some stinkers in, and well, this card's probably fine and limited. You'll never see it outside of that. So, but I guess I'll give it a 2 out of 10.
Yeah, I think Weapon Master is a pretty solid keyword, but I do think that just you're not being able to play this until your 3rd turn if you're going first. You can play this going second. So if you started a weapon, like, this guy can pick it up, but it's still not even that impressive. I just think probably like a 3 out of 10.
Someone's asking if we can turn the volume of mics up. I'm not sure if that's something we can or can't do.
I am pretty limited.
Are they that quiet? Or are we not talking loud enough?
Yeah, I can try and speak up a little bit.
Yeah. Is that better, guys? Let us know.
Yeah, that should be good.
Cool.
Okay, we're going to jump to the next one. Next up, we've got the Dauntless Vanguard for 4 energy and a power. This is a 4 might unit. It says, you may play me to an occupied enemy battlefield, a familiar line of text. For other Dead Bloom enjoyers.
Yeah. The super sneaky D, or the mini Dead Bloom, if you will. It is quite literally half a Dead Bloom. It is half the might, half the cost, and half the power cost. So it's a mini Dead Bloom. I could definitely see this seeing play, especially in more aggressive decks. It's very nice actually when you're going first, because you get to have your opponent, if they go move their guy, turn 1 into the point, you're at 6, and you get to kind of just kill their guy for free, especially if they tap out, which is kind of cool. I don't think it's incredible by any means, because it does still cost a power, which is like probably one of the biggest things holding this guy back. Going second with Obelisk, I get no, because you can't even kill something turn 2. So yeah, I mean, even going second, it's probably still fine though. Like, you're at 5, they get to attack first, and you get to move over a guy. I mean, this seems decent in an aggro deck. I'd probably give this card like it's a solid 5 out of 10, maybe even 6 out of 10. It's not incredible, but I do see applications for this where Dead Bloom is playable.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it's half a Dead Bloom, but I think the timing for this card is very awkward to try and play it on curve. I almost wish it was like a 6 for 6, and it was like 3/4 of a Dead Bloom. Just because going first, your opponent won't ever have anything to contest the point, so you can't use it to accelerate. I guess going second you can, but then you're leaving an extra energy unused. So if the meta ends up shifting around a lot of 2 and 3 might units, then maybe this card being able to come out and clear a battlefield quickly will be worth it. Otherwise, I'd leave it as like maybe a 4 or 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I think I like 5 out of 10 for the guy. I think he might have some applications if we get like a Annie type deck that's just really trying to score points and contest battlefields really quickly. This might see some play.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Dire Wing for 7 energy. This is a 7 might unit that enters ready if you control another dragon.
Yeah, I don't really expect this to be doing too much. I think I've seen a couple of lists trying it, as at least it's like a turn 3 play going second, but looking at other vanillas for this cost, I'm just not sure that having a accelerate unit for this, like comparing it to like Thousand Tailed Watcher, comparing it to some of the other cards that we have in this set. Just I don't know that vanillas are really going to be doing it for me, so I would give it like maybe a 4 out of 10. That's slightly better just because it can accelerate in my mind. And maybe in the future, Dragon Tribal will become a thing once we start getting like heavy discounts on our dragons and stuff. But I don't think we're quite there yet.
No, not feeling it. Probably a 4 out of 10 for me, and that might even be too generous. Just like even when we do get the Dragon Synergy, I imagine in order for me to want to play Dragon Synergy deck, the dragons themselves have to be quite powerful. And if that's the case, I can't imagine a 7 for 7 that enters ready is like good enough. So it's going to be a no for me, dog. I'm going to give this guy a 3 out of 10. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, I think 4 out of 10 works for me too. He's okay. I do think like we have the some of the tribal dragon stuff in the first set, like the one that reduces dragons by 2, makes this guy only cost 5 for 7 accelerate. Like that's pretty decent. Not costing power is also decent, but I just think it's a little too slow and doesn't do quite enough yet. We'll see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're reliant on one specific card to reduce its power or its energy cost by 2, and that's a 3 might unit, which we know how bad 3 might units are into Field of Falling Stars. So
what, that card doesn't exist anymore. People forgot about it.
right. Yeah.
All right, next up we've got the Doran's Blade for 2 energy. This is our first equipment. This is a gear that can be equipped to a unit for a body power, and it gives +2 might.
Yeah. It's kind of our most baseline equipment, so I think it's good that this one came up first. As basic as it comes, 2 costs for +2 might can be beneficial. Notably, I believe once you equip something to a unit, it stays on there permanently is the only differential that we have for equipment, comparing it to something like Magic. But outside of that, it's just kind of like a static buff that will permanently impact the creature or unit until it dies, and then afterwards you can put it on something else. Granted, it'll cost you a power each time. My issue with it obviously is just whenever you're playing a card like this, you could be developing a unit instead. You could be casting spells to interact with your opponent, so you have to be pretty sure that this plus might buff is going to really impact the board. That being said, there is a lot of equipment synergy that exists over the course of the set, and I think this is one of the better baseline ones, like I mentioned. Typically, honestly, I would be more on the side of the expensive equipment being a little bit better, just because it's much better for you to go unit, then equipment, and equip to it immediately so that that unit can get into the battlefield. Whereas with this one, you would like go the Doran's Blade, then a unit, and then if you like equip it, you aren't even going to be able to use that unit immediately. So I think in general, the cheaper equipments are a little bit worse, but that's my specific take.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is kind of just like, I think the highest I ever rated a 2-drop for units was a 6 for last set. This is just a very basic weapon. It's just like the 5 out of 10 for me. This is like the yeah, I mean, this is just like it's like a 5 out of 10. It's just very basic. It's fine. It serves a purpose. And while there aren't a lot of weapons in the card pool, this will probably be in every deck that wants a 2-drop weapon. So I'm going to give it a 5.
Yeah, I'd give it like a 6 maybe, just because it is like the best of the 2-drop weapons. Situationally the best. I guess there is one other weapon I like, but
yeah, it's overall one of the best statted 2-drop weapons for sure. And I think like starting this into a weapon master like Lucian or Akshan is like pretty decent. Like getting a 6 might or a 5 might unit on turn 2 is pretty strong. But yeah, without weapon masters, I do think it's a little clunky because you actually would have to straight up equip this if you started, and like Colin mentioned, you're not even getting immediate value out of that if you're doing it that way. So I do think that the weapon is pretty solid, and I would expect to see a couple of these, especially in the equipment based body decks. Next up, we've got Laurent Bladekeeper. This is a 3-for-3 with ganking.
Yeah, this is kind of the definition of pack filler for sure. I've got a few vanilla functional vanilla pluses. Ganking is something that is very powerful, but it's only powerful when you have very large units, or you can give it to like your entire board. So this card will never be better than First Mate. You'll hear that a lot from the 3-cost units. So I'll give it maybe again a 2 out of 10. It's not the worst card I've ever seen, but it's pretty darn close.
2 out of 10 for me is party favors. That's what a card has to be to get a 2 out of 10. And I think that card's like a 1 out of 10. At least in single player, and multiplayer it's better. I'll give this card like a 3. It's still a 3-for-3. It has like a little upside. Like if this was a 3-for-3 vanilla, I'd probably give it a 2, but it has ganking, so like like it's not great, but like it's not bad enough to be a 2.
Yeah, I think I would give it like a 3, maybe pushing up like a 4. Like just it is a 3-for-3. It's on rate with slight upside, but nothing impressive. Nothing I'm trying to put in my deck. Most likely in a constructed format. Next up, we've got Punch First. This is a 1 energy and 2 power spell at action speed that reads, give a unit +5 might this turn.
I mean, this card's juice. Like, this is like, I expect this will replace Primal Strength in a lot of decks that we have right now, especially decks like Fiora, where they're just ramping a bunch of power. I mean, I think this card is incredible. Just like, it's one of the combat tricks that's going to let you break through some of these boggle decks that we're going to see, like Ornn, where you're able to actually, like, no pun intended, punch your way through some of these bigger units. So I just think this card's huge. It's also going to be big when your opponent tries to break through you, and you just can leave one up and use this at any point. I mean, I could stay here all night and explain all the applications for this card, but I mean, it's a +5 for 1. Even at the 2 power costs, I don't think that matters, because I think a lot of the times that you resolve this, it's going to be a pretty impactful or big blowout. So I'm going to give this card a 7 out of 10. I think this card's juice.
I think you're crazy. This is an obvious 10 out of 10. This card's insane.
10 out of 10. Whoa. Do you know what a 10 out of 10 looks like? You're telling me this card is as good as like... No. Yes. Okay. Right, now we're going to argue about this. What have we... In set 1, what is
Drama
a 10
stream.
out of 10 to you?
Falling Star, Thousand Tail Watcher. Essentially, a 10 out of 10 is that if you are at playing this color, you're going to play 3 of this card. So while it may not be as impactful as a Falling Star or a Thousand Tail Watcher, if you're playing 3 of it, assuming you're playing this color, which I think this is a card that almost every body deck is going to play 3 of, you can maybe make an argument for a 9 out of 10. But,
no. But that's like saying every blue deck plays Stupefy. Stupefy is not a 10 out of 10 card.
Stupefy is a 10 out of 10 card. You're crazy.
No. Your definition, you're giving out 10s like they're just like candy on Halloween. No. That's not what a 10 is. A 10 is like a card that defines the game. Like, this is a card that wins you the game. This is a card everybody's scared of. Watcher is $40. That's a 10 out of 10 card. $40 rare. I don't know if it still is, but it was a $40 rare. That's a card that's 10 out of 10. Falling Star, that's a 10 out of 10. That's a card that wins you the game on turn 2 sometimes. Like, this does not do that. Stupefy does not do that. Stupefy is a good card, but not every staple is a 10 out of 10. Otherwise, Watcher's like a 20 out of 10. Like, no. Maybe I'll give you 8. Like, you want to talk me up to 8? Fine. I'll take the 8.
I was going to give
10,
it an 8.
You are... Yeah, sure. 8. I can settle on 8, but like, this is insane. Like,
hey, we just have a different grading system, I suppose. So
yeah.
This is like,
if a card's going to be played as a 3 of in every color or every deck that plays those colors, which I believe this card is, then it's a 10 out of 10. Whether it be a Stupefy or a Thousand Tail Watcher, you can't play more than 3 copies. Both of those cards are 10 out of 10 to me.
Just give everything a 10. That, like, God.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think so. Like, the thing is, like, Watcher and Falling Star, right? Like, these cards do things on their own. Punch First like requires a unit to even like it doesn't do anything by itself. You do need another card in conjunction with this card for it to be relevant. Like those other two cards, like Watcher can eat a whole board by itself. Falling Star can eat 2 units by itself. I can see. I do think Punch First is really insane. I mean, I could even be talked up to like a 9. I don't think I would give it a 10. But hey, it's okay. It's okay to have controversy. If Colin wants to give it a 10, maybe he'll laugh at all of us later when he's like, "This is clearly the most
stupefy was a 10."
Okay, well, yeah, I don't agree with that one, but yeah.
Y'all are crazy. Y'all just don't respect art, and that's okay. It'll give us something to talk about, some controversy.
Sure.
Makes it interesting. So yeah, that's all to say. Alex is right on the money, at least out of set being the color combination between, or I guess Primal Strength is also body, right? So yeah, this card's just going to replace Primal Strength. I might even play both, to be quite honest with you, at some point, just because.
Right, but gun your head, you have to choose one. You're choosing this every
time. Oh yeah, Punch First every time, right? Yeah, just being able to play it for 1 energy. The big thing to note with power cost is the later in the game that you want to play a card with a power cost, the less substantial it is. When you're looking at like a 3-drop, like the Buru Captain that we were talking about, that power cost is even more substantial than the double power cost on this card, because if I'm playing a Punch First on turn 5, turn 6, then the 2 energy I'm losing for the remainder of the game won't be going that much longer. Whereas if you're playing a Buru Captain on turn 1, that power cost is going to reduce you by 1 energy every turn from turn 1 till the end of the game. If your game's going 10 turns, you're out of a time warp's worth of mana, right? So the power cost can look a little bit steep, but honestly, it's probably just there to try and prevent you from being able to do like 2 to 3 Punch Firsts in a single turn. So yeah, you can maybe talk me down to a 9 out of 10, but
maybe
this card is insane.
I do agree.
As somebody who's been a Primal Strength enjoyer for all of set 1, and it has won me a large amount of money, seeing a card that's just better than Primal Strength is, yeah, and it definitely does something for me.
Yeah, it is worth noting, of course, that this card cannot be defied, which is one of the best things. Primal Strength can be defied, so you end up losing 4. This one cannot be defied, which is really powerful.
This is like listening to like Nick Wright talk about the Chiefs. Like, man, this is like 10 out of 10 is crazy. I cannot emphasize that enough.
Okay, we're gonna move on to Sea Monkey. Sea Monkey is a 2 might, 2 energy unit. You can pay an additional energy as an additional cost to play it, and when you play it, if you pay the additional cost, it gets a buff.
What's this, Colin? Is this an 8 out of 10? You think this guy's an 8 maybe?
No, this guy's like back in like the 4 or 5 range for sure. I don't think it's necessarily a bad card, but it's just not one that's going to see play too much compared to the other 2 cost units in my mind. Obviously, when you're using it with buff synergies, then having it on turn 2 is nice. Or turn 1 going second, then it's just a 3 for 3, like playing a first mate on turn 1. Whereas going first, it's a 2 for 2, which is typically what you're trying to do anyways. So that versatility is nice, where it's a little bit better going second. But I think we're getting to a point already in this set where set 2 or 2 cost units are a little bit more impactful than this. So definitely slightly playable in the right situation if you really just need access to a million buffs, but probably like a 5 out of 10.
Yep, and I think that's about right. I think any 2-drop at a baseline that is a 2 might, has an effect and costs no power, and the effect is applicable at some point, is probably going to be the absolute lowest of 4 and probably around a 5 on average. Like I said, I think the highest I gave a 2-drop in our last set review was like a 6. I don't think they can get much higher than a 6 unless they're just absolutely broken. So I think 4 or 5 is probably appropriate for this guy.
Yeah, I like 5 for the monkey. Solid. Next up, another 2 for 2. This is the veteran Poro. He is a 2 for 2 weapon master. And Poro.
The problem with this one is that you don't curve a weapon before this unless you play like one of the 1-cost weapons. Like, it's awkward to have to curve into this on your second turn because unless you go second. So like I just like, again, it's a 2-drop that has a little upside, but the way it curves with its upside is awkward. Unlike, say, the monkey. At least with the monkey, when you go second, the monkey's a 3, right? And that's kind of nice. Like, you just get to spend, like, if you kept him as a 2, and now you get to spend the extra, now he's a 3. This just doesn't curve it just curves too awkwardly, I think. And for that, I'm going to give him the bottom for the 2 might, and that's just going to be a 4, I think.
Yeah, I think it's either a 3 or a 4. This is definitely one of the worst 2-cost units we currently have access to. Namely, like you mentioned, it just doesn't work for the curve that we're trying to do. Any weapons that we have, we would want on a more impactful unit, and the Weapon Master on turn 1 just doesn't do anything. We're worse than a Vanilla, or worse than a Daring Poro, worse than a lot of stuff, so...
Yeah, it's gonna be a 3 for me. He's just little too clunky. Maybe in a world where we get a lot more 1-cost weapons, and this guy on the draw can like pick up a weapon right away, he might be a little bit better, but I don't expect him making much of an impact. Next up, we've got the Yordle Explorer 4/4, and when you play a card with power cost 2 or more, you can draw 1.
Yeah, so namely with this card, I believe the power cost has to be printed on the card. So things like Accelerate don't work, or paying it 2 cost for any specific reason. So
Sure.
The applications for this are pretty limited in terms of the cards that are currently played right now. Obviously, it works with Punch First as a card that you'll be playing in this color combination, but usually by the time that you're playing Punch First over the course of the game, drawing a card doesn't really matter. You're just trying to finish the game off. So, but a 4/4 is like a respectable stat line, and I do think potentially this is a card that could see a little bit more play in the future. So, very middle of the pack right now. Maybe a 5 out of 10 in terms of playability for me.
Yeah, I think that's generous. I'm going to just give it a 4. Like, this is just like, has these like niche upsides, but I feel like they've already printed enough of these cards that like draw under X condition, and most of them are just very few and far between. He's just a 4/4 to base, and I think that for me, 4 is the number that pops in my head. So yeah, I'm gonna give this guy a 4. I don't think it's a little too niche.
Yeah, I think for me it's a 5. I think that if you had showed me this in set 1, I might have probably given it a slightly lower rating, but I do think now that we've started to see like the gold mechanic, for instance, like Sivir is a legend in this color combo that like starts making gold. We might get more color combos with body X that makes gold, and I think that if you're paying gold for like your Punch First and drawing a card, that's pretty decent as long as it's not like setting you back too far. So maybe eventually this card might have some more application, but for right now I think it's still just an on-rate body that draws you a card every now and then, and that's like okay. So 5 out of 5 for me, or 5 out of 10 for me.
Yeah.
Sorry, not 5 out of 5.
Yeah, that's a good point out of the chat, is that should Sivir be on like Punch Firsts and Rebukes, then maybe it'll have enough utility in that deck to be worth it. But
Sivir already draws a lot of cards too, so like I don't.
Yeah,
true.
Yeah, that's the main issue. Is you're already in purple, so you're already drawing all the cards. But
yeah, I do think Sivir is the deck where this might see some play.
Yeah.
Next up, Colin is hyped about this one. This is the Fey Dragon, 7 and a power for 7 might. When you play me, buff up to 4 friendly units, and you can spend when you spend a buff, play a gold gear token exhausted.
Yeah, I do very much so like the look of this card. As of current in my set list, I've been playing Kinko Monk, which is a much, much weaker version of this card. And I was never a Karma enjoyer in set 1, but I know that there were a lot of people who swore by Karma, and now we've got this card instead, which is about 1,000,000 times better. So I will definitely be trying this in my set list. I do think that the 7 cost is quite steep, but just having a 7 might body that can also buff itself, notably, especially in set, so that it can save itself, is extremely powerful. And then additionally, once you've committed the resources to this, now you're able to, every time that you have to use a buff for your battlefield or set ability or whatever it may be, spend it for Call of the Glory, then now you're getting a gold token. And yeah, that's just very, very strong to make sure that you will still have resources for the rest of the game. So I don't think it'll see play ever as a 3-0, but at least for a set, this is probably a 7 out of 10. Overall, somewhere between 6 and 7, just because I think its utility is a little bit limited and really only for the set deck. But yeah, that's about where it falls for me.
I'm of the opinion that cards that cost this much have to be more impactful on the board. And one thing I like about this card that a lot of these other buff givers don't have is it counts itself. And I missed if one of you guys mentioned that, but it does allow you to buff itself, which that actually elevates this card a little bit more for me. So like you actually could just play it raw in set, and it is just an 8 for 7 that has the coin on it, which is nice. But what I'm really cooking up here is you play this, and then you play Albus Pharos, and you just have unlimited power. You just ramp your whole board out. You buff you pay all the buffs. You get unlimited gold, and then you do absolutely nothing with it because you're a set deck and you don't actually need that much mana.
Yeah.
But it's I don't know. This card's like fine for me. I like my 7s to be a little bit more impactful. I want them to kill something. I want them to haste maybe. I want them to have more of an impact on the board than this does. I don't think this card is terrible. And like I said, I like that it buffs itself. I give this card a 6 out of 10. I think it's fine. Like, it's not great. It's a little slow for my liking personally.
Yeah, I like 6 for the Fey Dragon. I think it'll be... Obviously has a lot of usage in set, but I do think it's also just notably another dragon in this color. It does seem like we're getting a lot of dragons in body as well as the dragon reducer in body. So like we may have a dragon tribal at some point, and I would expect that this card might make the cut because it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I did see someone in chat mention that it combined with orange set prints a bunch of gold, so... unfortunately, both of those cost power, so it may be a little bit later into the game that you're able to pull off that combo, but when you do, it'll definitely be nice. So.
Yeah, once you can start spending all that gold for your set ability rather than real lands, you're pretty nice. All right, next up we've got Hex Drinker. This is for 2 energy. This is a gear that equips, and it gives you deflect and +1.
It's a tiny little knife. I mean, it's fine. This is kind of in the same vein as the +2 one was for me. It's just like, this is very average for what I expect for a 2-cost weapon. There's some upsides to deflect over the 1 might. I think this is just like totally acceptable. It is nice to see a efficient way to give deflect to units, even if deflect 1 is a little bit on the lower side. But I think this is fine. I think this card's just it's another 5 out of 10 weapon, just your basic 2-drop weapon that'll probably see play until they print something better.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely having a little bit of application into, things like Kaisa sticking around, and being able to give everything deflect can be nice, but it's a very steep cost that may not look good when you're paying 2 energy and a power in order to give your unit a single unit deflect, and then they can just target your other stuff, or just pay the costs for the deflect because you had to pay a power to give it deflect in the first place. So if they're paying a power to target your thing, then it just ends up being an equal trade, except you spent a card on this little knife. So
what do you think for a rating then?
For a number rating, probably a 4 out of 10. I just don't expect to see this doing much of anything. Maybe you'll see like it as a one of or sideboard tech into Kaisa if people are afraid of getting a Cathian range, but that's really about it.
Yeah, I like the Hex Drinker. I think deflect is a very powerful ability. I was probably gonna put it right around the 5 range. I think it's just pretty average. Doran's Blade probably is better in most cases because +2 is pretty significant, but I do think that deflect is good. And if you're not paying a power with, like, say, Weapon Masters, then it's an okay card. All right, we're going to move on to the Jawfish. This is a 7 energy and 2 power for 6 might. It has Accelerate. and it costs 2 less for each of your mighty units.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look at this and it's like, generally, whenever you can cheat on energy, it's going to be very powerful. We've seen that with cards like Call to Glory being one of the better cards in this color combination in set 1, being able to play it for free. That being said, this will always have a cost associated to it with the power cost. I mean, baseline costing two power and then a third to accelerate it is crazy. That's just going to make this card pretty unplayable for me. Honestly, worse than a lot of stuff. So I do know that the discount looks substantial, but again, you have to remember that when you're paying power early on, which is when the discount would be the most substantial, then it's going to cost way more than it would for a later game thing. So honestly, I would put this card even as like a 2 out of 10. It's probably more closer to a 3, but just so people don't get baited by seeing something that potentially could be quote unquote free, having it cost you 3 power is absurd. So do not get baited by this card.
It's also kind of win more. Like when I see these cards that have conditions, like when I have multiple guys with 5 attack or more, yeah, if I have 3 guys with 5 attack or more, I'm probably doing all right. Like, and I don't think that paying 3 power with this guy to make him accelerate out is going to change the position I'm in all that much. So I'm not a very big fan. He's also understated. Like he's not even on stat or like overstated. Just paying the infinite power doesn't seem like it to me. And the condition just like, it feels like it requires me to already be winning. And I don't even think it makes me win more. I just feel like it's just like a expensive body for no reason. So for me, this card's like a 4 out of 10, and that might even be generous.
Yeah, I'm just going to give it a 3. I don't have too much to add. I just think it's too expensive. All right, next up, we've got Petricite Monument. This is a 2 energy gear with temporary, meaning it has to die, and friendly units have deflect.
Okay, I'll start us off here. This is the worst card in the set. It has to be. Yeah. This might be the worst card in all of RIFTBOUND.
Worst card in the set?
This card sucks. This card is terrible. This is like, if I had to choose between playing this in my deck or the New York Jets being my football team to root for, I take the New York Jets all day. This card is terrible. Oh my God. Like, I don't even know where to start with how bad. Colin, I'll let you go from here. I'm at a loss for words at how terrible this card is.
No, I do believe this might be the worst card in the game. So 1 out of 10 for sure.
Thank you. Yes.
There's like some niche application, I guess, where if you're playing into Kaisa specifically, and like you somehow get the point where a Cathian Rain is the only card that it could out you, and then you realize that there's just a 1-cost spell that prevents all the damage in the first place. So there is no use case for this card. This is terrible.
What were they thinking? Why did they print this? If this card could have costed a little bit more and just done its effect without the temporary, and it would have been really good. Like you could have made this card probably cost even as much as like 4 or 5, or like maybe 4 with a power, and it'd be like a really good sideboard card. Instead, they made it unplayable. I mean, I wouldn't even play this in my deck if someone paid me money to play it. Like I wouldn't do it on a dare. Like this card is just awful.
Yeah, I do agree that in a vacuum, I think that this card is really bad. I do think that there is some scenarios against specifically like decks with a lot of interaction that just like paying 2 to basically punish them for interacting with you for a turn is like not the worst, but I still don't think that it's very impactful. I'd probably like just give it a 2 out of 10.
2 out of nope. This is the first time I've ever done it. This card is a 1 out of 10. Absolute dog piss. If you get it, just toss it in the trash. Like you have 1 less card in your pack. So, in fact, you should email Riot and tell them they owe you a card. That's how upset I would be to pull this in my pack.
It is unfortunate that they printed these. Yeah, just a waste of cards.
It is an uncommon too. It's even worse because this is a waste of an uncommon slot. which are actually somewhat valuable. Like there's so few of them in a case. Like imagine getting this as one of your uncommons. God, I get it off the screen. I don't want to look at it anymore.
Okay, next up, some eye bleach for y'all. This is Rune Runner. It is 6 for 5 might, and I cannot be chosen by enemy spells and abilities.
Yeah, I will preface this by saying I'm this card's biggest hater, but it does have a very unique effect that we have not seen in the game yet. So I expect some people to try and make it work. 6 is just the most awkward number, I think, when it comes to energy cost for things. Just because if you're going second, you're not able to play it till turn 3 either way is a little bit awkward. We've seen kind of a dominance towards 5 costs and 4 cost units, just specifically because you can combine it with like cleave and other 1 cost effects in the sense of Darius, or 4 costs being something that you can play on turn 2, which is much faster. That being said, this is a card that can kind of lock your opponent out, and it can't be interacted with. So if you've ever played other card games, typically whenever you have something that can't be targeted by your opponent's effects, it's going to be inherently pretty powerful just for that and alone, and being put into a set with a bunch of equipment and such is dangerous. So I think this is going to be the hardest card for me to evaluate potentially an entire set, just because it's such a unique effect that could either do absolutely nothing, or it could just be a house if everyone's on like Kaisa. But even out of those decks, they can run it over with a Thousand-Tailed Watcher. So I guess the big difference in this game is because you're forced to block if this unit is out of battlefield, that there are a little bit more outs to it than you would see in other games. So if I had to give it a number, I'd probably say like a 6 out of 10, just because I do think there's potential there. But this one we're just gonna have to see.
Actually, in agreement with most of what Colin said, especially the part where he said this is a really hard card to evaluate because we don't know what the meta looks like. If everybody else is trying to run these Boggle decks that are not really playing spells, this card gets a lot worse. But if people are still trying to play things like Kaisa with all these spells and stuff, this card gets a lot better. I don't want to add too much onto what he said because I agree most of with what he said here. It's got like some interesting or could have interesting applications in a deck like Set, but again, it's very expensive. And as we know, Set doesn't really like to play a lot of expensive units. This is one kind of just to look out for. I'm going to err on the side of caution here. I'm going to give this a 6 as well, and that maybe even 5. But this card could go in any direction for me. I really agree with the sentiment that it's so hard to evaluate because I think it depends on the meta. It depends on how efficient all these weapons is. Like if you're a Boggle enjoyer, now is your time to rise up. Like this is the set for you, and this is definitely one of the cards for it. I think orange might not have been the best color for this, and yeah, I am going to call it orange. Sorry, I can't be bothered to remember all the names for the color identities, but yeah, I don't know. It's 5 might. It's a little understated. I'll give it a 6. Like what the hell?
Yeah, I think I'm a little higher on Rune Runner. I do think that the Boggle effect is just really strong. Hexproof is like one of the best things. I mean, it could also be me being biased because I've just gotten pounded by Rebuke like the last 3 events. So, I'm really tired of that freaking card. This card can't be rebuked. Like, that's one of the biggest punishes to these kind of Boggle decks. Like, or even Ornn and stuff, like, he's got a lot of deflect, but if they just rebuke him, like, he just goes back to the hand and then they don't have to deal with him anymore. This card, there's just really nothing you can do about it, but I do agree with the sentiment that Alex mentioned that if everybody is on just like big equipment decks, big guy dot deck, then this thing becomes worse because it is a little bit understated. But I can't imagine that we're going to be entirely in a format that doesn't play spells that do things to your opponent's cards. So I do think that this card is going to be pretty good. I could definitely see it doing well in like maybe mid-range Yi or something, because it gets, even bigger. Not to mention what it's getting from any equipments you have. So we'll have to see. I do agree. It is really meta dependent as to how good the card is, but I think I'd probably give it. I want to push towards a 7, but I'll give it a 6 like everybody else.
Yeah, we'll see how it shapes up. This is definitely my biggest question mark of the set so far, especially. But Outside of mid-range E, like you said, I just don't know where it fits in. So,
all right, next up we've got Show of Strength. For 2 and a power, this is a reaction speed spell, and you draw 1 for each mighty unit.
yeah, this is a card that they printed. I think Alex kind of mentioned it when we were talking about the card that gets discounted for each mighty unit. Is they clearly are trying to have some sort of synergy thing here for Fiora with all these mighty units, and then being very reliant on her ability to ramp you 1 each time that you make a unit mighty, and then like maybe using this to draw cards. But the issue is that all these cards are so power hungry and are supposed to be your payoff that after you play this, and even in the best case scenario where you're going to draw 2 or 3 cards, then you're losing that power to be able to even play those cards again in the first place, and it just does nothing for the first 4 or 5 turns of the game more often than not. So card definitely a bait. It technically has text, unlike the other card that we rated as a 1 out of 10. So I think I'll put this as like a 2 or 3 out of 10, but I don't see this ever doing anything.
I rate this higher than I do the Accelerate card because at least the payoff here means something. Whereas, like, when you have 3 mighty guys on the board, and you play another big Accelerate guy, like, what does that do for you? But drawing 3 cards, especially for a price this cheap, does accomplish a little bit. And I tested the Fiora deck a little bit myself today, and I could see the applications for this card. I don't know that it would ever make the final cut in my deck, but the power is less of an issue in Fiora because Billionaire here, Anton can tell you, like, I was getting to 12 resources pretty easily, like by turn 4 or 5, pretty much every game. It wasn't an issue having power. That being said, again, you still have the issue of like, okay, if I have like 3 or 4 mighty guys on the board, I'm probably in a good spot. But I'd much rather draw 3 or 4 cards than I ever would play a big Accelerate. I'm going to give this card a 5 out of 10. I actually don't think it's that bad. I can see a world where this does actually see play in the Fiora decks specifically because it does offer you a good refill. In fact, I'm going to probably even try it in my Fiora deck just to give it a go, see how it feels. Like, it might actually not end up being that bad. Reaction speed is kind of nice too. So it can just kind of like, I can leave resources up to be able to do something, and then if I don't need them, I get to just play this. I don't hate it. I don't love it. 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I think 5 is a little too high for me. I'm probably going to put it somewhere around like a 4. I could see some applications of this too with like the Volibear deck. Like, Cadrigan is a really good unit in that deck. And if you can like go Cadrigan and then reaction speed, do this, and you're drawing like 8 cards and you got a handful of red interaction, like that's pretty terrifying for the opponent. I do think, like Alex said, in the Fiora deck, it might have some application. Orange is kind of hurting for good card draw. Like we had that draw 2 in the last set that was pretty terrible. The problem is, of course, that they keep putting power costs on these things. And I do think that Colin is a little biased because he's so used to playing, when he's playing body, he's struggling for power because he's using set ability all day. But sure, some of us Aurora enjoyers, like we're sitting on a ton of power and we wouldn't mind drawing like 2 or 3 cards. We'll have to see how good it is, but I think I'd put it like at a 4, especially like in a vacuum. I mean, if I'm pulling this in my sealed pack, I'm having to like build around it to get this payoff. It's not just a card that you could just throw in because it's like very generically good.
Yeah, I do often forget that there are other decks other than my set deck, so you'll have to forgive me on that one.
All right, next up we've got Strike Down for 3 energy and a power. This is a spell that says choose an equipped friendly unit. It deals damage equal to its might to an enemy unit, then detach an equipment from it.
My take on this card is that it also might be one of the worst cards in this set. The only real benefit that it has over a card like Challenge, which costs 1 less, is that if your opponent has the ability to like reduce your unit's might by a bunch for the turn, then you don't get blown out by that. But the fact that you also have to have an equipment, have it attached, and it costs an additional energy over a Challenge is quite substantial. Granted, anything that can hit in base still is like at least a little bit playable and worth looking at. So potentially out of decks like Jax that plays a lot of equipment, we'll see some use for this card. But I do think it's on the weaker side, so I'd give it like a 4 out of 10.
I just don't know how I feel yet. Not having action is pretty heinous. But costing a power is pretty like I would love this card if it didn't cost a power. It's another one that's kind of hard for me to evaluate. I do see the like synergy with detaching the weapon, which is usually a downside, but does have some upside where you can like move stuff around. That being said, like I don't know, I don't feel strongly about this card anyways. I'm just gonna kind of mimic Colin on this and just give it a 4 out of 10. I'll give it a 5. Why not? Like if Colin can give Punch First a 10, I'll give this a 5. Like this is like I don't know. Another card that's kind of hard for me to evaluate, but I don't think it's all that crazy. Like I don't think the ceiling on this is much higher than a 5. So
yeah, I just don't think I'm ever going to give a removal spell that hits base probably lower than a 5. So I think it's a 5 for me as well. I do think like Alex had mentioned, there is some usefulness to detaching. If you guys are unaware or haven't read the rules on how equipment works, equipment is actually stuck on the unit until it either dies or gets detached via some effect. So sometimes you might commit equipment onto a unit and you really wish that, you drew a better unit 2 cards down and you're like, oh, I really wish I could get this equipment onto my other guy. And unless you have an effect like Jax or something like a strike down, you're not going to be able to equip that without sacrificing the body, which you don't want to just do just to get the equipment somewhere else. You don't want to just lose a guy for free. So strike down has a little bit of application there. And I do think that, yeah, just a removal spell that hits base is always solid, but it is held back by, not reaction speed, not action speed. It is a little spendy, so not the biggest fan of it, but I think that it's still a removal that hits base, so I'll go to a 5.
Yeah, maybe a 1 of the best is what I'm expecting to see.
Next up, we've got Warmog's Armor. For 1, this is a gear that has equipped and gives you +1 plus the ability when I conquer, buff me.
As a League player, it's kind of a shame to see a card like this that is so powerful in the game and like pretty iconic to be put as such a weak card.
Sure.
I don't think that this card will see any play based on current applications, just given its color combination. If this was in a different color, like when it comes to Azir, for example, as spoilers, then maybe you'd see play. But even as the set deck that wants to be constantly buffing stuff and using these buffs for things, +1 might is just so small that I just don't really see this happening. And again, it kind of goes back to the old set problem where I'm going to be buffing stuff already anyways. So the payoff that would like make this almost look like a better Doran's Blade when you're at least conquering just doesn't really seem there for me. So maybe I'll be wrong, and I'll certainly give this card a shot just in case, because having it only costing 1 energy is a lot. But initial impression, I'd give it like a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it a 4. Like this is one of the cards that if you go second will synergize with that large Poro with Weapon Master, but I don't know. Maybe it's nice because it can just like endlessly generate buffs, but paying power for it. Like if you have a deck, like if you wanted to play like a set Weapon Master deck, I guess, like maybe I could see it there where it just keeps like bouncing around, giving your guys buffs and like. I mean, it costs 1 though for like a card that costs 1. I think relative to its cost, it's fine. I'll give it a 5 out of 10. It's like whatever.
Yeah, I think 1 for 1 is like perfectly fine as far as rate goes. I do think that one of the clunky things about the card though is like it's hard to pass this card around because again, as we mentioned, like unless your unit's dying, you can't get the Warmogs off of it. The only exception would be like Jax. Jax maybe could play this card because he can pass attached equipments around for free. So like you actually can live the dream of like buffing everything on your board and just swapping this around. But outside of a deck that has really easy ways to detach, I do think it's just a little not super impactful, but it might see some play, especially just because of the cheap cost equipment. So I'll give it a 5 as well. Next up, we have Akshan for 4 energy and 4 might. This is a weapon master. You may pay up to 2 body as, or not up to, sorry. You may pay 2 body as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you paid the additional cost, move an enemy gear to your base. You control it until I leave the board. If it's an equipment, attach it to me.
Yeah. This
Broken.
is
fucking insane. This card's insane. Broken as fuck. Not a 10 out of 10, but this card's broken. Where do I begin? You're in a equipment set and you've made a card that change of hearts and equipment. Not change of hearts. It just steals it straight up. Like this card's incredible. Like imagine your opponent's playing Aurora. Like they live the dream. They get the turn 3 Aurora off, and then you just swipe that Aurora and just pass the turn. And this guy just stays in your base forever, and now the game is over. Like this card is actually the reason I believe that Aurora may not be a deck in this set. I'm pretty sure this is a staple in literally every orange deck from here on out. At the very least, it's in the side. I mean, I can't even go over the number of applications this has. When you steal the Guardian Angel too, that's like one of the craziest ones, because now it's like it makes it so that they're never getting it back, right? Like it's going to go on him, it's going to stay on him, and that's it. Especially if you're in Fiora, it's Mighty 2 now. So like this guy's just incredible. I'm going to give this guy a 9 out of 10. I'm not going to go through all the applications because there's just so many of them. But this guy is just so good. And just having the weapon master, so at a base, he can just equip one of your own weapons if they don't have one. Like this guy is just incredible.
Yeah,
I'm going to give him a 9.
I'm not quite as high on this card as Alex is, just because I don't know if this will be a 3 of in the main deck of every single body deck, but it definitely is way up there. And additionally, as a set player, looking at this card, if I'm ever worried about his quote unquote downside, right, of if they kill him, then they get their equipment back. Well, if I just put a buff on this guy, then they're never killing him, and I just get their thing forever. So I personally put this as an 8 out of 10. Depending upon what the expected meta is and how many equipments we expect to see, will kind of determine how many copies of this are in the main board versus the sideboard. But at the very least, every orange deck is going to play a minimum of 2 copies in their 63, right?
Yeah, I do think Alex might be a little high on this, because in testing today he was testing into Ornn and Jax. So yes, if you're playing into a format of just Ornn and Jax, then yes, this card is the best looking card ever. But if you're playing into like Kaisa, this guy does nothing. So like I guess maybe he could steal a gold that they generated with a Poro, but like if you're paying 2 power for that, like he's not super great.
If you let me steal an Aurora with this, you should be forced to drop out of the tournament.
Sure.
You should, like, or at least the match. This should be Victory Dragon. This says if you steal an Aurora with this, you win the match. Like, just your opponent has to sign the slip on the spot. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. I love this guy. I think he's incredible. Again, yes, it might be some recency bias with having played this so much today, but man, this guy, he's a staple. Depending on where this, like, if prices remain where they are right now, I would bet you this is a $10 rare. I would say this is like a $10 rare in the next set.
Sure. I do think that his Weapon Master is solid, and he's definitely really on rate, and he has potential really high upside. But as Colin said, I don't know that we'll see like how many you're going to be seeing in the main of every body deck. Like he might just end up being a really strong sideboard card into like Aurora and Ornn and Jax. If it really depends on how good equipment decks are. But like into Kaisa, like you don't really care about seeing this guy. Like he's still a decently on rate body, but you're not stealing anything with him. So he's just like a 4/4 Weapon Master, which is still like serviceable, but not like high impact. I think I'll probably give Akshan like I give him an 8. He's still a strong card for sure.
Haters.
Yeah. Well.
All right, next up we've got Fiora Peerless. For 3 energy and a power, this is a 3 might unit that says when I attack or defend 1/1, Double my might this combat.
I do not like this card one bit. I do not like it at all. It's, again, this is just going back to the same problem that I said when you're printing a card that is so reliant on playing it on turn 1 or turn 2, and you give it that little symbol under its energy cost. That card better be beyond broken for it to be worth it. Now, granted, in the Fiora deck, it is quite strong that she can attack and immediately trigger your Fiora and then be able to do that every turn. But the fact that it's costing you a power to be able to do that, and then you're just reliant on this thing surviving, I just don't really like it. So we'll have to test it a little bit more. Maybe that effect is strong enough to carry the champion. And it's a little bit better than some of the other 3 drops at this cost, specifically in Fiora. Would give it I'll give it a 5 out of 10 specifically in Fiora, and like a 2 out of 10 in everything else.
4 words for you: dies to falling star. Just this thing in a base, it doesn't have weapon master, so it's not grabbing a weapon when it comes in play. You have to pay that power cost. You're already paying a power, like Colin said. And even if you weren't paying a power, I don't even know that I would love this. Just in Fiora, I would like it because it would be a respectable chosen champ where you could play this, then you could put a weapon on it, and now it doesn't instantly explode to a single proc of falling star. But man, oh man, is this card awful. I like, and you might read this and think this is a Boggle card. Like, oh, Alex, I could suit this up and she'll win the fight against everything. No. It says when I attack or defend 1-on-1, which means they have to have one guy too. She doesn't get to fight against the hordes and double up. She has to be 1-on-1. So the fact that this costs a power, it dies to falling star, just I don't get it. I don't understand it. When is she ever going to fight 1-on-1 if this is really what you're trying to do? Your opponent will just move some weenie into the point, like maybe against an Ornn deck. I that is one place I can see it, is like if you're Fiora and you're playing against Ornn and you just need a guy to be absolutely massive, you suit this up, you go in there and you kill it. Sure, like maybe there's some sideboard, like this is the anti-Boggles card, but even then they will just shove one of their little 2s in the battlefield and you're sick again. So now it requires you to have like a challenge or something. Like I have a lot to say about this because I have been testing Fiora and I want to make Fiora work, but I'm not feeling it with this one. I think 3 out of 10 is where she lands in Fiora, not in Fiora. I don't care. Like it's on a plane, on a train, on a boat. I do not like green eggs and ham, Sam. And this card is not it.
Yeah, I think it's like a 4 for me. I think the card is just too restrictive. It just, the 1-on-1 is really like, if it could just attack or defend alone and get that, I think it would be a much more serviceable card. I mean, you could argue probably that might even be broken in Master Yi because, it would get the +2 and then it would double up and turn into like a 10 on the defense for like 3, which would be quite a lot in Master Yi if it could just do it alone. It didn't have that 1-on-1 clause, but because it has the 1-on-1 clause, I think it's a little too restrictive, and that's why it's getting a lower rating for me.
Yeah, sure. Someone pointed out it's good versus Yi too, and like if I saw a lot of Yi and a lot of Ornn were being played, you could side this as your chosen champ. Yeah. I could see that being reasonable, like not unreasonable at least, but again, like no.
Maybe 1 in the sideboard for when you're going second, so you can play it turn 1.
Yeah, right. You turn 1 this, you start like. You probably even wouldn't want to turn 1 this because honestly, if you're playing Fiora, you can play a blade turn 1 and then you play this and you equip the blade and you get the ramp and you like you get your whole thing off. But I don't know. I'm just disappointed.
All right, next up we've got Here to Help. This is a 2 energy, 1 power spell with hidden and its action speed. You may play a unit from your hand to a battlefield you control, reducing its cost by 3.
Yeah, you certainly can. But
it's interesting, but it's interesting because it like sort of breaks the game. Like when you talk about like cards like what's his name, Bernier or the Thundersong guy.
Thundersong.
Brynhir Thundersong.
Yeah, Brynhir Thundersong. When you think about cards like that, that was never intended to do that thing on their turn. So like it's interesting in that like it might cause some like design constrictions where they have to think, okay, what happens if you like play this on your opponent's turn? But I'm not really. This is another one that's kind of hard to evaluate because its ceiling just gets higher as the card pool gets wider and these unintended interactions start to appear more frequently. I'm going to defer to you on this. I'll let you say your piece, Colin, because it looked like you had a lot to say, but I'm not sure.
This is just like textbook bait card based on the current rules of the game. If the rules of the game were to change in such a way that you could maybe make an argument for this card to try and combo, but at least as of how the game currently is ruled and with our current card pool, of which we have the theoretical best thing they could do with this card, right, being Brynhir Thundersong, and preventing your opponent from playing any sorts of cards on their turn. The issue is that they still get to at least play one because there is no timing window for you to flip it for the reaction speed in order to get the effect to turn off your opponent's ability to play spells for their turn and functionally time walk them, even though they'd still get their ramp, they'd still get their card draw, they'd still be able to move their units around. So there's a lot that you can do on your turn that does not involve playing cards. Even when you do have the dream scenario where you're able to capture a battlefield, hide this card, and have the 3 additional power or energy in order to play your Thunder Song. I'm sure people will try it, and I'm sure it will not work out. As of right now, this card's like a 2 out of 10. There just are no use cases I see for this card outside of having some cute artwork. In the future, maybe there'll be some broken combo, but again, you have to remember with hidden cards that you have to capture a battlefield, control that battlefield, and then again, you have to have a timing window in order to actually flip the card, which will be after your opponent plays cards. If they're playing regular units that don't have triggers, then you can't even play this in response to that, so they could just play all their 2s, and you would never have a timing window to flip it. So
yeah. I think too, it costing a power and then not reducing the guy that you play by a power just makes it a little too hungry for me as well. I'll give it like a 3, but I see the potential here. I can see where it could get better. I'll give it a 3 for now, maybe a 4 even, but yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, I think there's some potential for like paying a power just to hide a card, and then that is basically just giving you 3 mana. Like if you had, say, an 8-drop in your hand, you only have 5 up, but you have enough to like hide this with like a tapped land, and then you could still like play an 8 on your opponent's turn if they give you a window. Like there's some application there, and with gold now being in the game, like we can hide cards without having to set ourselves back. But I just don't know that unless you're pulling off some crazy combo like Thunder Song or something, like I don't know that it's worth a card slot in your deck to do something like that, unless you really need to like cheese energy for some reason, and I just don't know that we have anything like that right now. Probably in a vacuum, I'd definitely give this card a pretty low rating, probably like a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, I will say that my 2 out of 10 was based on the Brynhir combo. So if there are other applications, as Shrimp said in the chat, where you're just using it out of Sivir that already has like a bunch of power being generated, and then you're just using it as like a pay 1 power, get 3 mana or 3 energy, then maybe that'll have some applications. So in that case, I'll give it like a 4. But outside of that, do not try and combo this with the Thunder Song. It will not work, I promise.
Next up, we've got Kato the Arm for 4 energy and a power. This is a 3 might unit with Deflect. And it says, when I move to a battlefield, give a friendly unit my keywords and might equal to my might this turn.
I think this is a little too slow. This guy was actually in Runeterra, and I think he saw play there, if I recall. I think the Darius, or not Darius, God, I can't think of the fucking Draven deck played him, but I'm not I mean, Deflect is nice. He's a little understated. He costs a power. He has to move to a battlefield, though, is like part of the problem. So you can't even like get him in there and then retreat him next turn and trigger this. And that's like kind of what holds him back for me. If he just said move, he'd be nice because you could like sneak him in a battlefield, trigger him, but then next turn you could actually retreat him and then trigger his ability, and that would make him a lot better. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I see a lot of ways this goes wrong, having to move into a battlefield. A lot of times he's going to have to fight with something else to win. So unless it's an open battlefield, you might as well not be triggering his effect. So that means your opponent has to have an open battlefield and then an already contested one, which you need to run over. I don't know. I think the scenarios for this are few and far between. He's a little slow. He costs a power. He's small. Deflect is nice, but I could see it though. Maybe there's some combo where like, because they get the keywords too. So like, if they print enough like crazy keywords that you're trying to replicate, I could see that. But right now, I'm not feeling it. I'm going to give this guy a 4 out of 10.
I do think you missed one thing about this card, Alex, is that at least as far as I'm reading it, it can in fact target itself. So on offense, it's at worst case a 6 might unit coming into a battlefield with, I guess, double deflect for.
Give a friendly unit.
As far as I can tell. So
actually, that is interesting. Is that intended or is that an oversight?
I do remember reading in the Discord that Kato was a card that I believe they had mentioned that might be errata. So not sure if that's like the intended interaction.
Me.
Okay,
well, this card would be a lot better if that was this guy.
I mean, as it reads right now, that is how it works. As it reads right now.
Okay.
Yes. Deflect does stack. Yep. Yes. As it reads right now, I think it's a little bit better than you gave it credit for. Granted, again, this goes back to the same issue of it costing a power and not ramping you a power is a problem. But, comparing it to stuff like Set Brawler, as an example, as somebody who's been using that card for a lot of various things, it does have a little bit of use. But, again, it only works on offense, even in the best case scenario where this thing is able to target itself. And if this does end up getting errated, then this card is beyond unplayable, 2 out of 10. As it's currently printed, I do think it has some application being able to.
I think it's like a 6 out of 10. I think this is like a 6 out of 10 if it can target itself, because now if I put a weapon on it, the turn it comes in play, and then I attack next turn, now it's like a 10. Like if I put the deflect weapon on it, it's a 4, double deflect, then it attacks, now it's an 8 with 4x deflect. Like this card can target itself. I actually think this card's pretty good. If it can't, it's like a 4 out of 10.
See, Talk is saying currently cannot target itself, but they said they would add errata to let it do so. So I'm gonna assume that they're gonna errata it or allow it to target itself just based on how the card is currently written. Clearly, that's their intention with how it is, and they've mentioned that for the most part they don't want to do power level erratas. So I think this card is going to be able to target itself, in which case it will see some use if you really need it, and it's probably like a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, might be okay if it can target itself. I agree.
Isn't this just mega better than Orange Fiora? Yes, I would agree with that. The only upside of Fiora is that she is a Fiora, so you can start the game with her. But yes, this is certainly better than I wouldn't argue. Even if it couldn't target itself, I think it's better than Orange Fiora. So
notably, Orange Fiora can be played turn 1 going second. That is the only difference there mainly. Otherwise, Kato's pretty much better in every way. Next up, we have Lucian Merciless. For 3 energy, this is a 3 might champion unit with Weapon Master. The first time I conquer each turn, ready me.
Personally, I think this card's kind of crazy, and I hate that it exists. Just being able to conquer points for free and then sit in base safe and sound is pretty broken. Obviously, it has the same issue that about 90% of the cards in the game do right now, which is anything under the 3 might has to be looked at with a fine-tooth comb because it dies to half of a falling star. So I think at the very least this card will be playable, and because it has Weapon Master, you can kind of get around that, in situations where you play another weapon, you play this guy out, you get him equipped. Now at least he's not dying to a falling star, even if you have to give him like a Hex Drinker or something like that. And he's just able to score a battlefield for free and then retreat back home every single time is pretty crazy. It's a very heavy tempo card that it doesn't cost a power, so that alone makes it worth considering. I don't know if this color really needs this kind of effect yet. Maybe out of like a tempo deck such as Sivir, him just being able to functionally flash himself every single turn is very strong, but I would give it, let's say like a 6 out of 10 right now, just because I think this card and effect are very strong, but I don't know if this strategy will work at a body right now when we have decks such as Annie running around and being menaces in the meta that obviously will play a similar strategy but not be able to use this card.
You know where I think this card is actually good is in. It's a funny one, but I actually think this card is really good in MF. I don't know if there's an MF deck that would play this, but it's really nice when you can go turn 1 the +2 weapon, or even doesn't matter. Turn 1 any weapon. Turn 2 play this, equip it, and then on the following turn you can go attack, ready, give it ganking, attack, ready, retreat, and you can repeat this cycle every single turn.
Yep.
I do think a lot of this card's playability is reliant. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say you can't do the retreat because it's the first time he conquers.
Oh, it's the first time. Oh, okay. Yep. I misread that. But even with ganking, though, he's still pretty strong because he gets to go in, untap, and then gank and like kind of move himself around, which I like that he, on the second gank, now he can conquer the other side if he holds and come back. And I don't think this is terrible. It's a 3/3 that doesn't cost power. It is Weapon Master, so it's like bypassing power cost. I think any weapon deck is going to play this in orange. I love that he can go in and retreat and kind of hide out. I don't know. I'm a fan of this card. I think he's really good, and I think you'll see him being played in any orange weapon-based deck. Like, I honestly think if this guy was a 3/3 with Weapon Master, he would be on like the cusp of acceptably playable, just because he, unlike the Poro, he actually makes sense in a curve where you play a weapon turn 1, play this guy turn 2. But now that he has like an actual real effect behind him, I think this guy's pretty solid. I'm gonna give this guy 6 out of 10. I like him. I think he's a good card.
Yeah, I was probably gonna give Lucian probably like a 7. I think he's just really strong.
Yeah.
I think that like just being able to flash him out over and over is just really powerful. It basically, like Colin had mentioned, like that's one of the biggest punishes in the game, and like one of the things that I feel like players sometimes are just a little too aggressive with their units, and they'll just like throw them out, not thinking like how it's going to affect them down the line a few turns later. Like if you're just giving your opponent a body for essentially nothing, or like for 1 point, but like, you know, not going to like the right point intervals, things like that. Like people are just throwing out bodies willy-nilly. This guy basically allows you to play the game that way, because you don't care that you're just throwing him out, because he's going to come right back. You're not at risk of losing him, and he could just continually score you points on his own while you continue to like build your board and do whatever you want. So I do think Lucian's really strong. And yeah, being able to like start with him as your champion unit in the Lucian deck also seems really powerful.
Yeah. If we don't see much out of this card, I do think it'll just be because this color combination is not, or this color in general is not used for this sort of tempo strategy. But should we see Sivir or MF, I expect this card to see some play. Or Lucian, obviously.
Our intent, Shrimp, was to do every color, but considering we are now 77 minutes in and we haven't even got through orange yet, I'm going to take a shot in the dark and say, no, we will not be finishing.
I think we're probably going to be doing like at least like 3 colors, and then we'll have to part 2 this thing.
Yeah, we'll probably do like half and then battlefields, or half and then.
I think even 3 colors might be ambitious. How many more cards do we have in
We're doing at least 3 colors.
Yeah, we'll get through 3 colors at least. So.
All right. So next up, we've got marching orders for 3 what, Alex? We're gonna do it for 3 energy. This is an action speed
How many
spell.
more cards do we have?
Don't worry about it. We're almost done.
We'll figure it out.
If this has repeat 3, I don't think we've covered a repeat card yet. So for those unaware, this is another new mechanic in the set. Basically, it lets you pay the cost of this card again to repeat the spell's effect again. So you get to use it twice. This chooses a friendly unit anywhere and an enemy unit at a battlefield. They deal damage equal to their mights to each other. So it's a challenge, but it can only hit things at an enemy battlefield. Your friendly unit can be anywhere you want, and it has repeat.
Yeah, this is a card that I originally read and was excited about, and then realized how much worse this is than Challenge, just due to the fact that it only hits at battlefields. Challenge's primary use is to hit and base, specifically because its downside of having damage on the units is quite substantial. It can make winning combats using this as like a quote unquote combat trick a little bit difficult. So you want your challenge to be able to hit a Kaisa that's just chilling in base. Hitting stuff on the battlefield is not quite as good. So I do think having any sort of targeted removal, especially one that could potentially kill two things, does look pretty strong. I just don't really see the application in the majority of games. I think it's really only if you're like trying to hold both battlefields and they send everything into one battlefield, then you can like potentially marching orders and kill two things. But I think this is kind of Magical Christmas Land where you're to a point where you're already controlling both battlefields anyways, and then you need to be able to kill two things as opposed to challenge. I don't think it's the most unplayable card in the set, so it's probably like a 5 out of 10 for me, but I don't expect this card
5 out of 10? This card's a 5 out of 10? No,
maybe like maybe a 4 out of 10. Maybe a 4 out of 10.
I think this card could be a 5.
Okay, my biggest issue with this card is that there's no healing in between the two challenges. So Correct. That's where I think this card is actually the worst. It's like the battlefield thing obviously makes it suck, but now that you're like probably losing your paying 6 mana to like bad singularity and lose a guy.
Well, keep in mind you don't have to pick the same guy for the second challenge. It just says choose a friendly unit and you can repeat. So you could choose a friendly unit anywhere. Yeah.
And it can be anywhere. So if you have a guy that you just like played in base and is just chilling out, then
sure. But we're talking about a scenario where I have 6 mana, 2 guys. They have 2 guys that they both kill that are both at battle. Like
I do agree.
Yes, the Magical Christmas Land. Yes.
3. Yeah, Magical Christmas.
No,
I
maybe. I think it's a 4 or a 5. I think a 4 is fine. I think it's still a kill spell.
We'll compromise on a 4, but.
Yeah, 4 is reasonable.
5 was great from you of all people. Hearing a 5 where like every other card's been a 2. Hearing a 5 for this was crazy.
I think a 2 for 1, even if it is Magical Christmas Land, I do think a 2 for 1 kill spell is pretty good. Like 1 card killing 2 units is really good if you can pull that off. So.
Yeah, I do think there are situations and potential metas where this could be see play. But I don't expect it to really see this at any big events anytime soon. So
yeah, kill spell. Notably, there's not a lot of kill spells in this game that don't cost any power.
Yeah, that's part of it as well. That's what made me really excited about Over Challenge, and then I realized it doesn't hit base. So that is all the difference it needs. God, this card.
All right, next up we've got Trinity Force for 4 energy. This is a gear equipment that equips for 1 body. When I hold, score 1 point, and it gives you +2 might.
You want to start, Alex?
I mean, this card's nice. Like, not much else to say about it. Like, this card's juice. Like, this is everything Yi ever wanted. This was like the head of Exodia for Yi. Like, this is like this card's just incredible. Like, and I mean, you can even stack them up too, which is even crazier. So like if you get multiples of these and you just equip them all, you can just start scoring. Like if you get 2 of these, you're scoring 3 a turn. If you assemble the literal Triforce, you get 4, like you kill them in like 2 turns. Like not that that's ever happening, but
yeah.
I mean, this card's the GOAT. Like I think this card's incredible. It's just everything that Yi could ever want. And even outside of Yi, like even like Jax or like Fiora, like Set, maybe even to some extent, like this is just a card that all these really slow, big hold decks were begging for. The +2 might is also huge too. So now like you can curve like Shield Poro into this, and you're camping on a 7 on turn 2. Like it's just like I don't know how they're ever going to beat that. So yeah, this card's incredible. I'm going to give this card an 8 out of 10. To just love this card. Incredible.
Yeah, I have a similar take on it, but I hate it for all the reasons why you stated that you love it. So I am never a fan of cards that accelerate the speed of the game. Granted, I do think matches have lasted the amount of turns that I want them to. Just the amount of interactions and stuff in tournaments have made turns take a little bit too long. That being said, it's obviously an incredibly powerful card for any sort of hold strategy. As you mentioned, out of Yi, just having a 7 might Poro on turn 2 with literally all you need is a Poro in this card, and you're holding for 7 and scoring 2 points every time you do that is crazy. And that doesn't even factor in battlefields like Grove of the God Willow. Like, imagine you're doing that in your game 2 or 3 on Yi going first, and you just have the nuts of a Shield Poro and a Trinity Force, which isn't even that unlikely. Like, it's a crazy opener. Even if you're doing it with a 2 cost, like just a regular 2 might guy out of V, then it's going to be 6, right? So, like, that's still going to be really difficult for anyone to break on turn 2. So, yeah, I think an 8 is solid. I'll be trying this in set. We'll obviously be trying this in Yi. I hope to God that it's not as playable as it looks, but it probably is, and we may be seeing a lot of Trinity Force.
Yeah, I'm excited about seeing the Triforce. It's one of my favorite items to build in League, and I'm glad that it got some justice in the game. Like, it's a very powerful item in the game. It's a very powerful item in Riftbound. I do think that Master Yi, the thought of this with Master Yi does make me cringe a little bit. I'm not completely against the idea of accelerating the games or just like seeing more things that score points or make your opponent lose points or make you lose points, things like that. I think that those are interesting as far as design space goes. But yeah, I do think this card is really powerful, and I'd be surprised if most orange decks, or at least definitely the equipment orange decks, but even some non-equipment orange decks, like we said, like Set, that has a really easy time holding, are not playing some amount of this card. I would probably give this card like probably a solid 7, maybe even pushing an 8 out of 10. Next up, we have Yone Blademaster. This is a 5 energy and a power unit for 5 might. It has Weapon Master, and when I conquer an open battlefield, deal damage equal to my might to an enemy unit in a base.
Yeah, a very strong looking unit, kind of at a base level. Comparing it to the earlier pack filler we had, that was a 5 cost for a 5 might. The fact that this also has the ability to hit units in base, you can kind of lock your opponent out with this card, right? You have decks like Kaisa or Annie who are going to try to get around this sort of strategy by flashing their units out. And then if your opponent flashes out, then you get to kill it anyways because now it's an empty battlefield. So I think Yon is pretty strong. I don't think he's going to be too broken, but there are just situations where you can kind of lock your opponent out of the game, right? Like if you catch them at a point where they don't really have very many units or they only have 1 unit in base, you play this guy, there are certain ways you can accelerate him, or you just have him sticking around, and now every time that you conquer an open battlefield, you're killing something in base, and then if they, God forbid, they try to play another unit afterwards, and you just like retreat it, first mate it into the other open battlefield, kill something again. I think this card does have potential to just completely lock your opponent out of the game. That being said, until we start playing some games, I'm not sure how consistently it'll happen, but one to look out for sure. Just as, at like a baseline level, I'd probably give it like a 7 out of 10.
I think this is another one of those, if this gets into like some MF mid-range deck, like this guy with ganking's fucking crazy. Where you're just like capture, kill a guy in base, gank, move over. Like you can even like first mate since it's in the same color, and you're just like, okay, like showstopper and set, like where you're just like move this guy in, retreat it. What is it? Potentially retreat him. I guess you can't give him ganking in set, but like even in MF, you're just like, okay, move this guy in, untap him with first mate gank, just like delete your whole base. Like there's a lot of ways that you can really lock your opponent out. This guy's weapon master too, so at no additional cost, you're just like you just pick up whatever sword you have in play and just like start going in with him. I think really where the two biggest things, like I said, though, is going to be with ganking, and then with the first mate where you can just untap him, potentially immediately retreat him, and then hide him in your base and come back. Just very, very solid card, especially with like, even with like challenge where you can even like attack, kill something, deal something to base, challenge something over there. I was playing this guy in Fiora today, and he felt so insane to me. So I'm a big fan of this card. I'm going to give him an 8 out of 10. We don't see a lot of things that hit base, and when they do hit base, they do not hit base this hard. Like this guy hitting for his full might is just incredible. He might even be a 9. Like I really see this guy being insane. He's a 5 for 5 that costs a power, and rightfully so. The Weapon Master too, being able to tap out with him and protect yourself from the Falling Star. So if you have any of the bigger weapons in play that give him 2 might, he actually gets to not die to Falling Star, which is just absolutely huge. So you could like turn 1 weapon, whether it's the Frost weapon or the +2 dagger, turn 2 this guy, and now you're just off to the races. So I love this guy. 8, 9 out of 10 maybe. I just think this guy's incredible.
Yeah, I'm back from the depths of the tree.
Yeah, I think Yone's a solid unit for sure. I do think in some testing, just in my limited testing with him so far, there were times where his ability getting it off was a little clunky, whether it just be because Alex was like putting all of his guys in the other battlefield, so like there was nothing I could hit in base. Or there were just some times where, like, you know, if your opponent has 2 guys at both battlefields, like, yes, you can run over their guy, but you're, like, not pulling off the I get to kill your guy for free. So that was just some limited testing into a few limited matchups. There's probably a lot of matchups where this guy is really good. I also think his interaction with Reckoner's Arena, which, as of right now, the way it seems to be ruled is that it works. Like, if he's holding it, it still triggers his Conquer ability, even though the battlefield in my mind isn't open, but I guess it is. So yeah, I mean, if you could have this guy just sitting on Reckoner's Arena and shooting a guy in base every single turn that he holds, like that's really crazy. And of course he's in Kiana's colors, so I mean you could definitely just make a Reckoner's Arena game happen. I think that Weapon Master is really strong, as we've already mentioned, so I'll probably give Yone like he's like a 7, maybe pushing an 8 for me.
I mostly worry about his ability to just completely lock your opponent out of the game. So I think my biggest issue with him and why I have him as like a 7 is just because he's very divisive, right? Either he'll win the game on his own or he'll just be very mediocre. So
next up, we have the Ancient Henge. This is a gear with exhaust and reaction. You can pay any amount of energy to add that much power. I'm hyped on this card. Everybody on the team knows I'm hyped on this card.
Yeah, I'll let you take the start on this one, Anton, because this seems to be your card.
Okay, so if you guys aren't aware, there's this card. It's called Bullet Time. Bullet Time makes you send all of your power back to nuke a board, or, you know, to deal damage equal to the amount that you sent back. And that's one of MF's best closing moves. But with the Ancient Henge, you can actually just play this gear, and as long as you have this gear for the rest of your game, all your bullet times just cost energy rather than sending back power, and that's really powerful. Like, if I could just bullet time my opponent for 12 over and over and over, there's lots of ways to, like, pick up your bullet times, whether it be Annies or Fizzes, and keep bullet timing your opponent to oblivion. I think that this card has some really cool interactions with Misfortune and Bullet Time specifically. I haven't brewed too much on what other kind of ways we could abuse this. I'm sure that there is other ways to, you know, try to pay a lot of power just through energy. I think that that's just a solid ability in general, like just being able to tap lands rather than send lands back to pay some of these higher power units. So it's probably got some application there as well, but I'm mostly just really hyped about the bullet time interaction. Of course, in a vacuum, in a sealed environment, this card's probably not doing much for you. I don't think like it's going to be a card that you're going to need to combine with something else. It's definitely a combo card. So I'm probably going to put it like in the 4 or 5 out of 10 range, but I do think that it's got some really cool interactions.
I'm going to give it a 4 out of 5 too. I think the inverse of this, which we'll get to when we get to blue, I have like a mega hard on for that card. This one is fine. I see some applications. I'll agree with Anton's rating, I think, on this one. It's like, this is fine. Like, I have not much to add about it. Like, I can see in the future where there's like some power hungry combo where, like, instead of deleting all your lands, like something more powerful than Bullet Time, where this definitely has a ceiling that's very high. I think right now it's like a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, my take on both of these cards is the opposite. Anton likes this one, Alex likes the blue one, and I like 9 of them. So I think they're just a little bit too reliant on setting up for future turns, and as we go into sets where gear hate is going to become even more prevalent given the way they seem to be wanting this game to go, like playing a card that is reliant on getting value over the course of multiple turns in order to do anything is just not going to be consistent enough for any real use at the competitive level anyways. So I'm sure there will be some cute interactions again out of that MF deck. Being there is the magical Christmas land of using this plus bullet times plus fizzes to just like completely lock your opponent out of the game and constantly be playing bullet times. But outside of that specific interaction, there certainly isn't a use for this card, and I'll give it like a 4 out of 10, just so if there is something broken about it, I at least have some plausible deniability.
Next up, we've got the Bone Shiver for 3 energy. This is a gear equipment. It costs 1 energy and a body power in order to attach, which is worth noting. And when I conquer, channel 1 Ruin Exhausted, and it gives +2 might to your unit.
Yeah, this card is also kind of difficult to evaluate. You're essentially giving your unit like a Kiana effect is what I'm seeing from this card, right? As at least with the earlier Kiana triggers, you're always going to be channeling the runes and then maybe drawing cards later. I do think that effect potentially can be powerful. We're seeing a lot more conquer effects, so potentially out of the one game that you're able to use the battlefield that says when I hold, I trigger conquer effects. You could see some application there, but notably, you have to remember with equipments, one of the reasons I'm not as hyped about this card is because the equipment gets stuck on the unit unless you're playing it in Jax, right? So you only get the one conquer effect, and then it's not like you can attach it to a different unit, get that conquer again, unless you're in Jax specifically. So I do think it's a half decent weapon because that conquer effect can be beneficial, but even comparing this to like a Doran's Blade, it does feel a little bit more on the medium side. So I do think there might be some applications, so I'll give it like a 5 out of 10, but I'm not very hyped for this card.
It's like a same thing. It's like the very mid weapon. Most of the weapon decks will probably play this because it's just the best 3-cost weapon. Its effect is just kind of fine. Like it's acceptable +2. The cost to attach is a little high because Weapon Master doesn't just get it for free. But I think this card is fine. I think 5 out of 10 is very appropriate. I think this card will see play. You'll see this in a lot of weapon decks. Could even maybe be a 6 out of 10 just because the pool right now is so small. But I guess we're rating cards in a vacuum, so 5 out of 10 is fine. Like this is a perfectly acceptable card. I don't see a reason that you couldn't play this in an orange weapon deck.
Yeah, I think it's a little expensive, but not too expensive. I think 5 is pretty much where it lands for me as well. Definitely a fan of it in Jax.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Jax is really the only place. We'll see it.
Speaking of the boy, for 4 energy and a power, this is a 3 might champion unit with Weapon Master, and when you attach an equipment to me, you can pay 1 energy to draw 1.
As someone who's played this against this and with this today, he's decent. He's fine. My biggest concerns with this guy is he's just kind of small for costing a power. Like, I understand the intent of him is that, like, you equip a weapon with him, but, like, being understated off the jump kind of makes this guy a little icky, especially if you, like, you curve a weapon turn 1, you play this guy, let's say it's the 2-attack weapon. Now he's a 5 for 4, which is, like, fine, but you can't draw the card if you go first, so it's, like, makes his effect kind of awkward. If you go second, you can draw the card, but again, you're behind, so you're only making like a 5-on-2, and like the draw's kind of whatever. I do like that this creates sort of like a draw engine. Like that is like the upside to this guy is he's like, let's say you have a bunch of weapons and like you boggle up a guy and he explodes. Well, now you boggle up this guy and you draw a bunch of cards. I think he's decent. I just think the power cost with the lack of might kind of holds this guy back from reaching his true potential. And then obviously you have to pay 1 to draw 1. He'd be insane if he didn't. going to give this guy a 6 out of 10. I think he's fine. I think he'll see play in a lot of the orange decks. I'm not like super excited, but I think he's fine. Like, I think you'll play this in a lot of these orange weapon decks. I don't see a reason not to.
Yeah, I think my kind of take on it is very similar. You want to combine this probably with the other jacks just so that you're able to have some amount of card advantage. I think this is really the only draw engine that we have currently in the game that potentially could be powerful, equating into cards like Silver Steel Paladin, which were initially kind of unplayable, but as the game went on, in Magic at least, that card became incredibly powerful, which was just every time you play an equipment, you draw a card. And this has similar applications, so I don't know if this card's exactly it right now, but maybe as time goes on, we start seeing better equipment decks, then having a draw engine for that style of deck will be pretty powerful. So I'll default to you since you've had some amount of testing with this card, as I have not. So you say 6 out of 10, then that's probably fine.
Yeah, I think 6 is pretty much where it's at for me too. I do think this is the better Jack's Chosen Champion. I think that the draw engine is just really solid for the deck. And the deck, it's not like you can't draw a decent amount of cards too out of Jack's regardless, because like green just got a lot of decent draw engines this set. But like the idea of just stacking this guy over and over, and every single time I get to draw a weapon and stack it on him, I get to draw a new card, and maybe it's another weapon, so I could stack that onto him. This guy, obviously you can't go infinite because you are capped on how much energy you have, but just being able to dig through your deck is something that the equipment deck I feel like really needed, and so this Jax kind of provides that for you, even if it is a little bit clunky. Wish he didn't cost a power, or wish he just maybe had one more might, but I think he's still a solid unit.
So not to interject too much, but we're on a live stream, and this is a little unrelated, but from what I'm reading right now, one of the lead OP guys or designers or whatever said that the events going forward, it looks like they're going to cut to top 8, it seems, for day 2.
Oh, the events like for regionals?
For regionals, yes. There's going to be more rounds, though, from the sound of it. So they're going to increase the rounds and just do a top 8 cut, kind of like Magic or most modern games do.
Interesting.
That's kind of crazy.
So you heard it here first. I guess we're doing top 8 is what it sounds like. Don't quote me, but that's what I'm reading. That's what it sounds like. So
it definitely sounds a little strange, but so long as the rounds are increased enough, I don't exactly hate it. Primarily just given the Houston event that we saw, right? It was a little bit awkward for the people that made top 32, top 16 even, and got functionally nothing compared to everybody else who was, you made top 64 and you didn't even cash the event. So
yeah, I agree. I
think they could have fixed that through pricing though, rather than making it more cutthroat.
They said they're doing that too. They said they're gonna fix. They heard the pricing feedback probably because they're like, oh yeah, top 8 gets everything and everyone else gets nothing. So I think that's nice. I don't know if I agree with a cut to top 8. A top 16 cut would be fine, probably. I think 64 was massively overkill, though.
Sure, One Piece, even One Piece for like its 10/24s does like top 32. So I think top 8's pretty crazy.
Yes, Mug Maniac, more rounds. We all love more rounds. There's nothing I love more than finishing day 1 at midnight and then having to wake up, go home, eat food, and wake up at 7 o'clock to play till midnight the next day, and then lose immediately in top 32 and get my $250 and just jump straight down the elevator shaft. So, yes, I'm very excited.
All right.
We'll see how it plays out.
You will be happy to hear that this is the final body card in our set review. So we've got we got one color down. One color down. It only took us like 2 hours. Okay.
Yeah, it only took us 2 hours.
All right, so we've got Sivir Ambitious. This is a 6 energy, 3 body power unit for 7 might. It has Deflect 2. And when I conquer after an attack, if you assign 5 or more excess damage to enemy units, you may deal that much to an enemy unit.
Bitch, this thing costs 3 power. What the fuck were they thinking? 3 power?
Yeah, I don't.
This shit, this is like Ladros. Like, at least that guy reduces himself. Like, who the fuck's paying 3 power?
I mean, Sivir does make a lot of gold. Sivir does make gold. So
yeah, I mean, fuck, like, this is, I don't know. This effect does not match up with this power cost. Like, I appreciate that they were like, oh, we'll give you 7 might instead of 6 might. Like, thanks, Riot, but yeah, like, deflect 2, sure, like, fuck, like, yeah, I guess they have to pay 2 power to targeter. Well, I had to pay 3 to player, so I'm not feeling it. Maybe this is a lot better than it looks on paper. Her effect is one of the few effects that can hit base or battlefield, so maybe there's something going there, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work if the battlefield's uncontested. So that's one issue. You actually do have to win the fight. It's very slow. It costs 1 million power. I don't know if I mentioned that already. I don't know. I'm not feeling this card. Maybe it's crazy if there's a way to like consistently start triggering its effect. I'm sure someone in the chat is going to tell me they've tested this already and I'm an idiot and blah, 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 blah. But I'm not feeling it. I don't get it. It's in the words of Jim Cramer, sell, 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 sell. This ain't it for me. I'm going to give this card like a 3 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm
if
a
I'd
hater.
be that generous. I might even give it a 2 out of 10.
Oh, you think it's even worse?
Oh my god, you guys are haters. You guys are haters for sure.
Yeah, because unfortunately for me, I have eyes and can read.
Yeah, you can't read Sivir Legend apparently, but yeah.
Oh, this we need to clip. Someone clip this so when we come back 6 months and this is like a $50 card or $60 card or whatever, and it's a staple in every orange deck. So we can be like, yeah, these guys are idiots. Why
okay, well, I don't know about staple in every orange deck, but yeah, I think Sivir can play this unit for sure.
I mean, it's so slow, and then we have to be killing a 2 might unit in order to get the effects. And, you know, in big trades, they can just kill the Sivir first, and then she doesn't get the effect. I mean, like, what are we doing here? We're gonna get to 8 energy and then pay 4 power to like player and then ride the wind, hopefully into a 2 might unit, and then like we get to deal 5 to something somewhere. I don't know, man. We could just like play Yone and make this a lot easier for half the costs.
Yeah, Yone being 1 power was like, and being what it is just, it's so much better than this. But yeah, I mean, it'll be so fun when you tap out to play this on an empty board and your opponent's like Cold a week and you're just like, next game, please.
Yeah, well, I'm going 2 out of 10. I'd rather play almost anything else.
I wanted to give it a 3 because that's how much power it costs, so I thought that would be appropriate. But
sure, we'll give it a 3 out of 10 just because of it's a 6 or 7. So
yeah, I think it's like
a 4.
Holding it up. I think it's a 4 pushing a 5. I think these guys are sleeping on how much gold they'll be generating in that.
Yeah, you're right. Sivir is going to be great. It's going to be a 6, maybe a 7. Like.
Okay, well that's it for body. Let's move on to calm.
All right, we're like an 1/8 of the way there, boys.
We did it. We got there.
14 more hours to go.
Okay, my calm cards are not opening, so give me a second. What the heck? Why did
All right, well, you're doing this. I'm going to tell my wife that I will not be joining her for dinner tonight, so give me a moment. Or anything else for that matter.
Yeah. Again, we'll probably do like 2 more colors or something. And
yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to end up doing for sure.
Try and accelerate through the pack filler a little bit more. Like Sivir ambitious. I think she's ambitious to want to play this card.
It is ambitious to want to play this card. I do agree with you there. Worth noting to the chat that my team told me it was ambitious to play Yi Aurora as well, and we did pretty well with that one. So
yeah, well, The sideboard that we came up definitely helped.
Yeah, no,
my
for
specific gripe with it was thinking that the NA matchup was unplayable. So
sure.
which certainly isn't the case.
Well, I don't know how long it's going to take Alex to get back. I guess we could just start because I don't want to hold up the stream too long. Let's look at Desert Call for 2 energy. This is a spell with repeat 2, and you can play a 2 might Sand Soldier unit token. Take it away, Colin.
Oh, can you change your stream in Discord so that updates? The stream on YouTube is correct, but what we're seeing on Discord is not updated.
What is it showing in Discord?
It's just still the server.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Stop streaming. Well, he changes that for me. Desert's Call, yeah.
This is gonna screw
it's a decent card. I don't actually hate it. It's just kind of like a vanilla 2-cost 2 might, where we know is the baseline for what we're doing for anything, and potentially being able to make a second one can be nice. Notably, there doesn't seem to be too much utility out of the fact that it's a Sand Soldier token outside of, I guess, Weapon Master out of Azir. So there's potential for this card to see some level of play in Azir, but typically in that deck you're going to be playing an equipment and then making a guy anyways. So I don't know if this really has a spot in the current metagame right now, but we'll just say it's like a 4 out of 10. You know, that's kind of the baseline for a 2-cost 2 might unit. So I'd keep it at that.
Yeah, I think it's still a little higher for me just because the ability to make 2 bodies off of this late game, like unlike other 2-drops where I just draw my 2 for 2 and I'm just kind of like, oh well, this sucks. Like, or even when I draw like my Poro late game, I'm just like a 2 for 3 on the defense. I'm still like, this isn't that great. But this card actually gives me 2 bodies. It gives me 4 might. Granted, it's costing me double the energy to do that, but I do like the flexibility, the modality kind of this card. So I think like getting a vanilla 2 for 2 that can sometimes be 2 bodies is pretty good. I think I'd probably pushes it up to like a 5 for me. I think in limited, this is definitely a very nice card.
For sure.
Alex, do you have anything to add about Desert's Call?
Nope.
Okay, moving on.
Sounds good.
All right, next up we've got Disarming Rake, Aurora player's worst nightmare. For 3 energy and a power, this is a 2 might unit that says when you play me, you may kill a gear.
Not particularly a super strong card, but it is nice that green now has access to targeted gear removal, whereas previously in set 1, part of Aurora's dominance was due to the fact that the only option they have is like Adaptatron. Right? Yeah, so as much as that guy is the boy, now we have at least a better option. Sideboard tech at best, obviously.
For sure.
Well, it's giving it like a number. You'll see this in the occasional sideboard if you really need targeted gear removal. Like maybe like a 5 out of 10. Especially if Orin becomes popular, just because that deck will be reliant on counter spells such as Windwall in order to protect its Shurelya's. So having a unit that can't be countered in order to blow up key gear is quite nice. So
agreed. I think our cameras got shifted around a little bit because Alex turned his off, but it should be fine.
No, it's fine.
No.
Okay.
No, we're back.
Okay.
We're good.
And yeah, I think that the Rake is just, he's understated. Like, yes, this is going to be a really good sideboard card, but as far as like a constructed card goes or in a vacuum, this card's pretty bad. Like, he's understated. He costs a power. If your opponent doesn't have gear, he doesn't do anything. So, I mean, as a sideboard card, he's really solid. Probably like a 5 or 6 in the board against gear decks, but just on his own as a card, he's probably like a 3, 2.
Yeah, I think a 5's pretty appropriate. I don't know what a rake is. Like, I know rake is the thing I use to like rake the leaves out of my yard, but I actually don't know what a rake is in this context. So
yeah,
for that reason, I'm gonna give him a 4, I think, instead of a 5.
For that reason,
I don't know what a rake is. Yeah. Yep. If I don't know what the words mean, you're getting a lower rating.
Next up, we've got Doran's Shield. This is a 1 energy gear equipment. It can equip for 1 calm. It gives you tank and +1 might.
Reminds me of the card. It looks like this card in Flesh and Blood. I think it's called like Wooden Belt Shield or something. And it was actually kind of similar, but it looks just like that. But this card is just like fine, I guess. I guess tank's kind of broken in some situations, though. Like there are times when tank is just like a really absurd, really absurd keyword. But I don't know if I would play this card because tank might come up, because tank's very situational. It's like something I'm happy to see on my units that are already good, like a Lecturing Yordle, but not something like ganking where I'm like trying to put it in my deck because I need it. Because of that, it's a 1-for-1. It's like worse than the buff one, probably. I'm gonna give this card like a 3 out of 10. It's just like, I don't know, doesn't seem great.
I think it's definitely, well, if we're talking in a vacuum, you might be right. In the context of the actual set, it's definitely a lot better than that. But honestly, I want to rate it even lower because of the big flavor fail that they ended up having with this set. I don't know how they had Warmogs, a like final item as 3,000 gold item from the actual game, and Doran's Shield at the exact same cost and essentially the exact same card. That is a flavor fail.
This guy, every time I give it a rating, he says something that contradicts it and then goes, I'm going to give it a lower rating. I'm like, what?
I said I would give it a lower rating based on that. In the actual context of the set, this card's like a 6 out of 10 because it will be a 3 of an Azir. At a power level, outside of specifically combining it with the Azir, you are certainly right, and this is like a 3 out of 10. It's you just can't be affording to play a low impact equipment like this. One of the additional things you have to remember when it comes to low impact equipment is that the cost to equip is kind of the same across the board universally. So whether it was a 10 cost equipment or a 1 cost equipment, it's always going to cost you a power to equip. So the lower cost of the equipment ends up just being like so much more of a substantial. So when you're getting such like a meager effect such as +1 might and tank, like you're never going to play this except for in the very odd situations where that tank keyword is like everything that you need, or you're just trying to get a massive equipment in the case of Azir with Whipmasters and such.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like a 4 out of 10 in a vacuum, and I think in Azir it's like a 6 out of 10. All right, next up we've got Feral Strength for 2 energy. This is a reaction speed spell with repeat 2. You can give a unit +2 might this turn.
Yeah, I think this card is pretty strong. I think it could potentially birth a new archetype on its own of just like holding with spells. We've seen people already trying to play Sona and make that work with on guards and disciplines. So having a card like this that can just work on its own with the Sona ability to give you +4 might, notably it can target the same unit twice, so you can get like a 4 for +4. It could potentially be cute. Granted, I think compared to most other cards that it's cost, it is a little bit on the weaker side, right? Discipline, being able to draw you a card whenever you do it is huge. Primal Strength being a +7 instead of a +4, should you play it for the full repeat, is obviously huge. And then now we've got Punch Through as a 1 for +5, which is better than both halves of it. Makes this card a little bit weaker, but this card is also at reaction speed, unlike the 2 cards I most recently mentioned. So I would not be surprised to see this card played in some sort of strategy revolving around holding. So for that reason, I'd give it like probably a 6 out of 10. But I do not think this will be that crazy, kind of in a vacuum.
I'm a little lower. I just maybe in like Yi, like I don't even see this replacing Discipline, but like maybe in the Yi Triforce deck, this could be something. It's fine though. Like at the base, it's still 4 for 4. It has the utility of giving 2 for 2, which is like pretty on rate of its reaction. So like you can like dodge removal pretty well, I think. I mean, I'm fine with this card. I think it's a 5 out of 10. Like I can see it seeing play. I'm not quite as high on it, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just a decent card. I think the reaction speed pushes it just barely above. Like, I'd be maybe happy to play this in sealed because like no power and it's a flexible spell, but it's probably like a 4 out of 10 for me. Next up, we've got Guardian of the Passage. For 6 energy, this is a 6 might unit. When I hold, you may return a unit or gear from your trash to your hand.
In my eyes, this is a little better than a 6/6 vanilla. Like, I guess like there's some like when you want to recur things, you need it instantly, or you don't need a condition that's as stringent as holding. And this guy is really slow. He costs 6. He's not overstated. Like, I mean, he has the upside of getting both of these things back, but like this is barely above a vanilla for me. Maybe this is good in like a limited environment, but I'm going to give this guy like a 3 out of 10. And that might be too generous. I'm sure Colin will come in and be like 2 or something.
Who it is. You just put the words right out of my mouth. Like, this card sucks. I don't know. We're not doing anything. If you're paying six energy to get a guy falling starred, then you should probably reevaluate what you're doing in your deck.
Yeah.
Maybe in like very specific sideboard situations where it's like super grindy and the games are going super long and you just need that extra unit. But yeah, I don't expect that being the case.
Yeah, I think 6/6 is still on rate, but holding is pretty neg. It's just not. It's not really what you want to be doing, and it's not like this guy really facilitates holding through his own ability. Like, he's just a hold payoff. But I do think 6/6 is still just like an on rate body. I'll give it like a 4.
You're too kind.
You're definitely too kind.
I'm rating these in a vacuum, boys. In a vacuum. Okay, Lonely Poro. This card's great. 2 mana, 2 might. This is a Poro unit with Death Knell. If I died alone, sad face, draw 1.
Yeah,
that's the goat. That's the goat of 2 drops. That's the Tom Brady of 2 drops. This guy'll have 7 Super Bowl rings by the time he rotates. Man, this guy is the literal goat. It's so sad that he's all alone, but man, this guy is just incredible. I think I said before, the highest I could give a 2 probably is a 6. But this guy, he's a 7. He's the best 2 drop I think they've ever printed in this game so far. Like, just absolutely absurd. Like, the 2 that the Clockwork Keeper that draws a card, if you pay a power, is like a 6 out of 10. This guy just does it with nothing. He just has to be alone. And 2 drops are almost always alone when they die, especially when you're going in with decks like Yi, where he's just going to be sitting on the battlefield. I mean, this is just a strict upgrade for most of the existing 2s in Yi mid-range. I mean, this guy's the GOAT. Absolutely love him. 7 out of 10. Like, I would almost rate him an 8 out of 10 as far as like 2 drops go, but I think he's not quite there in comparison in a vacuum. But man, this has to be the best 2 drop in the game, easily.
Yeah, being the controversial guy that I am, I'll definitely put it at an 8 out of 10, just because I think at its cost, there's nothing better than the Poro. I mean, we've seen how powerful Watchful Sentry is in the first set, and this card is just a Watchful Sentry that has twice as much might. It's actually able to trade for other 2 costs units, and especially with all the 2s that we've seen, there's going to be a mass amount of 2s that people will be playing, and trading and drawing a card as opposed to Watchful Sentry is just crazy, right? So yeah, 8 out of 10 for me. This card's insane.
It is definitely lonely at the top. That is for damn sure.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and give Lonely Poro a 7 out of 10. Don't have too much more to add other than that his flavor text is a cute little poem and it's really depressing.
We'll find this little guy some friends, I'm sure.
Next up, we've got Navori Scout. This is a 4/4, no power, deflect unit.
Yeah, this is slightly better than Pack Filler. I mean, honestly, comparing it to Kiana, this card's not as bad as you would think. There are lots of situations when I'm playing Kiana and the first conquer I'm doing with her anyways is to ramp, in which case, if that's the only conquer she's doing, this card's actually strictly better than Kiana, right? Because you're paying the power and then it's coming in tapped on the next turn, so you're just down in energy. So while this card is like pretty inconsequential looking, I do think it does have a little bit of potential for just a baseline vanilla. So for that reason, I'd give it like a 5 out of 10.
For me, this is like just not impressed. Like, this is a little better than vanilla. If this was in set colors, I could actually see this actually seeing play over Kiana, like you were saying. Like, a lot of times you just get the one right away, or like on some occasions you get the draw. But like in green, I guess he's like okay in E because he's a 6 blocker. He's like a fake Kiana in that regard, since Kiana's just holding there. And maybe in E he sees some amount of play, but I'm just not all that impressed. Like, deflect is kind of just like whatever, in my opinion. Not having the upside of potentially drawing a card, being able to retreat and do the same stuff that Kiana does. Just, I don't know. He's not doing it for me, and I hated this little fucker in Runeterra. He was a 2-1 with elusive for the turn he came in play in Runeterra. So I don't know. I'm giving him a 4 out of 10. Just, I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the deflect units. I do think that it does look like there's some potential that we might not be targeting as much anymore. Like, there is a lot of combat tricks that are just gears and things like that. So we'll have to see how many things are actually getting targeted with spells and abilities come set 2 to really evaluate how good a deflect unit like this is. But I do think 4 for 4 is really good. Like Colin mentioned, you're paying that power and getting it back with Kiana most times on the first conquer. So this guy's just kind of doing the same thing without needing to go through all that. He's like a 5 out of 10 for me. Next up, we got Ribbon Dancer for 3 energy. This is a 3 might unit. This is when I move to a battlefield, give another friendly unit +1 this turn.
Dog shit, toss it in the trash. Next card, please.
Yeah,
this is a little better than a vanilla. Like, honestly, a vanilla would at least be less insulting. At least it's not pretending to be something it's not. It's just like literal dog piss right in the trash, please.
I know where they were going with this, where they wanted like some synergy with the things that get buffed by targeting, as a little spoiler for some people. But I think when it comes to a 3-cost unit, you need a pretty strong effect to bring you back from the fact that you're going second, which is already a pretty downside, and the fact that this just doesn't do anything by itself is crazy. So yeah, it's probably like a 2 or 3 out of 10.
It could have targeted itself, and it actually would have been a decent card. It wouldn't have even been insane. It would have just been like fine. Like, it can target itself. Okay, it moves. It goes. It's a 3 for 4 on the turn it attacks, and it's just like acceptable. Like, I'd give it even like a 4 out of 10 at that point. But pretty much everything Colin said, this card is just sucks. Like, why would you want this? Like, you can't even use it the turn you played if you played on turn 2, because it can't move. It can't pump the thing that you played first anyways. So like, it just, I don't know. I think this card sucks. I'm going to give it a 2 out of 10. This card is awful.
Yeah, I imagine that this card was just meant to be Aurelia support in their minds, at least. Not saying it's good Aurelia support, but playing this going second as your turn 1, then the next turn you like send it. You play a unit, you send this one to a battlefield, you target the unit you played, you can untap it. Now you can like take the other side. I think that's like the dream scenario for this card. I don't think that's going to happen that much. And I do think that more often than not, this is just going to be a clunky 3 for 3, which is still at least on rate. So it's not like an understated card or anything, but it's nothing impressive. I'm also going to just give it a 3.
I'm insulted by it. That's why I gave it a 2. I'm insulted they tried to pass off this vanilla as something more than a vanilla.
Next up, we got the Royal Entourage. This is 3 and a power for 4 might. When you play me, ready or exhaust a legend. Sets beware.
Yeah. It does feel like they maybe printed this card just to hose me in particular. I guess they're worried about me continuing to win over here. So
Colin Kaiser nerf confirmed.
Yeah. That being said, this card is so niche that I don't really expect it to see that much play. Again, the power cost on early units is substantial, so there's just no real applications that we have currently that would really justify the power costs when it comes to this card. Obviously, 4 might is one of the important breakpoints, so getting to that is nice. But take this as the type of card that just proves exactly how bad it is to have a power cost on a unit that you want to play early into the game. If set becomes like god tier and you really need to just kill like a unit, then you will see this card out of the board maybe as like 1 or 2 of. So for that reason, I'll give it like a 4, maybe a 5, but it's a little too niche for it to see mainstay play.
Well, one of the things I'm glad they did with this card, as to not insult me, is to insult us as players, is to print another 3 might 3 with a power cost that has a niche effect. They actually gave it 4 might, and for that I respect them, because too many of these cards just have like a niche effect like this, and they're the on curve stats, the cost of power, and it'll be like a 4 for 4 or 3 for 3. So I appreciate them not giving us like another throwaway trash card where it's just like, well, now you'll never use this because even when you get its niche effect, it sucks. It doesn't die to 1 falling star proc, which is nice. I actually can see this in the future potentially seeing some more play when you have a legend with a very powerful tap effect that you need to use multiple times a turn, maybe something that doesn't cost energy or resources. And because this guy is a 4, you don't feel as bad about spending the power. I'm going to actually give this guy a 5. I kind of fuck with the fact that he's a 4 might, and I do think there is potential there because he works on both sides, exhausting theirs, readying your own. I don't know. I don't think he'll see play yet, but I can see where he might be playable in the future.
Yeah, I like the flexibility of the card. I'm glad that it wasn't just strictly a like tap a legend effect. Like the ability to actually ready your own legend makes this pretty interesting, and we'll have to keep paying attention to like how relevant it is to have abilities like sets where, you know, you use it really defensively, and if you're exhausted you can no longer use it, or on your own turn, things like that produce power or that do something crazy, being able to like untap your legend, use it again. Like maybe even it's okay. It's probably not great. Definitely don't try this at home, but maybe even like in like Azir, this is still just like a body that's pretty sizable that comes in and like you can get another token. There's probably going to be more applications for a card like this in the future, so I like 5 for it as well.
Sure.
Next up, we've got Thwonk. This is a 2 energy spell at action speed. It's got repeat 2, and you can stun an attacking unit.
Don't see how we're ever playing Rune Prison ever again. This doesn't cost a power. This can be done on 2 guys for the price of 1. It's still action speed, and the attacking unit doesn't matter because you almost never stunned a defending unit. Like it almost never comes up that you do that with Rune Prison, especially in the decks that are currently playing Rune Prison. I just think this card's incredible. Like I think this card's great. I think you'll see this in a large majority of the green decks going forward because it's power free, it's action speed, and the ability to repeat is crazy. Just like effectively fogging your opponent for a full turn, and that's at the worst. At the best, you actually win the fight. At the worst, you just fog them out for 1 card. I think that's very good. And for those of you who don't know, Fog is just a card from Magic that just says your opponent can't deal damage or do combat pretty much for the turn. So I actually really like this card. I think it's very good. I'm going to give this card a 7. It even like is on the cusp of 8 for me. It's not quite that powerful, but I think I'm going to give this card a 7 out of 10. I'm a big fan of this card.
Yeah, I think you pretty much hit on the nail on the head. Can't wait to lose a bunch of money to my opponent yelling Thwonk at me.
Thwonk.
7 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm going to give Thwonk a 7 as well. We were a big fan of Rune Prison in the E deck, and this is just pretty much a better Rune Prison. I don't think out of any of the games that I played with Master Yi across all the events that I ever used a Rune Prison offensively, so it's pretty much always going to be used defensively. So now I don't have to pay a power for that, and that's pretty sweet.
I want like an altered version of this where it has like, you know, the meme of Bart Simpson bashing the chair over Homer's head while he's in the bathtub.
Sure.
That I want like an alter of that.
Next up, we've got Apprentice Smith. This is a 2 energy for 2 might unit. When I move, reveal the top card of your main deck. If it's a gear, draw it. Otherwise, recycle it.
Yeah, a pretty good 2-cost unit. Not as strong as the Lonely Poro, given the fact that it will sometimes draw you a card, but it is still only 2 might, very similar to Traveling Merchant, except Traveling Merchant will always trigger it, even in the most gear-heavy decks. Playing, if you can afford to find room for this card, you're gonna have maybe like a 1 in 3 chance of drawing a card, which is, it can work and can be good, but its inconsistency makes it like kind of mid for me. So for that reason, probably give it like it's maybe a 6 out of 10, maybe a 5 out of 10. Definitely on the mid power level of 2-cost units in my mind.
This is a solid 6 out of 10 for me. I think this is actually the upper level of 2s. Any of them that draw a card are pretty much qualified for a 6 out of 10. Any that can draw multiple cards potentially are definitely on the upper echelon. And maybe it's because I was on the receiving end of this today, where like Anton literally went like 5 games in a row where he missed, and then the next game he hit 3 in a row, and I was like, oh god, like, and that's just variance, of course. But I actually really like this card. I'm gonna give this a solid 6 out of 10. I think there's like, even if only like there's only like 10 gears in your deck, just the chance like every 1 in 4 whatever you draw a card. I think this is solid. I'm I'm a big fan, especially it's a +1. Doesn't have to die, doesn't have to loot. Like it just draws a card. Like big fan.
Yeah, on average, I'd say in the testing today, it was pretty much on average drawing like 1 card a game out of like, 2 or 3 moves. And that's still pretty good. Like drawing 1 card is, well, my 2-drop draws me a card. I'm happy with that. But there definitely was that game where this thing lived. I was able to move it back home. It drew me another card. Next turn, I was able to move it to the battlefield. It drew me another card. And when your 2-drops drawing you like 3 cards, that's an absurd card. So the ceiling for this is definitely insane, especially in like the Ornn and Jax decks. I like 6 for the Apprentice. I think she's really solid. Definitely a build around though. Like obviously this isn't gonna do much for you in a non-gear deck. Next up, we've got Brutalizer for 2 energy. This is a gear equipment for 1 calm energy. You can equip it. If it was attached this turn, it gives you an additional +2 might, and it gives you +1 might normally.
Yeah, it's kind of not my favorite equipment. I think this is kind of counterintuitive to what we're used to seeing out of Calm. This is obviously a much more aggressive deck, giving like functional assault. And again, you have to note that you don't get to re-equip unless you're using Weapon Master, right? So you get like that 1 turn where it's pretty undercosted. It's a +3 for 2. And then past that, it's kind of stuck there as a +1 might for future turns. So in the proper sort of weapon deck out of Jax or Azir, you can get around that specific downside, but into the rest of the decks in the field, you will not see this card. So kind of midish. I'll give it like maybe a 5 out of 10.
It's higher than I thought. I give it like a 4. I think in Azir this card's like a 6 though. Like making those tokens come in and swing for like 5 is crazy in my opinion. So yeah, I think in Azir it's very good. Actually in Azir it's probably like a 6. Like this card's just like solid. But yeah, I think this is an equipment that maybe could have costed 1, maybe be too good in Azir then, or just too good in general. But yeah, I think this one's a little mid for my taste. I give it a 4.
Yeah, I think it's a 5 for me. I think it gets maybe an extra point in his ear, but not too impressed with it. Next up, we got Emperor's Divide for 2 energy. This is a spell at Hidden. It also is action speed. It says move any number of friendly units at a battlefield to their base.
It's like a super flash, but it's not reaction, but it can be reaction. Like, I don't know. It has like, oh, it's at a battlefield. It's not in both. Yeah. It's not
one battlefield.
Oh, this is worse than. No, yeah. This is just bad flash. Then, like, you have to set it. It's action speed, so you can't dodge removal with it, and it only works at 1 base. That's the biggest thing for me. Is like I can't occupy both sides with like tokens and then retreat them both. Yeah, that's gonna be a no for me, dog. I'm gonna give this card like a 3 out of 10. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, I don't really see too much of a use case for a card like this. You just have to comparing it to Flash, like there's no real situation in which I'm going to send a bunch of units into one battlefield and then play this card in order to move it back. Potentially, the only use case could be with like the order guy that makes the 6 might for 7 that makes 3/1/1s, and like maybe you could play this to push it all back. But outside of that, the fact that even on hidden, you're forced to target the things that are in the battlefield with it, like I think it's just a little too niche. I do think it's slightly more playable than the other 3 out of 10s I've said, so we'll give it a 4 out of 10. But I don't expect this card to really see any play.
Really, name every 3 out of 10 you've said so far. Name them all right now. Let's go.
What is like a name every woman I know? I mean,
yeah,
I
can't imagine you know as many women as you've named 3 out of 10s today. There's like it's like every other card.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 4 as well. I don't have too much more to add to that one. Next up, we've got Legion Quartermaster for 3 energy. This is a 4 might unit. As an additional cost to play me, return a friendly gear to its owner's hand. That's it.
Cards like this have one purpose and one purpose only. Some absurd combo, and they will see absolutely zero play until there's some sort of combo with them. Like, this game is fast enough where having the 1 extra might on 3 is not relevant enough to have a downside, like it is in some games. Like, maybe if this guy was a 5, sure, but like I think the function of this guy is just some sort of combo deck where like returning your weapon to hand is useful, and I can't tell you what that is right off the top of my head. There is maybe some potential for this guy if this theoretical combo deck or combo, maybe there's like a 2-card combo with him, but right now this guy's like a 3, maybe even a 2. I don't see a reason. Like, maybe with some of the reaction weapons, you put them back in your hand and you can like react with them again. But even those are pretty costly, like Sterix Gauge. I'm not feeling it. I'm gonna give this guy a 3.
Yeah, it does have the additional utility of like kind of being a way to move equipment if you absolutely have to in some ways, but you're right. There's not really much of a reason to play a card like this as of current. Like out of Ornn, you would look at this card and see like, oh, maybe you can bounce like a Poro Snacks or something because at least Ornn is reducing the costs there, but it's all a little bit too Magical Christmas Land. Notably, this is an additional cost, so unless you're bouncing a gear, you can't really play it. And then at that point, like our upside is that we're getting a 4 might for 3. Like as of the current card pool, there's not a reason that you actively want to bounce a gear. So until that becomes the case, this card is yeah, we'll say it's a 3 out of 10. So I can now name 1 3 out of 10 that I've mentioned, which is
Legion Quartermaster for
Alex.
You need 2.
There you go.
Yeah, it's a 3 for me. Next up, we got Not So Fast for 2 energy and a power. This is a reaction speed spell. It says counter an enemy spell or ability that chooses a friendly unit or gear.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the end for a lot of the amount of counter spells that they've decided that they would like in this game is a lot higher than I thought originally. So this is the start of it, and definitely one of the better ones. It does have a few awkward applications that it makes it so it's not as broken as you'd think, because it doesn't really do much into Falling Star or Cathian Rain. Outside of that, there is a lot of stuff that it can be good into, and just being able to stop removal onto your potential Voltron unit is strong. I'm not really sure exactly where I'd put this. I think I'm gonna settle for like we'll say a 7 out of 10. I think it's somewhere between 6 and 7. So just because it is a lot more limited than it really looks with the current removal that exists. So
I'm a little higher. I'm gonna give this card an 8. Like, I know what the ceiling on cards like these are. The floor is like it sees no play and it's not a big deal. The ceiling is literal entire deck archetypes can't exist because this card exists. And in those scenarios, this card still sees no play. It just, the existence of it prevents the existence of like these removal based strategies. So I think this card's like an 8 out of 10. I think this is like almost meta warping, not quite. The 2 cost obviously is kind of a detriment to it because it like Defy being 1 is just so much better. But the fact that this could counter like in theory like it can't counter a Cathian Rain, right?
Correct. Like you could target,
Yeah,
you could counter a single
one of the
single
procs.
trigger.
Yes, one of the single procs. But the fact that this could target like a Cathian Rain type card, like a card that costs 7 that was targeting or something, like yeah, I mean
Singularity is probably the best thing that you can.
Yeah, Singularity. Yep. So I'm gonna give this card an 8 out of 10. I think this card's juice.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you as a recent green player who's been getting pounded again by Rebuke a lot. I'm really happy to have an answer to Rebuke that isn't Windwall because it's really hard to keep 3 up. And I also don't like sending back 2 power, so being able to send back just 1 and only needing to leave 2 up is much more doable. And I think that that's just one of the many use cases for this card. It came up earlier in testing too, like with Alex, he was playing Ezreal, and the Ezreal signature spell like requires you to target your opponent's unit. So like as soon as there's a target, I get to counter the whole spell. I think that that's just really strong, and I'm a big fan of the card. I'm probably gonna give it a 7, but it may be pushing an 8 for me.
A man's been traumatized by Rebuke.
Yes, for sure. Oh god. Next up, we've got Poro Snacks for 1 and a power. This is a gear that says when you play it, draw 1, and then you can pay another energy and a power, all calm power, mind you, to kill it and draw another card.
Yeah,
this card exists. It exists in one deck. One deck and one deck only. So in that given deck, which is Ornn, for those of you who don't know, this card's like a 6 out of 10. In every other deck, I'm pretty sure this card is unplayable. Colin, yes. I don't know if you feel different, but
no, that is exactly the case. You're never going to see this card outside of Ornn.
I do not think there's a reason to play this card ever outside of Ornn, unless I just don't see a reason. I don't think there's much else to say about this card. It's good in Ornn. It draws 2 for 2, like it's fine, but it's everywhere else the power cost is simply too much for a draw 2. So that's kind of where this card stands.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
You'll see it in Ornn, but that's it.
Yeah, maybe if we were to eventually get a green focused deck that can generate a lot of gold, maybe you could use this as some kind of draw engine, but we don't really have that right now. It's definitely a great card in Ornn. I do think it's a little bit of a flavor fail because we've got so much Poro support in green already that we didn't have this have some kind of Poro effect, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, we'll get Poro Tribal soon enough, I'm sure.
Next up, we've got Simian Ancestor. This is a 5 energy, 1 power unit for 5 might. When you buff me, ready me.
Guy kind of looks like you, Colin. I can see the resemblance. It's almost uncanny.
If I were to get the beard, I could be a wise old sage.
Yeah.
Maybe in my older years.
Calling you a monkey.
Yeah, I'm calling you a monkey. An old monkey too. Not like a youthful monkey, like an old monkey.
Fair enough. For that reason, I'll give this a 2 out of 10. Only because there's a card that is so bad in this set that I can only rate a 1 out of 10. That I think this card is at least better than the Petricide Monument. So
whatever designer thought to put this in green should be fired. Like, why is this not a set card where it at least why is it not in set colors where a card like this like makes sense, or be an orange at least?
It's a Lee Sin support card. It's a Lee Sin support.
No, card. I understand that, but like it sucks there. Like it's literally just for Lee Sin, and it's not even
that good. No, I agree.
Yeah, costing a power is just crazy. I mean, compare this to set Brawler out of Lee Sin, right? At the exact same cost, right. Where instead of a 5 for 5, I now have a 5 for 12.
Yeah, like, but he doesn't come in untapped. He doesn't come in untapped.
Yep. Wow. Yeah, no. But if this was at least in set, like you could you can arena bar this for free, and like even then it's not great, but at least like you have a 6 that can ready itself, it can attack, it can get buffed again by the arena bar and then retreat itself, and like just keep like I don't think you would play this, but like at least something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darius at home for Lee Sin is right.
Yeah, Darius at home for Lee Sin's crazy. Like this, that's gonna be a no for me, dog. I'm not feeling it. I'm gonna give this card like no. I'm gonna give it a 2. Like, fuck this dumb monkey.
Yeah.
If
It's a bad card for sure.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Stellacorn Herder for 4 energy. This is a 3 might unit that says, when I move, draw 1.
This is the GOAT, literally. Like, this card is like, this is like, I mean, Colin, you played with it. Like, this is Aurelia. That's what this card is. This is just like your entire deck.
Yeah. I played a little bit with it, and my take on it is that it's a very fun card and it does a lot in the Aurelia deck. I worry about how consistent it will be, as it's everything that I hate about a card in Riftbound right now, being a overcosted low might unit that cries as soon as your opponent plays a Falling Star. That being said, in the games where they do not Falling Star this card, oh my god, dude, it just goes nuts. You move into a battlefield, you ride the wind to the other battlefield, you retreat it back, and you've just drawn 3 cards off of that interaction alone. So like it draws a lot of cards and is worth the risk into cards like Falling Star, especially given you'd want to play this in Aurelia where she has some buff spells that can potentially protect it, right? So
it's so hard to please this guy. He doesn't like the cards that are understated. He doesn't like the cards that cost power. What he wants is everything to have 2 more might than its cost no power, and kill a guy when it comes in play. You can't please this guy.
I'm spoiled at a set where I have a 4 cost. My 4 cost unit is 7 might instead of 3. Okay.
Yep.
This is half of the might that I'm used to dealing with. So that being said, it is an incredibly powerful card in Aurelia, and I suppose potentially Yasuo, just with all the movement shenanigans. I think it'll be a format defining card, a archetype defining card, and we'll see it around forever. So for that reason, I'd probably give it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, I think the card's an insane engine.
7, but
7 for you?
I think it's a 7. It is still limited to very specific decks. This is part of the like in a vacuum sort of rating. So I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10, but I 8's not unreasonable.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong draw engine. Definitely better in Aurelia and Yasuo, especially because you can take advantage of all those purple tricks to keep moving it around. But I just think that the card is pretty solid either way, and I would expect to continue to see people building around this draw engine until we get something better. Next up, we've got Aphelios for 4 energy and a power. This is a 4 might champion unit that says, when you attach an equipment to me, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Ready 2 runes, channel 1 rune exhausted, or buff a friendly unit.
I would have to ask you guys on this one, because I think the only real slots that this card has is potentially in Azir. There could be some cuteness with it, but I think its biggest issue is like you're just essentially equipping to him for free, right? He like default has Weapon Master because you're paying the power to equip him, and then you're just getting the power back to channel a rune exhausted, as that's clearly his most powerful effect out of these. So maybe out of Jax I could see it, but again, whenever you're playing these like turn 2 plays that cost you a power, they need to do something substantial in order for that to be worth it in my mind. So
no, the powers that it's gonna be no for me, dog. Like if I'm sitting on the panel of judges at American Idol, you're going home. Like that power kills it for me, even without the power cost. Like you said, it's just like a free. You get a free weapon, or if you randomly want a buff, that's fine. But again, like buffs in green don't do a whole lot, so I don't really see like there's no synergy there. So for me, I think this card just sucks. Like the power totally turns me off of it, with his effect already being kind of lackluster. I'm gonna give like I don't even know why it had to be you can only choose one of these a turn. I don't even think that would move the needle if I could choose the same effect multiple times. But for me, it's gonna be like I guess it's to prevent an infinite combo with the readying of runes, I guess. But yeah, for me, this card's like a 3. Yeah, it's a 3, whatever. Like
I'll give
I
it
don't
like
wanna
a
be
4, maybe. But as much as it looks like a build around me card for the equipment, its payoff is just not there for it. So
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it too. I just think that the payoff is not there. I think it's like a 4 for me. I haven't wanted this effect or any of these effects really in any of the equipment decks that I've played in Calm so far. I can see some like really niche scenarios where like maybe the Ready to Ruins and like be able to play an extra gear or something is nice. I do think with this guy costing a power, he should have had Weapon Master so that I could have at least used his ability once, like for free, pseudo free, and then like channel the ruin back. Then he might have been really nice. But with no Weapon Master and costing a power, he's like a 4 for me. Next up, we've got Azir Ascendant for 6 energy and a power. This is a 6 might unit. It has action for 1 calm. You can choose choose a unit you control, move me to its location, and it to my original location. If it's equipped, you may attach one of its equipment to me. Use only once per turn.
Guy's cool as fuck, if nothing. Like, I don't know how good this ability is, but having an action speed ability on a unit that moves them around, I think this card's really cool. Like, I don't know how good it is, but like, I'm a big fan, and it's going to earn some points from me because of that. But I can kind of see like where like people play Tide Turner already. I can see where this is actually pretty good. He's a 6/2, so he's actually putting something sizable into location and then being able to grab a weapon off of something. Like, you can kind of just keep this in base and always be threatening your opponent with like a cheap combat trick, which I think is something that's really scary and hard to play around. I can see this guy seeing play for sure. I really just I like this effect. I don't know how practical it is in like actual when you actually play it, but like it seems good. It reads very well. I'm gonna give this guy. Maybe I have too much of a hard on for this guy without actually testing him or knowing how applicable he is. But I'm gonna give him a 7 out of 10. I really like this. I see like just having a 1 mana permanent combat trick seems insane to me, especially one that can grab your weapons. I think once per turn kind of takes some of the like upside to him, but if you could use this many times you want per turn.
combining this with the Stellacorn Unicorn or whatever it
Oh,
is to just
sure,
like
yeah. I have 10 mana. Just
draw your entire deck.
like
Yeah, so the once per turn clause is very much so necessary.
sure.
But that being
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
I am not nearly as high on this card as you are. I do think that it's a cute trick that this is kind of our first instance of being able to see activated abilities on units. And so I think they went a little bit low on the power level for this one. There's probably some cute stuff that you can do with it, but again, this is a unit that costs a power, so and then its ability costs an additional power. Granted, at a green, they can afford it a little bit more than other decks, but I'm not expecting this to be played that much. So I think you'll see it maybe occasionally pop up here or there, and so for that reason, I'll give it like a 5 out of 10. But I don't expect it to do much.
Yeah, I think the effect's pretty cool. I definitely like the idea of the activated abilities. I do think that this one is fairly strong. I haven't tested it a ton yet, though, so I could be wrong on that, but I think I'd probably give it like a 6 out of 10. Next up, we got Guardian Angel for 2 energy. This is a gear equipment. It can equip for 1 calm. It gives you +1 might, and it says, if I would die, kill Guardian Angel instead. Heal me, exhaust me, and recall me.
Yeah, I mean, this is just another Zanya's. We've already seen how powerful Zanya's Hourglass is as a card, and this is like a targeted Zanya's, so for a very similar cost. So
that gives
I
you a
think
buff.
this card is, yeah, it's a little bit stronger than Zanya's, I think, just for that exact reason. The only issue is that you can't hide it, so I guess.
Sure.
For that reason, we'll see which one ends up being a little bit stronger. But yeah, the buff, like you mentioned, of +1 might can certainly be relevant in some situations. So I really don't think that Calm needed access to 6 Zanyas, but unfortunately, that's just the world we're living in. So if we thought we were going to kill a dead bloom out of Yi before, that's certainly not happening now.
Yep. This this card is juice. It has, even though it has to equip, that's actually an upside sometimes, because the problem with Zonias is sometimes in these mid-range decks, your opponent's able to like play around it by killing one of your smaller units and forcing you to revive that. But that's not even an option here now. Granted, you do have to pay the equipment cost, but like now they don't have a choice. Now they actually have to bring back your Dead Bloom once this is equipped. I think this card is juice. Like I mean, I think this is better than Zonia, especially with all the synergy that we have with equips this set. I'm going to give this card a 9 out of 10. I think this is one of the best cards we've seen so far. I think the only other card I gave a 9 out of 10 to was the guy who steals an equip. That's the highest rating so far. But this card's incredible. This is a staple. I don't know if this will replace Zonias or will just all be in 6 Zonia hell from now on. But I think this card is just broken as fuck.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm not excited to play into this card, so I think I'll give it like an 8 out of 10 personally, but it's still a crazy, crazy broken card.
Yeah, I think 8's where I'm landing on too. I think the card's really, really strong, and the targeting part is just so crucial. I mean, obviously, I was playing Aurora for a long time, so usually my Zonias were always saving something big, but when I did need to switch into the mid-range E variant, there were definitely times where they would just be killing my 2s with like a Void Seeker or something to pop it before they go cleave over my Dead Bloom or something, and now I don't have to worry about that with this GA. And even better in the, Orin and Jax decks that don't even have to pay for the equip cost. It's just strictly better Zonias in those decks. Next up, we've got Heart of Dark Ice for 3 energy and a power. This is Exhaust. Give a unit +3 might this turn gear.
Kind of an interesting effect. Functionally, just playing a cleave every single turn is interesting, and maybe there's some combination you can do with, like, I don't know, marching orders or something to be able to give something a bunch of plus might and then use that in order to fight stuff in the battlefield and clear it that way. But is not very much so known for this sort of effect, so I think it's a very powerful effect that would maybe be stronger in other colors, but is very much so not synergizing with what Calm wants to do as a whole. So for that reason, I probably would rate it a little bit low, probably like a 5 out of 10. You might see it in some decks potentially out of the board if they're having trouble breaking through battlefield. Having a repeatable cleave every single turn is extremely powerful, but it's just very situational, and again, not exactly what Calm wants to do most of the time.
I think, well, I'll say this. This is the first time I ever read this card. I didn't even know this card was in the set. So this kind of just slipped through my net during previews, and this is the first card I can say that about. But I think one place this card does shine is maybe in E mid-range, where sometimes they have trouble attacking battlefields because they just don't, their guys aren't big on offense. So I can see a world where maybe this starts ending up in the E mid-range decks. Outside of that, though, it not being reaction speed really takes away from this card, only being able to be used on offense as opposed to defense. I don't hate the card. I don't love it. And I think the assessment of 5 is pretty fair. I don't know a lot of decks that would need this outside of Yi, maybe, but maybe it gets better. It's possible. Like, it just feels a little rigid. Like there's not enough use cases, and costing the power just feels so bad. Cost 3 too. Like I don't know. I could see it. It's another one that's like hard for me to evaluate, but I could see where a deck like Yi might want it a lot.
Yeah, I think Heart of Dark Ice is pretty powerful. I do think that the power cost, of course, holds it back a little bit, but I do think in Yi, where like, yeah, sometimes you have trouble trading over things, or even in like maybe a Zir, where you're like just going pretty wide, having your tokens come in with a cleave every single turn can be some good long-term value. But taking a turn off to like develop this may be just a little too slow. It is kind of hard for me to evaluate as well in a vacuum, though. I think that this would be a card I'd be happy to have in limited. And yeah, it's middle of the pack for me. I'll give it a 5 as well.
Yeah, should the meta shift a little bit towards like hold strategies and breaking in being an issue, then I think this card will definitely be a little bit better. And yeah, as I think you were about to mention, a lot of people talking about it with Aurelia Legend. And
yep.
Yeah, being able
it's a
to
recurable way
kind
to
of ready a
target
unit
something.
is. Yeah,
Yep.
that definitely
That's
gives it
where
a
I
little
could
bit
see
more
it.
magic.
Aurelia is one where it definitely could be good. It was in a second place list. I don't know what second place is. I see that all the time. I see a million YouTube videos where they say this was the first place list. Okay, what was it first place at?
Yeah.
I want to know what that is. We need this is a side rant here, but when you see a title that says first place list, the first thing you should do is ask how many players was it, because it was first place at a 30 to like 50 person tournament. That's not terrible, but that's also not really like that's a big local in my eyes. So something just to be aware of it. Anything with less than like say 7, maybe 8 rounds is something I would always be skeptical about how good it is. And it's not that you can't build off these things or use these things as a reference point. It's just I wouldn't be like, oh, this is the best version, like this one first place. Like, and that's with any size tournament, but especially smaller ones.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I do, thinking about all of its potential applications, I could see it being like a 6 or 7 out of 10. Just not to do the meme thing, but it's just a unique effect that we haven't seen in the game so far, and being able to combine it, as you said, with like Hook potentially could be very cute. But again, it costs a power, and if you're trying to do it out of Aurelia, where you're going to be spending a power to ready all these units every time that you're doing this, is steep.
Yeah, it doesn't just cost a power too. Like it costs you 3 energy. Like you're taking a turn off to develop this thing. You're not putting a body on that turn. So like you're gonna have to be pumping the 2-drop that you played on turn 1, unless you like develop this, turn 3 or later in the game, and then maybe you're getting some value out of it that turn.
For sure.
Next up, we've got Janna save. Oh, sorry. Did you have anything else?
No, that's about it. Okay. We'll see how it plays out.
Next up, we've got Janna Savior for 3 energy and a power. This is a 3 might unit. It has reaction, and it says, when you play me, heal your units here, then move an enemy unit from here to its base.
Yeah, just kind of a fight or flight. They definitely have a theme for Calm this set of wanting you to hold up energy on the enemy's turn and then say, throw everything you got at me. I've got Thwax, I've got Janna's to fight or flight you home. I've got the Feral Strength to give myself +4 off of 1 card. Calm very much so has this kind of leave up all my energy style, and Janna fits pretty well into that. That being said, her first effect is very rarely going to actually come up. Maybe when combined with like challenge or marching orders or something to that degree, you'll see some use of it. But yeah,
it's just straight flavor text.
It is almost assuredly flavor text with the way the rules currently work. So you're using it as a 3 for 3 fight or flight, which is not terrible. So
I despise that all of these cards that could be better. Obviously, they could be better, but they have to slap a power cost on like everything. Every champion unit at this level, they're always slapping a power cost on them. So it feels just. I feel like they don't always need to do that, but maybe this would be too good if it didn't. Hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, having fight or flight on a unit is already pretty crazy. So I do think it would be a little bit too strong. It would definitely be too strong if it did not have that power cost. But yeah, she's got a lot of utility, and I'm sure her flavor text will come up once or twice. So that reason, yeah, I'd give her like a 6 out of 10. I think she's solid. I don't know if she'll be format defining or anything, but she's a card to look at for sure.
Yeah, I like 6 for Janna. I think that the flavor is definitely there, and just Green Shen is looking pretty good. Send a unit back to base is really powerful, especially on a body.
For sure.
Next up, we've got Jax Unmatched for 5 energy and a power. This is a 5 might unit with Deflect, and it says each equipment in your hand has Quick Draw. I don't think we've seen Quick Draw yet, but Quick Draw is that your equipments are reaction speed, and when played, they can attach right away without needing to pay any kind of equip costs.
Yeah, functionally making all of your equipment into disciplines or on guards is very strong. I expect this to see play in the Jax decks, and probably not much else outside of that, just because green does not have much of a need for large amounts of equipment outside of, I suppose that and Azir. But for Azir, you don't really care about the quick draw effect too much because you're just going to be using your legend ability in your turn to make a weapon master guy anyways, and then the weapon master guy will equip for free. Then additionally, obviously it does cost the power, but fortunately this guy has deflect, where I don't feel as bad paying a power for a unit with deflect, because at least I know if they're falling starring my guy, then they're losing 3 power, so it's not as bad. So I do think it's a little bit on the niche side. Kind of reminds me somewhat of Janna, so I'll probably put it at the same level at about 6 out of 10, where it'll be good in the decks where it's good, and pretty much unplayable anywhere outside of that.
Yeah, I think my biggest concern is just a little slow. Like, you're not really probably going to be quick. You're not going to be reaction, quick drawing anything the turn this comes in play. It's like, it'd be a lot cuter if this was like on a 3 cost. It'd probably be too broken then, of course. But like, if maybe it's on like a 3 cost, and then I can like play a 2 and like quick cast a 2 or whatever on it. It feels a little slow to me. The deflect is nice, don't get me wrong. I just feel like a lot of the time you have to untap with this before it really starts doing anything. And at that point, it kind of feels like, not like what's the point, but it feels a lot worse when I have to leave all my mana up every turn and my opponent knows this is coming. They're just like, okay, well, I'd rather he just burned all his mana this turn instead of me walking right into the quick draw equipment. So because unlike Magic in this game, you actually have to give your opponent a window to use reactions. So if I have guys that don't have any like when plays or activates that I can play and just make my opponent burn all their mana, I'm happy to do that because they'll never actually get the window to play these reactions. And that's why I think something like this loses a little bit of its allure, is when my opponent can actually kind of play around this and make me burn all that mana that I actually leave up.
Yeah, I agree. I think after playing a lot with the Jax, I was pretty unimpressed with this guy. I was trying him as a one of, and I drew him a good amount of times in our games, and I just basically what Alex said. He was just pretty slow. Even the game where I like was able to develop him, I didn't have any mana up afterwards to like quick draw anything relevant out into play. It just felt a little slow. I really wish he had Weapon Master or something too. So that he could like pick up something. I know that like I have Jack's Legend to kind of work around that, but yeah, in my opinion, he did feel a little slow. This is just some early testing and some unrefined builds, but I'll probably give Jax he's like a 5 pushing a 6 for me. At least he does have deflect. I do like his deflect.
Deflect is nice.
Next up, we've got Needlessly Large Yordle. This is a 10 energy, 3 power unit. With 5 might. He has shield 5, tank, and he costs 2 energy and a power less for each point you scored from holding this turn.
I retract my statement from earlier, guys. This might be the worst card in the game. It's close. It's very close. This might be the worst card in the game. My fucking God. I understand this card is supposed to be funny and in some ways like flavorful, I guess, but holy fuck, if I pay 10 mana and 3 power and my opponent falling stars me, I will literally lose my shit.
Well, this guy's supposed to cost less, though, right? He's supposed to cost less. That's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, yes, I understand that. Like, okay, at best he's a 6-for-1 that dies to falling star. Great. Like, this guy sucks. I have nothing nice to say about this guy. Why couldn't he just be a 10? Like, at least then he would be like, okay, you play a 10 for 6 and 1. It's like an overstated vanilla. I don't even think those guys are great, but at least he would be something. This guy is absolutely abysmal. I'm going to give him 1 out of 10. Like, he's just, it's offensive just to look at him. God, he's awful.
I'm gonna have to try and break the needlessly large Yordle then, just to prove Alex wrong on this one.
The only thing you can do with this guy is he's a coaster, I guess. He's an ugly coaster. You can flip him so you can see the card back, I guess. Then he's a little less ugly.
There are two situations in which I see this card having any potential. Number one is with Hook, which is the most obvious one. But again, you have to be careful when you're playing cards that are just completely uncastable with Hook. And Hook as a strategy as well is one that is not built around holding traditionally, because you want to like send a unit into the battlefield, score, and then sack off the unit that you sent in so that your opponent can't kill it on the next turn. So a card like this is definitely on the more the mid side. And then the other option is in the Trinity Force Yi list, just because there are ways to actually play it for one. If you're holding with like Trinity Force in both battlefields, you're scoring 3, then you're playing this guy to just completely lock your opponent out, giving him a Trinity Force. Now he can't be falling starred. He'll go to 12, but this again is reliant on very niche scenarios where you're already holding a battlefield down with the Trinity Force, and then you're getting like a 4 for 1, and then you need to find some way to move your Trinity Force over to this guy so he doesn't get falling starred. So
yeah, I mean, this guy is like this is a needlessly printed card. Like this guy sucks.
These are all magical Christmas land situations,
Yeah,
and
for
these
sure.
are the types of things that you will not typically want to play in a competitive sense. So for that reason, I'll give him a 3 out of 10, adding to the number
3 out of 10. You give this
Yeah.
guy a 3 out of 10? You know how
Yeah,
many
I'll give him a
twos
3
you've
out of
given to
10.
cards that are like vanilla playables? This guy isn't even that. Like
It
this is
has
like
a use case with Trinity
Yes,
Force and like a Jack deck, so I think he
a
deserves the
use
3 out of 10.
case.
I like hitting him
This
off.
is like
Hitting him off of Hook is kind of spicy too. Like,
Yeah.
this is like you know the cards in Hearthstone that would shuffle bad cards into your opponent's deck? This is one of those cards I would shuffle into my opponent's deck. Like this is the bad card, like the bad luck albatross or whatever. This is the bad card I would put in their deck and hope that they draw into.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely
yeah,
not a very good rare.
Yeah, this card is so bad. If there was a card that just said place 3 of these in your opponent's deck and shuffle it, that card might almost be playable because of how bad this card is.
Fair enough. I did misread it a little bit. For some reason, I thought the hold was it cost 3 in a powerless. Not that it would have drastically changed it, but
No,
yeah,
yeah.
2 in a powerless, like at most, you're
nice
casting
bailout.
Even
6.
worse. It's even worse.
Yeah, terrible card. Terrible card.
All right, moving on to a not so terrible card. We've got Sterix Gauge for 3 energy and 2 power. This is a gear equipment with quick draw. Again, that's you can play it at reaction speed and equip it right away. It equips for 1 calm and it gives you +3.
Yeah, this is definitely the best rare we've seen so far. Either this or Guardian Angel. I think this is definitely the color combination of equipment, and both of them are incredibly powerful. I'd probably rate this about the same power level in my mind at about an 8 in terms of just how powerful it is to have a permanent +3. You know, you think about comparing this to Discipline, and it's like, oh, 2 for 2 versus 3 for 3 for the turn, but this is something that's permanent, and then after they finally kill your thing that you just gave +3 might, you still have a Sterix Gauge hanging around and able to equip to other things. Obviously, it's extremely power heavy, which is a substantial downside, but its overall power is certainly worth that cost. So,
I think this card's incredible. Just like pretty much everything Colin said. Just like it's a combat trick, but then it sticks around after. Even if it's power heavy, like an Ornn, you get to pay one of those power. Like I think this card's incredible and one of the best equipment they printed in this set. I'm gonna give this card an 8 out of 10, even with its heavy power costs. Just like the fact that it sticks around and gives a +3 for 1 power for the rest of the game is just it's such a good card, because a lot of the times you have 3 up and it just sits there. You don't play it till you need it, and then once you've got it on the board, it's there for it. I mean, there's not much else to say about this card. It's an incredible card. I'm gonna give it an 8 out of 10. Love it.
Yep, big fan of this card. I'm gonna give it an 8 as well. Don't have too much more to add. Just a very strong, powerful combat trick. that's not really counterable because it's not a spell.
Yep, that's a big one, actually.
Next up, we've got Aurelia Fervent for 5 energy. This is a 4 might unit with deflect. It says, when you choose me or ready me, give me +1 might this turn.
I'm going to go last on this one, so you guys go ahead.
Okay, you go.
So I'm curious what y'all say.
You go, Alex.
At first, if I hadn't seen this card perform already, I would tell you it's not very good. But I actually have seen this card perform, and I actually do think this card is kind of decent, especially because it does have deflect. Like, I do like this card. It costs no power. It is a little slow, but she really does kind of get big, and I kind of like this card after seeing it played a little bit. I don't think it's crazy. I just think if you don't play it, it gets rated a little bit lower than what it would seem at first glance. I give this card a 6 out of 10. I think it's a fine card. It works in the Aurelia deck specifically. I don't know how much application this has outside of the Aurelia deck, so maybe outside of there, it's like only a 4 out of 10, which is how you would rate it, I guess, normally. But I like this card. I think it's good.
Yeah, I was probably going to give it about. Well, he said he wanted to go last. So.
Okay. I'll go last.
Yeah, sure. I was gonna probably give it about a 5 outside of Aurelia and maybe like a 7 in Aurelia. I do think like outside of Aurelia, I'm not really trying to like pay 5 for 4, even if it does have deflect. At that point, I just might as well play the Navori Scout thing that we saw earlier, and it's just giving me a better rate. And like the choose me or ready me, give me +1. I think outside of Aurelia, again, doesn't matter if I can't keep like untapping this thing. But I do think in Aurelia, this is a really nice champion for her, and I think it's gonna be a pretty good unit. What do you think, Colin?
This card's insane. Like this card's absolutely insane.
You think it's insane outside of Aurelia or in Aurelia?
It's specifically in Aurelia. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to have much utility outside of that. But,
agreed.
This is a archetype defining card for Aurelia, and is the reason that Aurelia exists as a deck. Without this card, obviously that deck does not do anything. But just being able to build around this and using your signature spell, she becomes a 7 might, and you -2 your opponents for only 1 cost. We don't typically see cards as powerful as this one that don't cost power. So her downside of being very power hungry is kind of fixed based on this being your primary unit that you're going to be building around. And yeah, so I'm going to give her a 9 out of 10. And I think we're going to see a ton of Aurelia, specifically because this card exists.
That's crazy. I saw what this card did firsthand. That's why I gave her a higher rating than what she reads, because I watched you play her and said, okay, this card is fucking good. But 9 out of 10 is fucking that's crackhead shit.
The only reason why she might be lower is because if the Aurelia deck itself isn't good enough, then obviously this card will not see play outside of Aurelia. Sure. But default deflect, it has the exact numbers that you're looking for: 4 might, so that it doesn't get falling starred. For 1 trigger, right? So they're gonna have to pay 3 power in order to falling star this thing, and then if you just have a single blade dance, then now it's 7, and it's not getting killed by a falling star. On guard as well potentially can work for it. I think this card's gonna be crazy, and I'm excited to see it pop off. So Aurelia players, rejoice! This will be your carry. Make sure you get your 3 copies should that be the archetype you want to play.
All right, next up we've got Orin Blacksmith. This is 5 energy and a power for a 5 might unit. It says, when you play me or when I hold, look at the top 4 of your main deck. You may reveal a gear from among them and draw it, then recycle the rest.
Anton, why don't you tell us about this card and what you think about it?
So after playing a lot of Orin today, and one of our teammates hyping up the green Orin a bit, I basically found in my testing that I never had a good spot to play this card. And the one time that it was decent to play, I whiffed. I whiffed on the look at 4. I saw like 3 2-drops on a spell, and I was like, well, this didn't even pick me up a card. I just played a 5 for 5 vanilla. So yeah, I don't think that this card is super good. I think that like it has high roll potential, and it's like decently statted, and you, most likely, given a lot of the Ornn builds that we've been messing around with, you are gonna have like green seals more often than not. So like you're not even gonna pay a power for this guy. But even then, like sometimes he whiffs, sometimes he sends your blue Ornns to the bottom of your deck that you'd much rather have in your hand than this guy. So yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of this one. I think that the blue Ornn is a lot better. But maybe you could still play some amount of this guy if you just want to have a decent chance to draw a card on a decently statted body. Maybe there's other decks that want this more than the blue Ornn. Maybe in like other equipment decks over time, this guy could see some play, especially if you're like really heavy on equips, and maybe in future sets we just have like so much quick draw equipment that like the things that you're picking up are also combat tricks. Like I could see a world where maybe he'll see some more play, and if that happens, but right now I'm not as big a fan. I'd probably give him he's like a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, and I think I agree with that. I'll only give him a 5 out of 10 because I think his flavor text goes hard. Like that's a hard flavor text, but outside of that, no, I'm not. I'm not the biggest fan. I didn't see him perform well today. I think he's very slow. Not a fan. Doesn't search enough too. I think 4 is like too few. It's like 10% of your deck or whatever total. So a little more than 10%. So not feeling him.
Yeah, let me look up the odds here because I am curious as to what you need. I mean, even with 12 copies of gear in your deck, then you're 78% to hit. So it's about the number that you need in order for this card to be.
Well, I guess you're always at any time you play this, you've always got 6 cards out of the deck, right? So you're 6 cards deep. You have 33 cards left in the deck when you play this. So you're
right, but more... the odds of you seeing any of those cards could be gear that would also remove it from the deck. So, but
sure.
That being said, it's biggest use case, I think, at least based on us talking to our teammate who was playing it, is that Shirelia's is the most important card out of the Ornn deck, and anything that can get you closer to Shirelia's is certainly worth considering, especially because his downside of having a power cost is mitigated in Ornn, not because his leader ability will pay for it, but the deck's already going to be playing 3 green seals anyways, and you can use the leader ability to pay for the green seal and then play this to kind of get around that. So I don't know if I've not played with this card for full transparency, but it doesn't look as bad to me as y'all are saying it is. So I'd probably put it at like a 6 though, just because I do respect a lot of the opinions on what y'all have said, and do think it's definitely on the slow side, and trying to hold in order to get it to trigger multiple times is probably closer to Magical Christmas Land.
6 is crazy given what you've given all these other 5 powered slow ass chonkers.
It's only because you're going to be playing the green seal as a 3 of in this deck anyways, so the power cost is mitigated for that reason in a lot of situations. So, but hey, maybe I'm wrong on this one. Maybe I'll be wrong on Aurelia, and then y'all can point to this video and say I told you so.
Next up, we've got Svellsonger. I probably mispronounced that, but yeah.
Svellsonger.
It's a
Svellsonger.
That's what I said. You can say it again if you want.
Svellsonger.
For 3 energy and a power, this is a gear equip. Okay, you can't say it anymore. This is a gear equipment. It equips for 1 and a calm. So it is another one of those that requires an energy as well as a power. And then as this is attached to a unit, copy that unit's text to this equipment's effect text for as long as this is attached to it.
Yeah, a very interesting card that feels like it's ripe to be degenerate in some way, shape, or form. Yeah, we don't know exactly how powerful it'll be with anything outside of Ornn. Obviously, equipping this to an Ornn is kind of its main purpose right now, and that interaction alone is going to make it a 3 of in the Ornn deck of just now your Ornn is getting +2 might for each gear instead of +1, and it has quad deflect instead of just double. getting it to the point where they just can't do anything. Like to the Ornn that targets at least. They play a hidden blade on it. They spend 5 power to do that, and then you just defy it anyways. So yeah, crazy in the Ornn deck. Currently, from what I've seen, there's not really any utilization for this card outside of that, but it is a type of card that can only get more broken as time goes on. You know, maybe we'll give it to our needlessly large Yordle, and now he's a shield 10 with double tank. So
double
we'll
tanks,
do that.
crazy. Alex, what do you think? You were on the receiving end of this card today.
Do not enjoy receiving this specifically. Not in the mail, not in combat, not in a game of Riftbound. This card just, this card's broken. Like, specifically in Ornn. So here's a question I have. When cards like Guardian Angel give an effect to the guy, does this also copy that? That's what we were kind of confused on, or at least I was. Is I didn't understand if things like weapons that give your guy deflect 1 or weapons that give your guy effect text, is it copying those as well, or is it just the printed text? Because it doesn't actually say printed text, it just says units text.
It has to be just the printed text, otherwise this card would go infinite with itself, right? Because it would just see itself buffing. It would see the text that it gives itself, and then that would repeat infinitely. So I'm sure it's just whatever is printed on the actual unit itself.
Sure.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw some conflicting rulings, but we do figure that it does not go infinite. So.
Yes. Okay. And thank you for clarifying that, guys, because we were a little unsure of how that was supposed to work. Maybe a clarification errata would be in this card's best interest, but I think this card's great. In Ornn specifically, I think this card's like an 8 out of 10. It just is an absolute nightmare to play against. Gotta hate this card. Yeah, that's all I have to say about it.
There definitely are cute other applications as well, as someone mentioned in the chat. Scoring 4 points with Yasuo seems a little inconsistent, but when it pops off, give this to your Stella Corn Herder, and now every time it moves, you draw 2. There's some cute stuff you can do with it.
For sure. Did you have a rating for it, Colin?
I would say in Ornn 8 out of 10 for sure. Everything else, I'd put it more on the too cute side and probably put it as like a 6 or 7. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think 6 is perfect.
I think 6. Yeah. 6 outside of Ornn and definitely more in Ornn for sure. Next up, we've got Tiana Crown Guard for 7 energy and 2 power. This is a 4 might unit with deflect that says, while I'm at a battlefield, opponents can't score points.
And the third worst card in the set goes to...
Oh, no, see, Alex, you're just not thinking through it. We got to combine this card with our needlessly large Yordle, because that guy's got tank. So we'll sit our Tiana Crown Guard behind our Yordle. And...
no, this bitch got 4 might. What were you thinking, Ryan? Why does she have 4 might?
She dodges falling
star.
She's
got deflect.
I can literally void seeker her. Like, what were they thinking? Like, I could have my Poro with a knife kill her. Like, what this card is awful. Who thought this was and it has to be in a battlefield. Like, I guess if she could be in base, she'd be broken.
Well, obviously. It'd be would be unplayable if she could do it in base.
Okay.
It's like that magic card, the Angel or whatever, that like you just can't lose the
Platinum
game.
Angel,
Platinum Angel. Platinum Angel, yes. But this card is absolutely abysmal. The best application of this card is if you are about to deck out, you can move her to a battlefield, shuffle your deck back in, and your opponent won't score a point. That's the literal best application. And it's a fictional one that I've just made up. This card is awful. I cannot imagine a world where you have a guy on the board that is going to score a point and you can't beat this Tiana Crown Guard. Like, you would have to play this, then they would have to move to a battlefield and you'd have to be like, wow, I can't kill that guy and it's about to hold for a point, and I'd like to prevent it from holding from a point, so I'll move Tiana to the other side, which you probably could have killed it if you didn't spend 7 mana playing Tiana. So I don't know why you're playing this. I have no idea why this card exists. I have even less idea why it's the highest rarity. This is not even a fun build around card. This is just sad. Just third worst card in the set. And the more I think about it, the more I want to move it down. But it couldn't possibly be worse than needlessly big Yordle or the card whose name, the 2-cost card that's name I can't even remember anymore. God, this card is awful. I feel so bad if you pull this in your boxer case because, man, it is just an absolute waste of space.
Yeah. I'm not quite as hard on this card, but it is, yes, one of the worst cards in the set for sure. So there's not much use case, I think, just based on the rules of the game. Platinum Angel and Magic works because you don't have to block in that game. And so unless they have a removal spell for the Platinum Angel, then you're good. This card, on the other hand, is forced to block, so all they need is a 4-might unit in base to be able to be like, oh, okay, you spent 7 energy and 2 power for that card. I'll run my Kaisa into it and trade because they get to choose how they assign their damage. So there's some magical Christmas land again where you're able to set this up behind like a large tank and like kind of pop off, I guess, but I don't see that really happening in any real game of Riftbound where the person you're playing across from has a pulse. So
Nicola says, isn't this a tech for a big hold versus big hold matchup? I don't even know what those are anymore. Like, what's a big hold versus a big hold matchup? Like maybe
yeah, I mean like a
Ornn?
Yeah, given the current meta, because she's green, like Set's the only big hold deck that currently exists in Set 1, right? So like Aurora would be the next strategy that can sometimes big hold, but its biggest issue really is that you if you don't have a tank that's also protecting her, then it doesn't do anything. And then once you set up this big hold, like great, you're just gonna walk into like a bullet time or a Cathian Rain, a Falling Star, whatever it is, like because you're committing so many resources to this, it doesn't even matter if that she's got deflect, if they Falling Star her, and great, they send back 3 lands, like that doesn't matter. You spent 7 energy and 2 power yourself just to play this thing.
The most offensive thing about this card is not actually how bad it is, because if this was a common, fine, like whatever, I could stomach it. But the fact that pulling this card would actually make me want to walk up to a Riot employee at an event and be like, please give me another epic rarity or showcase rarity card, please. I do not want this. Like you wasted my pull. This card, whoever put this at this rarity is insane. I literally don't understand it. I think they just did it because they're like, oh, it's the Platinum Angel text. Like it's the you can't win the game text. It has to be the highest rarity. Like, no. This card is worse than almost every other common in the set. So yeah. I'm just so infuriated about the rarity of this card. That's what
1 out of 10 for sure.
All right, we are finally on to purple cards.
Oh joy!
Our third color.
Alex. We're making it work.
No, it's more than 3 hours.
We're just over 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours and 17 minutes.
That's all right.
No big deal.
3 hours and 17 minutes.
Let me get it up for you guys.
All right,
so that you can see it.
Let me get a glass of water here. Let me kiss my wife goodnight. Give me a sec here.
Yep.
Sure. I can get through some of the pack filler while Alex does that, as we're starting off with commons, right?
Yep. We are starting off with, well, I don't know if it's just commons, but anyway, Black Market Broker. This is a 3 energy and 3 might unit. It says when you play a card from face down, play a gold gear token exhausted.
Yeah, just kind of a middling pack filler sort of card. I think a lot of the issues that we run into when you have these 3-cost units is that they need to do something powerful enough that I'm willing to sideboard it and board it in going second in my mind, or it needs to do something later in the game. Obviously, this is a decent turn 1 play, with the exception that it gets Falling Starred going second, but you want to prepare for the best case scenario, and if you're going first, then there's never going to be a time where you want to play this card. So outside of like, I guess maybe in Teemo you can like play a 2-cost unit, move it into a battlefield, play this, and then hide a card. and then realize that your board gets falling starred and immediately lose the game as soon as your opponent does that. So
Yep.
We'll put it at a 3 out of 10. Maybe some of them will put it in their deck, even though they shouldn't.
Yeah, I just don't think that the payoff is even good enough. Like in Teemo, it's like barely passable because you get to spend an energy rather than an actual power. So like normally this guy would recover you the power from a hidden card, whereas Teemo, you're actually gaining a power in the gold gear token. But as Colin mentioned, like the best case scenario for that, you're pretty much just getting cleared by Falling Star, and that's never where you want to be. I just don't think that the payoff is even that impressive in general. Like there's already a 2-mana, 2 energy unit that just makes a gold every time it moves, and that's a much easier condition to fulfill. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of the broker. This guy was insane in Runeterra, and he's definitely a big downgrade in this set. Probably give it like even in a vacuum. I mean, you have to have face down cards and stuff. I'm just giving this guy like a 3.
Sorry, no refunds. That's what he used to say in Runeterra.
What do you think of this guy, Alex?
Yeah, he's butthole. There's not much else to say about him. Like I just don't even see the point of this card. Like I get they're trying to push the gold mechanic and they're like, oh, it's Teemo-esque. Like, nah, I'm not feeling it. I mean, he's a 3 for 3. I guess that's kind of cool. Maybe, you know what? I retract my statement. I could see like maybe in a Teemo deck there is some world where you're paying mana and not power for your like face downs, but outside of that, no, I'm not feeling it.
Yeah. As long as Falling Star exists, this card is not real.
All right, next up we've
Put
got
him in Falling Star.
Yep. Next up we've got Called Shot. This is a 0. That's right, you see 0 up there. Energy spell. It does cost 1 purple power. It's action speed. It has repeat for another chaos, and you can look at the top 2 cards of your main deck, draw 1, and recycle the other.
Yeah.
At a fundamental level, I absolutely despise cards that cost 0, especially ones that draw cards. If you've ever played Magic the Gathering or any other mana-based game where 0 cost cards exist, they often fall into one of 2 things. They are either absolutely unplayable or absolutely broken. And ones that draw cards or replace themselves are even more insane. I won't get into all the historic examples, but I despise these cards from a design perspective. I think they are too often broken, and I think this card is no exception. Now, luckily in this game, there is an alternative cost to these, which is paying power, which is effectively like you are actually paying mana anyways because you have to pay the land away. So it's a little bit more balanced in this game than it would be in a game like Magic the Gathering. All that being said, I am not a big fan of the idea that I can just do filter effects while I am tapped out. Well, I can just put cards in my grave. I can just look for things. I can cheat in a Nocturne. I think these effects at some point just kind of get out of hand, whether it's in a combo deck, whether it's in some sort of like very efficient, like we ever get to like vintage power level type effects. I think this card is no exception to this rule. I think this card is very, very powerful, even with being balanced out a little bit by the power cost. Ezreal negates its repeat if you're playing the Ezreal champion. I think this card is just incredible. I'm going to give this card like an 8 out of 10. And I think this card only gets better. It is effectively just draw 2 for 0 mana. Even if there's like the fake mana power cost thrown in, I think this card will be broken. It's also effectively instant speed 2. I think this card's incredible. I see this being played in so many purple decks, especially. And I think this is my biggest fear with this card is the ceiling is so high where that eventually they do have some sort of combo deck that just breaks this card even further. So I think this card's incredible.
Yeah, I expect this to be one of the first cards banned in this game. I do not know why they printed it, and it is a fundamental card, as Alex said, that you do not they should know better than to print cards like this in the game. Not even as like a base power level, but we're already to a point where we're struggling to get through a match of Riftbound right now because it's 50 minutes for 3 games, and then you print a card like this that has as one card so many actions that you have to do, playing stack deck twice functionally, right, for 0, just allowing for people to have Yu-Gi-Oh-esque turns where they're spending 5 to 10 minutes just called shotting into called shot into called shot, and they still haven't even spent a single energy. So that's going to take them 2 minutes to resolve that before, if they're going fast, before they even play a single card for their turn. I despise that this card exists, not even from a balance perspective, but just from a fundamentals of game design. But hopefully it'll get banned quickly, kind of in the Sensei's Divining Type sort of thing, where it'll just slow the game down too much. So, but while it exists, definitely play it and abuse it while you can. Easy 9 out of 10 for me. This card's going to see play, maybe even 10 out of 10. It's going to see play as a 3 of in every purple deck.
I'll up it with you, Colin. I'll say 9 out of 10. I'll go up. I wasn't sure if I was going to be alone. I pushed out. I should have stood by it, but 9 out of 10. Yeah, I'll give you a 9 out of 10 on this. Easy.
I think I've seen some lists that maybe play 2 of, like if they aren't going super hard on the Ezreal, even though they probably should be. So that's the only reason I'll give it a 9 and 10 instead of a 10. But yeah, this card will be played in every purple deck, close to max copies.
Yeah, I think even in a world where you're not going hard on the Ezreal, like just having 2 gold lets you play this card for free, like completely free. And purple has plenty of ways to generate gold, whether it be through Sivir or through that when I move, make a gold card. So it's just really easy to pop off with this card. I could definitely tell you, testing with Alex earlier, I remember there was one specific turn where he had like played like 2 or 3 called shots into like multiple stack decks, and he like barely was going down in any lands, and I was like, did you tap any of your mana there? He's like, yeah, I just recycled some of it because of the called shot, but like I still have the energy floating. So
it was 3 called shots and two stack decks in one turn. And I only and I had the seals out. I had Ezreal and the seals out, so I actually didn't pay like anything. It was just like, oh, okay, I just went through my entire deck. I think I ended up
literally
through, like 12 cards or something.
Yeah, you got down to like 3 cards in your deck pretty easily. Like we were not going super late in the game, and this man was like down to 4 cards. So you can just imagine like how crazy easy it was sometimes to fill your bin for like Mundos in set 1. Well, it's so much easier and crazier now, and the fact that
it's crazy.
And the fact that this thing also can fuel Nocturne is just like, now you have like 2 stack deck triggers per this spell plus stack deck itself. Like Nocturnes are just flying out of your deck for free as well. Like I do think that all of these being in the same color is pretty absurd. I'm gonna give this card a 9 as well, like the rest of the team.
Yeah, I just don't know why they printed this card. Even with stack deck, at least you could say it wasn't card advantage, it was just card selection. It was costing energy. This card's both. So
yep,
great.
Next up, we've got Corrupt Enforcer for 3 energy and a power. This is a 4-might unit. When I move to a battlefield, discard 1. When I win a combat, draw 1.
4th worst card in the set.
Yeah, we can add it up there. I think its only real use is in Jinx, I guess was where they wanted to, which is already like a D tier hero. It's a middle card tier leader, right? But the issue with that is that Jinx has been in set 1 exclusively on red runes or red seals, and then like maybe splashing for Ride the Wind and its color palette. So you can't even like cast this card most of the time. So it's yeah, I'll go with Alex. Fourth worst card in the set. 2 out of 10.
Yeah, I think that the card's pretty miserable. This is, as we mentioned, one of the only Jinx cards I did kind of look through the set, and I was like, what did Jinx get this set? Did they give her any support? There's like basically no discard payoffs, and we have like 1 discard outlet, and it's not even a very good one. So yeah, kind of a bummer for the Jinx fans. We definitely needed more discard payoffs, not more cards that enable discard. And even if we did get more cards that enable discard, this is not one I would want to play. So I'll give it a 2 as well. Next up, we've got Doran's Ring. For 1, this is another equipment for 1 that can equip for a chaos. It's a +1 might, and it says when I conquer, discard 1, then draw 1.
It's the definition of low impact is what I'd consider this card. Is doing like a Zon Warden's thing where you're having to spend a full card, a full power in order to do that. And again, remember when it comes to these equipments that it's attached to that unit forever. So it's got to be on something that you really care about doing this. I mean, I think there's just better discard outlets is what it really comes down to. Should there be a need for earlier discard outlets in the future, maybe this will see play, but until then, it's slightly better than some of the worst cards in the set, so we'll put it at 3 out of 10 for me.
Yep, 3 out of 10. It doesn't make we're looking for the 5th worst card in the set right now, and it doesn't quite fit that criteria for me, but I can see 3 out of 10. The only upside, it costs 1, so when you go second, we talked about like you can play this and you can play a creature and then you can equip it if you want, or equip it the following turn, or like weapon master it with the Poro if you want, but like not feeling it. 3 out of 10.
Yeah, I like 3 for the ring. Not too impactful. Next up, we've got Fae Porter for 4 energy. This is a 4 might unit. It says when I move to a battlefield, you can pay a chaos to move a unit you control to the same battlefield.
Man, for chaos being one of the best colors in this set, spoilers, they have some pack filler for sure. I do not see much of a use for this card. There's very often not many situations in which you want to attack with multiple units in this game. And yeah, I'd rather just ride the wind or do anything else. 4 might is at least a breakpoint where it's worth considering. But that being said, this effect is just not what purple was missing, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it has some applications, I guess. I don't think it's total trash because it is still a 4 for 4 that like has an effect that like fake haste a guy. So if you wanted like an attack trigger or you just needed to get a guy to a battlefield, like I could sort of see it. Like I'm not so critical on this card. I would give it a 4 out of 10. I do see applications for this card. I don't think it's great, but like I can see where it could do something. Like
sure. A 4 for 4 is apt, given that it is certainly a 4 out of 10. So
yeah, I think 4 out of 10 is fine for him. I do think like this is might have some niche applications in like Yasuo and stuff. Like you could, play this on 2. The next turn you play your green Yasuo, you swing this guy. He brings the green Yasuo with him. You like snipe a thing or whatever, or maybe like do some shenanigans with the purple Yasuo because you like need to keep moving him around a bunch of times to score points, and this guy can help him traverse the different battlefields. I don't know. There's some like really niche applications, and at the worst, it's a 4 for 4. So I think a 4 is fine for him. Next up, we've got Loyal Pup. Dog tribal win, please. We've got 3 for 3 might. When you defend at a battlefield, you may move me there.
So, I mean, if it was based on his effect, I would give this card like a 2 out of 10. But the fact that he's an adorable dog, I would give him like 11 out of 10. I love dogs, so it's hard for me to give this guy anything less than a 10 out of 10. Effect-wise, he's like a 2 out of 10. But I mean, look how adorable he is. He's even got the little hat and everything. I mean, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and give this guy an 11 out of 10. This is probably the best card in the set by far. I mean, look how cute he is. Look at his little hat. He's got his little tongue out, his paws. Just, he's so adorable.
I'll be the bad guy. 2 out of 10 next.
You're off the team, bud. Pack your bags.
Yeah, I don't think the card is
you're out.
Don't think the card's super great, but yeah, I mean I'll just give it a 3.
His flavor text is even ARF. Like he's
Yeah.
barking.
Yeah.
Like I said, hey, if we get the
Yeah.
dog tribal, I'll be all over this.
His flavor is a 10 out of 10. I agree.
Yeah,
he's a loyal pup. He'll go to your side whenever you're defending there. But
yeah, please understand that Colin does not represent the views of Challenger TCG as a whole. He's one individual, so please do not listen to his opinions.
Listen, I love dogs too. I got my dog right here. He's just laying down. Come on, bud. I'm gonna come here.
Oh, are we doing the dog thing?
We're doing
now?
the dog stream.
If he wakes up,
We're
come
doing-
on, bud.
Yeah,
come on,
we're
bud.
doing the dogs now.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, here we
Okay,
go.
I'll get mine.
Yeah.
Hold on.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, we
I'll
got to
say
go back
hey.
to the loyal pup now. There we go.
Yes. Yeah. There you go, bud.
He came to your defense.
I'm gonna behave. Yeah, exactly. This is my loyal pup. This is why I don't need a loyal pup in my card game. I've already got one.
Yes, I've got my two here. Hold on, here they are.
Yeah.
They're very upset because I just woke them up. Oh, hi, babies. Hello, cutesies. Oh, you want to give Papa
Yes.
kissies? Yes.
Yes.
They're so cute. Look at them. Yes, Master Bingwen.
Next up,
Yes,
we've
they
got.
are adorable. Look at that.
If you guys were a big fan of the 5-for-5 Weapon Master in Body, then we've got a 6-for-6 Weapon Master in Chaos.
Incredible. Yeah. This is a card that exists in the game of Riftbound.
This is in fact a Riftbound card.
2 out of 10.
2 out of 10.
I don't know.
3 out of 10.
Every time I have to see another Weapon Master vanilla, I give it a less rating just out of anger. I don't know why they printed these. These are like, this is not even pack filler. Like, you don't need pack filler like this when you don't really have a limited format. Like, it's just a ridiculous thing. They're not pushing limited. And even in limited, like, even Magic has moved away from these, like, super mega pack filler cards like this. Like, there's just no reason to have a card like this in your set. It's just like, it's just like even worse than pack filler. It's just infuriating that they design just bad cards like this. Like, when it gets to 6, make it do anything else. Like, I sort of understand a 2 with Weapon Master. I understand a 3 with Weapon Master. When it's a 6, make it do something cool. Make it have like double Weapon Master or like Weapon Master Deflect. At least it'll be like an advanced vanilla as opposed to whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah, I mean, I think they do want to leave things open for them to be able to have limited, even though it hasn't been too much of a format they've supported outside of release events.
Right.
So I do think that's the reason for this. Let's see, some people in the chat saying we might be getting limited with set 2. So I'm not 100% sure on that one, but we'll see.
It's hard to have limited when nobody can even get your product. Like, a draft is going to cost you $40 at this rate.
Yeah, I think $40 is a steal based on the current prices of Spiritforged.
But that's my point. Is you're going to go to your local and they're going to be like, oh, it's a 3-pack booster draft. I'll pay my $12. You sit down, or $15 or whatever it is, and they're like, that'll be $50, kid. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, I guess I'll just gonna go home then. So,
yeah.
All right. Moving on from Master Bingwen, we're now at a 2-drop for 2. Overzealous Fan. When I defend, you may kill me to move an attacking unit to its base.
Oh god, this card.
Draven, I love you. Me too, kid. Me too.
Yeah.
That was the lines from Runeterra.
I see.
For any that got that reference.
Yeah, this card's crazy. Unfortunately, as Alex just mentioned in Draven, this is your best 2-drop by bar none. And even outside of Draven, just being able to potentially hold the battlefield or prevent your opponent who has large units from even getting in the first place is crazy strong. So I think this is one of the best 2-drops in the set. Not quite to Lonely Poro tier. So I think that puts it at like a 7 out of 10, right? I think I put Poro at 8. So yeah.
I don't think this guy's quite a 7, but I think this guy's a 6. He's the top of 6 for me. I mean, he's very good. Don't get me wrong. He does a lot. Like, it's a fight or flight on a body, but I don't know. He's top of 6 probably, maybe bottom of 7, but I don't think he's as good as Lonely Poro.
For sure.
Yeah, I think I'll give the Fen a 6. I do think like the fact that a lot of the times your 2-drops are just getting traded over. Like usually the first 2-drop that you take a point with is like getting traded over, so he's gonna die anyway. And so like being able to know that this guy's gonna die, and so you just crack him and you prevent your opponent from scoring a point, just really sets the point tempo in your favor. Like, I got to score a point with this guy and deny you a point as well. That's a really strong card, I think, for just 2 energy. So I'm a fan of the Fan.
And you draw a card. Like, that's...
Oh yeah, and Draven you draw a card. Sure, that's even better.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this card's better than the Poro and Draven for that specific reason. But yeah, get this little shit off my screen. I hate him.
Next up, we've got Temptation. For 2 energy, this is a repeat spell. Repeats for 2. Move an enemy unit to a location where there's a unit with the same controller.
I mean, I read this card every time and try to find the use cases for it. There are some, but I don't know that they're ever really going to come up often enough. Like if they're holding a battlefield with just like a 2 and they're trying to build up in base, then you could in theory Temptation things out of their base into that battlefield and then try to clear it. I don't know how often that use case is really going to come up. Seeing as you'd probably need a Darius Cleave to run over all the stuff that you Temptation up. But outside of that, there really isn't much of a use case for this. Obviously, if they're trying to double hold, then you could get them to single hold and then score the one battlefield. But yeah, I think this is all just a little too cute for any real application. So 2 out of 10 for me.
This is card number 2 today that I didn't know existed. I had to read it like 4 times to understand what it did because it feels worded awkwardly to me. But yeah, I'm just going to mirror what Colin said. I haven't had any time to think about how this card could be good because I just learned of its existence. So I'm going to also say it's a 2 out of 10. I'm a little confused why this is like I guess you could like double push it. Yeah, whatever. This card sucks. I don't care. I'm not going to put too much thought into it.
Well, as the resident pothead, I'll give you the Magic Christmas Land scenario. So you play Vile Maw's Lair, you Temptation, and you repeat everything. You Temptation all their stuff into the Vile Maw's Lair. Then once they've got a bunch of units stuck in the Maw's Lair, you hit them with the Unchecked Power. Boom! All your guys go die.
Yeah, that's not even pothead. That's like crack. But I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean,
love to see it.
I will say I have been on the receiving end of people charming a bunch of my guys into the Vile Maws. So like, that's the only real interaction I see with this card is like with the Maw's Lair. Maybe there's some cute stuff you could do. I don't think it's very good, but outside of that, yeah, I'm not a big fan of this card either. So. Next up, we've got Treasure Hunter for 2 energy. This is a 1 might unit. When I move, play a gold gear token exhausted.
I'm
okay. I feel like we're about to say opposite things.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just sick and tired of traveling merchant. Is all that I was really gonna say. Creating a second traveling merchant is just like, okay, great. Now there's 2 of these fucking things where they just like have the nuts 2-drop. That's going to accumulate so much value over the course of the game that I just have to like sit there while they flash it around and just get like 1 billion gold for free.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they can play all their called shots.
Yeah, and then now they're going to be playing called shots for free. Like 7 out of 10 for sure. This card's insane.
So I like this guy. Obviously, he's broken, like Colin said, but I like it for a different reason, or don't dislike it. It's because this card is a card that actually punishes the greedy weapon decks that are like decks like Ornn or some of these more weapon-heavy decks that might try to play a weapon on turn 1 and a weapon master on 2. Because now, especially if you go first, you actually get to capture and retreat and actually really punish those decks for not playing a unit on turn 1, which I kind of like a lot. So I think, and when you go second, even your opponent has to move into a battlefield first, so you move into the other one, and if they don't have another unit to develop that turn, you actually again get to retreat this guy. So I kind of like that it can sort of punish these early equipment decks. And yeah, I agree with Colin. This is still probably 6 out of 10. This guy is a 1 might. It's hard for me to rate any 2-drop at a 7. Like the fact that he's getting a 6 at 1 might is still like kind of crazy. But this guy can't win the fight versus anything. So I'm gonna give him a 6 just for that reason. If this card was like a 2, he'd probably be better than the Lonely Poro, or maybe as good.
Yes.
But because he's a 1, I'm gonna give this guy a 6. So very, very solid 2-drop. One of the best in the set for sure, though.
Yeah, it's a high 6 for me as well. As Colin mentioned, like I was already tired of dealing with Merchant and his buddy Tide Turner just like turbo digging through the deck, but now my opponent has multiple things that they can Tide Turner and turbo dig or produce gold, which helps them turbo dig with the called shots and other things. So like the engine that purple is accumulating between these 2 different 2-drops and this other 2-drop that pairs really well with them and triggers them multiple times, and then your stack decks and your called shots, like you're just getting to generate so many resources, draw so many cards, and dig through your deck so fast. It's not hard to see why people are really hyped on purple this set. This is an easy high 6 pushing a 7 for me. Definitely would be much higher if it had 1 more might. All right, next we've got Ancient Warmonger for 5 energy. This is a 4 power unit with Accelerate. And it says, I have assault equal to the number of enemy units here.
Is this another card that you didn't know existed, Alex, with the look on your face?
Yep, this is card number 3, and there's a good reason I didn't know it existed. This card is dog shit.
Yeah, if we were to see like some sort of token hold strategy in the future, then it would have a purpose. But that is not a strategy that will exist in the anytime soon. So 2 out of 10. Terrible.
Yeah, this literally already exists. Like this could already be like this already exists, right? Like Echo, for example, is this but with 5 might. So like what is it has this text and then a better line of text for 5, I guess. At a base level, this costs 1 less power, so there's that. Like this is just terrible. This is a 2 out of 10. Like get the fuck out of my sight.
Yeah, bad card. Next up, we got Beast Below. This is a 7 energy, 2 power unit with 8 might. And when you play me, return another friendly unit and an enemy unit to their owner's hands.
Yeah, so this card's decent-ish. I don't know. I don't think it's one that we'll particularly see play in the current meta, but as time goes on, should we find ourselves in the field where people start playing more expensive units, then there will be a purpose for this card. But as of current, everything's so cheap that we want to play. Every deck is just focused on playing 9/2s and trying to play the tempo game. So spending 7 and 2 power for a unit that sets both us and our opponents back is just not really what I want to be in any deck in the meta. So I'll say 4 out of 10 if I have to give a number.
It only really does something when this is the only guy on your board, and even then it's not good. It's not like it has a tempo effect, but the card costs 7 and 2 power. Like, why is it 2 power? Like, this effect isn't nearly powerful enough to warrant that. Like, this card can cost no power, and it would still just be like, okay, this is a good card. That's what it would be, like a 6 out of 10, but I think even 4 might be high. I'm going to give this a 3 out of 10. Like, 2 power is just ridiculous. Why does it need to be that much? Why do I need to bounce my own guy too? Like, can't that be optional or something? I don't know. I think this is just bad card design.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit higher than Alex is for sure. I'm gonna give this guy like a 5. I think 2 power it's a rebuke. So I mean, you're paying 2 purple, you're getting a rebuke. That's what rebuke costs. I think that we already had a unit that was like 4 energy and 2 power, and it was only 2 might to bounce a unit. This thing is way larger. It's above rate as far as energy to might, And you do have to return your own guy, but if you don't have a guy there, then you just get to unsummon a thing. I could definitely tell you that, like, if we are in a world of like late game decks, or even like Ornn, like this thing just comes down and like, what can Ornn really do to this? Like, you just unsummon their Ornn. Yes, I'm gonna neg myself 4 lands, but like, I got rid of your Ornn. I do think that this guy has some utility. I'm gonna give him like a 5.
They can not so
They can-
fast it.
Yeah, they can
They
stay
can
not
not
so
so
fast.
fast.
Sure, they can not so. I know, but yeah, I mean, I don't think you're playing a ton of not so fast anyway. I think that the card's fine. I give it a 5. Boots of Swiftness. This is a 3 energy gear equipment. It equips for 1 chaos, gives you ganking and +2.
This card's pretty solid. I mean, it's just like, it's kind of good in like decks like Mundo, for example. But even like this gives 2 might. That's a lot. And ganking, like this is just a like very good beatdown card. And we kind of talked before about how there were all these like cards that we could see play in MF, like cards like Lucian, cards like what's his name, Yone, that like would really benefit from ganking. So I do think that this is kind of in their wheelhouse of things to synergize with Mundo. I think that's really good because that was one of the issues with Mundo, is that like he couldn't move from battlefield to battlefield, but now he can. I like this card. I think it's solid. I think it's a good equip. I'm going to give this a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, like you mentioned, its combination with Mundo can kind of completely lock your opponent out of the game, similar to what the MF Aurora deck is doing right now. If you aren't prepared for a strategy like that, just being able to give something permanent ganking when you have like a 20 plus power Mundo just means that your opponent can literally never win the game. So I do think it's solid. We'll see if that strategy is strong enough to actually work. Given that there will still be hidden blades and the like running amok, but who knows? Maybe Boots of Swiftness will be enough to carry that strategy. So 6 out of 10 is fine by me.
Yeah, I think this card's like a 7 for me. I think this is one of the best equipments in the game right now. I just think ganking is so powerful. I think being able to just like slam this down, like your opponent can get into a position where, they don't think that you can go to the other side, and then all of a sudden you're just like, okay, Boots of Swiftness, equip it, go to the other side. I get a second trigger of my Kaisa Conquer or my Kiana or whatever, or like my Big Mundo, as we've mentioned. Like, I just think that this like ganking is super powerful. This is basically like MF Legend, but on an equipment that every purple deck can run. I can definitely say when I was on the receiving end of it and there was a Mundo attached to it, but like even a Thousand Tail Watcher, like just them being able to +2 their Thousand Tail Watcher and send it to the other side, and now they're cracking my unit that was holding, like, was really annoying. I think Boots of Swiftness is actually pretty crazy. I'm gonna give it a 7. Next up, we got Cull. This is the purple one. Oh wait, we already did have 1 mana, the Doran's Ring, right? So this is another 1 mana gear equipped. And it is, when I conquer, you play a gold gear token exhausted, and it gives you +1 might.
Yeah, I'm surprised they gave this color combination multiple 1-cost gears, but none of them are impactful enough that I think they're going to see much play. Again, the Conquer trigger on gear is just not exactly what you want to be doing, given that you can't move it again. So everything that I said for Doran's Ring is exactly the same as this card. So
I actually like this one a little better because at least like if you are playing some amount of Weapon Masters, like in this like maybe an MF deck, like this one does like actually kind of do something. And it does stack, even though you cost a power, it does stack gold. So if you like end up getting to the top end of your runes, you have all this gold stacked up. I think it is a little bit better than Doran's Ring, but I agree mostly with what Colin said, that it is not really, it's more or less the same thing. But gun to my head, I have to choose one of them. I'm probably choosing Cull over the Doran's Ring. I like that this could just like stack up gold, and then if I have like an MF or like the ganking boots, I can like keep doing that. But yeah, this is not great. Probably like a 3 or 4 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything you said. I think it's just a little bit better than Doran's Ring. Like, at least it can recover. Like, if you're in the scenario where you do even have to equip this and actually pay the power, assuming that you get to conquer, at least you get to, get the power back, sort of, with the gold. So it's a little bit better than the Doran's, which is just like a filter. And I don't think that purple really needs that as much anymore with more cards that we'll see later, plus the ones we've already kind of seen.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we got Factory Recall. For 1 energy, this is an action speed spell that says return a gear to its owner's hand.
Well, I don't think purple has any great gear hate. When I think in set 1 we have each player sacks a gear, and then there's fading memories, right? That gives it temporary.
Yeah.
So this is just an additional like gear hate spell of sorts, but with every gear that we've seen so far, you want to permanently remove it. So this card will not be making the cut on that. The only real use case, I guess, is with the treasure trove on in order to get like a mobilize and a draw out of this card. Is that good enough? Probably not, especially seeing as I think most decks are going to be steering away from any sort of ramp strategy. So yeah, I'll give it like we'll say a 4 out of 10 just because the synergy with the trove is solid moving forward. Should we move towards that? People are already playing each player sacks 1 in order to combo with the trove, so this does something similar. So
anything, Alex?
Yeah, no. I was just like sitting here. I was just like, yeah, I was gonna say, well, Aurora, and I was like, no, they just replay the Aurora, get the guy, and this just written out. This card sucks. Like, there's not much to say about it. Like, maybe in a world where like tempoing over gears, like there's a bunch of really expensive gears. Like, no, this card just sucks. I can't even come up with a reason to call this playable. Yeah, this is just awful. Yep.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4 because of the
3 out of 10.
I'll give it a 4 because of
3 out of 10.
the trove interactions, but I agree it's not super great until we see more gear that we would like to bounce. Maybe if we had more gear with on plays and things like that, then a 1 mana spell that you could just kind of weave in really easily is a good engine for something like that, but we just don't have anything like that right now. Next up, we've got Hard Bargain. For 2 energy, this is a spell at reaction speed. It has repeat for 2, and you can counter a spell unless its controller pays 2.
So I think this is actually it's a very good sideboard card. I don't know if it'll appear in all the mains because like we were discussing, there's a lot of like equip-esque decks moving into the meta that don't actually play that many spells. And when they do start playing spells, a lot of the times they're just their own counter spells where they have like a bunch of mana up and probably can pay this tax. But I can definitely see this being in the sideboard of a lot of these purple decks. I think it's a very solid sideboard card, and maybe even the main of some other ones. Just being able to 2 for 2 on the mana. It's like one of its biggest upsides is it gives a color that otherwise would not have a counter spell, and that can really throw your opponent off too when they're just like they're playing into purple and they're just like, well, I'm just like, he can't stop this, I'm going to do the thing, and then you go counter spell and they're like, oh, that kind of sucks. Like, it just it gives them something extra to think about when they're trying to play spells into you, and it does counter any spell, which is a huge upside. So like really expensive ones like a Cathian Rain or Singularity, now they have to think twice about actually casting these spells into you when you have 2 up or 4 up. Because they can just get countered so cheap, and just like the tempo loss for them can be backbreaking. So I really enjoy this card. I think this card is solid. I'm going to give this card a 6 out of 10, maybe even 7. It could even possibly be a 7 just because it's in a color that does not have counter spells otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, purple is already the most annoying color. So like you said, whether this card sees play or not, knowing I'm going into a random opponent with a random deck list and knowing they could just have this card to blow me out of nowhere is obnoxious. So obviously, its biggest use case is with Annie, who's already going to ready 2 runes each turn anyways. So that part just makes things free, essentially. So, or at least makes this card free. So I do think it'll be solid. We'll maybe see it occasionally here or there. I don't think it'll quite be like the 3 of in every deck like we saw Defy to be. So I do think like a 6 or a 7 is probably the range that I'm in. So yeah, just giving them the counter spell in order to play around stuff like a Cathian Rain and such is crazy strong. Obviously, Time Warp being another one too. Like being able to stop these cards at a purple is huge.
Yeah, I agree. I think 6 is good for me on the rating. I do think Annie is the biggest offender when I think of this card and like just how punishing it would be. Like I know for us, one of the main ways that we would like play around Violent, for instance, is like leaving up the stun. You don't usually have a lot, at least in the Aurora decks, you didn't have a lot of energy up. So like at most I was able to like keep up 1 maybe for a Defy, or 2 if I'm lucky for a stun. And them being able to just like stop whatever you're doing offensively and just like negate your punch first, negate your primal strength, negate your stun, negate whatever, because usually you're only leaving a little bit of mana up. Like having to leave up 2 or even 4 in addition to whatever you're trying to play is just going to be a nightmare for most decks. So I could see Hard Bargain being really good, especially when you're on the offense.
For sure.
Next up, we've got Harpoon Squad, 4 for 4. This is a unit that says, when I move from a battlefield, give me +2 this turn.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Yep, number 5. There we go. We got it, guys. We got to number 5. This is the 5th worst card in the set. This is a 4 for 4 vanilla with a line of text that when I move from a battlefield. So like if this had ganking,
yes,
this card would actually make some fucking sense.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do.
That's what we got the boots
yes, I
for.
understand. MF.
We give it the boots.
Yeah.
MF for the boots.
Like, yes, I
give
bad MF support. Yes, okay.
Sure.
Now, 5 worst card in the set. I mean, like this is an insult to my intelligence that, like, again, just like make it a fucking 4 with like ganking or something, and it will be less insulting than whatever this is. Like, God, this is awful.
I mean, this card's it's certainly not the 5th worst card in the set, but it is not what we want. So
this is a 4 for 4 vanilla. This is a 4 for 4 vanilla.
Yeah, it's a 3 out of 10 is what it is.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
Maybe
3 out of 10.
It's still a 4 for 4.
I could see somebody playing this card. You can give it ganking with the Boots of Swiftness. It does inherently work decently with MF. Granted, you have to somehow untap with a 4 for 4 vanilla.
Right.
So I don't think that it'll really make the cut.
I can give my own mother
MF.
ganking with the Boots of Swiftness. That doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. Like, this card sucks. Like, oh look, I have a 6 with ganking. Dude, like, no, we're not.
I didn't realize that the difference between a 2 out of 10 and a 3 out of 10 was so impactful for you. To me, a 2 out of 10 is a card that I'm never playing in a million years.
Right.
Unless like the stars align. This one, I could at least play it in limited.
Yeah.
That's not the case that I could say for the 2 out of 10s I give. So.
Yes,
but if you're so passionate on it, then we'll make it a 2 out of 10.
See, Nova Riftbound, that guy's a real one. He knows what's up. Yeah, like this. No, we're not.
Okay, next up we've got Wind Singer. This is a 2 energy for 1 might unit. It does have hidden, and when you play me, you can return another unit at a battlefield with 3 or less might to its owner's hand.
So I have a question, because I haven't played with this card yet, but when I read this card, it reads broken. Like, I read this card and it's like, I read this and I go, this card is insane. This is Gust on a body.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
It
is literally that.
Okay. Yeah, I have yet to play this, but like, this card seems broken as fuck to me, but I'm honestly not sure. It's hard to evaluate one.
The issue that this card has inherently is one that Gust has a reaction speed no matter what. Obviously, this is hidden, so you can get around that to give it reaction. But as we previously discussed, Purple already has 3 of the best 2-cost units in the game that you want to be playing between Treasure Hunter and Traveling Merchant. And if you're already playing both of those, then now I want Tide Turners. So we're already looking at 8 to 9 2-drops already in the deck. And at that point, I feel like maybe having the spell would be a little bit higher impact than going up to like 12 2-drops just because this card is powerful. So I don't think that this card is bad by any means. I just think that with where purple is as a color, traditionally we're doing shenanigans with Treasure Hunter and Traveling Merchant and Tide Caller. So like, where are we really finding the slot?
This is the counterplay to like the sneaky D or whatever. Like they sneaky D and you bounce it, you just like bounce it or whatever.
Well, you can't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that this card's bad.
Yeah, if you hide this unit though, you can only target a unit here, right? So you can't target the sneaky D.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Whereas the Gus
another...
can. Yeah.
You guys, I just think playing this card from hand is great, and the hidden is just kind of great.
I agree.
For me. Like, I guess,
like how often are we getting into this scenario, right, where our opponent, typically when our opponents are sending in a 2, right, our strategy historically has been to run over it with a unit, right? Well, like they've played a 2, they've sent it in, and we've already played a 2. So this is never the first 2 that you want to play.
Yeah,
this is like the second 2 that we want to play. And then at that point, we're only bouncing the unit as opposed to like playing anything else in the game that would just run over and kill their 2 in the first place, right? So like,
so what are we giving this? I'll defer to you guys. This card's hard for me to evaluate.
I think this card's kind of bad. I'm gonna be real.
All right,
I think it reads crazy, like you said, because we know exactly how powerful Gust is, but just the fact that it doesn't work how I want, and that they're just better 2s in purple, like literally all the other 2s are just better than this card. I give it like a 5 out of 10. It's like playable, I guess, but I don't think I'd ever really be happy to play it. I'd put it kind of with the same as the monkey and body, where it's just like, you technically could play this card. I just don't think you should.
Yeah, I think I like 5 for it. I think that maybe if we ever get to the point where we just have like a really, really hyper aggressive purple deck that like is playing even more than 9 2s, then maybe Windsinger could make it in there, because like the tempo that you can get, turn 2 or whatever by like unsummoning their guy and then like playing another body plus you're scoring, or even let's say you went second, right? They swing with their turn 1 play. You get to like swing with your turn 1 play on the other side, and then you like play the singer, you bounce their guy, and then you sneaky D into that side. Like, I could see if you were trying to be really hyper aggressive, maybe this guy could make the cut, but I just don't think that we need like 12 2-drops right now. So I think 5 is fine for him.
I agree with all that. I will say purple is the one color that has historically had a few issues with just like a 2-mite unit in the battlefield, and like being able to run over it, right? And it doesn't have like the assault poros or anything where you're just winning that combat or buffs or anything like that. So if that ends up becoming more of a problem, and like Anton said, we want to go like 2-drop into like 2-drop plus sneaky, or 2-drop 2-drop, then maybe we'll see this card having some play.
Next up, we've got Edge of Night. This is a 3 energy gear equipment. It has hidden. When you play this card from face down, attach it to a unit you control here. Otherwise, you equip it for a single purple, and it gives you +2.
Like a slightly better Blast Cone Fae, maybe? Like, I guess that's a blue card, but like, this kind of falls in line with a lot of the other, like, make a body hidden cards. I mean, it sticks around after, so you can keep equipping it, but I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think this card's very average at best. I don't see a whole lot of reason to play it. Maybe it's like okay, but I guess like you are paying the power cost that you would to equip it, and then bypassing the 3. So like in that regard, it like is efficient, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sold. I'm gonna give this card a 4 out of 10. I don't think it's terrible.
Or in Teemo, you're paying no power cost. You're just tapping in mana.
Sure.
And you're getting a permanent gear for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but it still costs power to attach from there on out. So like, it seems fine. It's just not my cup of tea. I'm gonna give it a 4.
I think it's slightly better, as Anton said. Every hidden card inherently from now until the end of time is going to have some level of brokenness in Teemo. But that being said, thinking about the interactions of hidden spells in Teemo, I'm used to like the Teemo that gives himself +3 might. So +4 might on a swing, as opposed to this card that's a +2 might on a potential swing, is like a crazy difference, right? Like your opponent's already going to be playing around that hidden being +4 might or like a fight or flight, right? So the fact that this just gets flipped and is +2 typically means that whatever it is that's there is going to die anyways. And then like, yeah, I have this equipment that's just kind of sitting around and I can attach to maybe make combat better. Like I said, purple does have some issues with running over stuff, so maybe that makes it worth it. But yeah, I don't think that this card's gonna see play as more than like maybe a 1 or 2 of out of Teemo, so I give it like a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's a 5 for me as well. That's exactly where I see it being, like maybe a Teemo one of, like you said, they're often having to play around a lot of stuff, but a lot of the times in the early game, you're not really swinging into Teemo because they could have so many different things. They could have the +4, they could have the fight or flight, they could have all kinds of different things, and so sometimes you'll just get to like develop this for just a single mana, and that's like pretty good. Like you'll just sit it there, they'll respect whatever your trick is, they'll go to the other side, the next turn you're just like, cool, flip this, I got to play this for 1 mana, and then I'll, hide something else. And now I just have this gear for the rest of the game.
Somebody did mention in the chat that it does have, it's one of the more relevant hiddens into Kai'Sa, which I do agree with. And on like a basis level, I don't know how much it will work at a practical level, just because purple, as I mentioned, is dealing with a lot of 2 might units, and most of the stuff that they're going to be hitting in a battlefield is with a Void Seeker, where Edge of Night won't make the difference anyways. Maybe combined with Ezreal, getting that guy up to a 5 can be enough to make it matter, and then again, keeping it around for future turns to buff stuff out of Falling Star range could potentially be worth it. So that's why, I mean, I don't ever expect to see this card as like a 3 of in the deck. So I do think it does have some merit. It's certainly not unplayable, but I need to see it really play into that matchup and see how impactful it is, I suppose.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times too, even with Falling Star, like they're targeting, one of your 2s and then another 2 in the back or something, and then you're just like, oh no, my 2 in the battlefield doesn't die. You dealt 3 to it, and it's a 4 now. So
yeah,
it's definitely a relevant card
for sure.
Next up, we've got Fizz Trickster. This is a 3 energy and a power unit with 3 might. It says when you play me, you may play a spell from your trash with energy cost no more than 3 energy, ignoring its energy cost. Recycle that spell after you play it. You must still pay its power cost.
Anton, I feel like this was a card you felt pretty strongly about.
Yeah, I mean, I love Snapcaster Mage. Who doesn't love a Snapcaster Mage? I think that this card being able to like pick up a lot of purple's different tricks is really nice. We've already seen how good that is in Annie, just being able to pick up the spell. And Annie doesn't give you 3 energy to like cast it right away. So, I mean, you could just, at a low floor level, like Fizz picking up a called shot or a stack deck is pretty good. Sometimes you're picking up a fight or flight to like push a guy out and take an extra point. Maybe you want to pick up a gust and unsummon a guy. Like, there's just so many good tricks in purple, and Fizz pretty much picks up all of them. The only ones that it doesn't really... No, it even picks up Rebuke. I mean, this card even picks up Rebuke. Like, I just think Fizz is a really crazy powerful card. Obviously, in my Magical Christmas Land MF deck, where I get to, play my my bullet time for 12 repeatedly, then this card's even more cracked. But I just think on a base level, picking up stack deck, picking up fight or flight, picking up gust, picking up called shot, all these are great spells that this guy can just keep generating value with on a body. It's a pretty good unit, I think. I would personally probably put Fizz. Probably put him at like a 6, maybe pushing a 7. I'm gonna give him a 7. I'm a fan.
The Cardboard Nexus, the amount of news that hit shortly after you all started streaming was crazy. Well, fill us in the chat while we're finishing this up.
Yeah, we heard some of the top cut stuff, but yeah, we're gonna have to go check out all that.
I
for sure.
But as for the Fizz, the one thing that really limits this for me is I wish it had the option to add it to my hand or cast it. Like I wish I could do either or. I know we always say we have a saying here: the imaginary cards are always better than the real ones. But I do think that having to cast the spell immediately kind of holds back this guy from his true potential, because you're not always going to find yourself in a convenient spot to cast through Rebuke. Like you're not going to want to cast through Rebuke always at sorcery speed. You're not always going to want to cast the bullet time at sorcery speed. So
No.
that is something that like holds this card back from its true greatness for me. The power obviously sucks because you still have to pay the power for it and the cost of the guys. I'm going to give this guy a 5, like high 5, low 6 for me. I'm not totally feeling this guy, to be honest, but I don't think he's bad by any means.
Yeah, he's definitely better than a 6. This card inherently is just reads. We're judging based on the vacuum level. It's closest. Card's definitely much closer to a 7. Just being able to, I mean, we've seen the power of a Snapcaster Mage and Magic, and I think it'll be very similar in a game like this. That being said, I do think we're kind of lacking
That
in
was
terms
instant,
of.
though.
Yeah.
That was the biggest thing. If Snapcaster was instant
For
speed,
sure,
if this
for
guy was
sure.
instant speed, I have a very different opinion, of course.
Yeah, of course. But that being said, still recurring something for functional free, right? Snapcaster Mage, you still have to pay the costs. This guy, the cost is covered. I think it'll just kind of, his playability will fluctuate based on how many good 3 costs spells that we have, right? And currently we don't really have that many that I'm actively trying to play, right? Like Wages of Pain is probably our best one that doesn't cost an energy. Obviously, when we're rebuking, we're paying 3 power now, which is substantial. But I think a lot of it is just being able to play a unit that can also like rebuke or tempo out is incredibly strong. One of the few things that I've seen out of Kaisa decks are like when they're casting all these spells and they aren't able to spell plus body sometimes. So having a card that all in one does that is pretty strong. But I do agree it's no Snapcaster Mage in Magic, so we'll put it at a 7.
Next up, we've got Aurelia Graceful for 4 energy and a power. This is a 4 might unit that says your spells that choose me cost 1 energy or 1 power less.
Not a fan. Just the other Aurelia is better for your chosen champion, as we've kind of already established. This card costs a power for 4/4, which is already not great. So like you're already paying a power, so now you have to choose her with at least 2 spells to get some sort of net positive on your power, which I don't know how many spells you're going to target this 4/4 with. If it did both, it might be better. Like if this was energy and power, okay, now you can ride the wind for just 1 mana, no power, and that's like feels a little bit better. Or like there's some buff modifiers that like get a little bit better. But I'm not feeling her. I think the applications for her are very few and far between. She's very small, costing the power just like doesn't feel great on a 4/4. And I don't really understand the upside of choosing her. Like, I guess her signature spell is the big one. That's like the hugest thing you can do is target her with a signature spell. But even then, you still have to either pay power or energy. I don't think this card is very good. I'm going to give it like a 4 out of 10, especially given that the other chosen champion is just infinitely better in Aurelia. So.
Yeah, like you said, the other Aurelia to me is like a 9 out of 10. This card is just not that. Not having Deflect just makes her such a prime candidate to get blown off the table, especially come this set where we have both Lucian's Guns and the Rocket spell that both can deal 4 to a unit in base. 4 might unit in base is not nearly as safe as it was in set 1 anymore. So
for sure. Yeah, I pretty much agree. Don't have too much more to add for Aurelia. Next up, we got Jay Medarda for 5 energy and 2 power. This is a 5 might unit that says when you choose me with a spell, draw 1.
They have to be very careful with cards like this. When I read this card right now, in the current context of the meta, he's poop soup. He costs 2 power. He's a 5/5, but there's a reason they were smart enough to recognize why he needs to cost 2 power. And cards like these are oftentimes used in some sort of combo deck where like This is why printing 0-cost spells is dangerous, because imagine if like Called Shot started choosing a guy now. Like imagine if you like Called Shot was like choose a guy, give him +1 and do his thing.
Right.
Now you're drawing 4 cards. Like this is like, and they made this guy slow enough and costly enough that I don't think he ever becomes a problem. But these lines of text you have to be very, very careful with, because what happens when you get to the point in the game where you've printed a critical mass of 1-cost spells that choose, and some of them will probably even draw cards, and now you're just like, you're already in purple, the dig color, so you're just like dig, 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 and now you're through your whole deck, and they've printed a way where once you have a billion cards in hand, you can actually win the game. Now, luckily right now, if you dig through your whole deck, as I learned today, there's not really a way to win the game. There's not a combo you're fishing for. There's not a way to like turn cards in your hand into points or resources, really, at least not for free. So this guy probably does not get out of hand, but you just need to be careful with effects like this, because you never know when you've reached the critical mass of cheap, efficient spells that just target this guy a million times, all replace themselves, dig through your whole deck, and now you've got just some very consistent combo OTK type deck on your hands. All that aside, that doesn't exist now. We're rating this in a vacuum. This card is like it's like a 4 or 5, just given how high its power cost is and the fact that it costs 5. Usually effects like this are scarier when they're on cheaper units. So I'm going to give this like a 4 or 5, but you just have to be careful when you print effects like this, because the ceiling on them is so ridiculously high.
Yeah, this card's a 4 out of 10 right now. Maybe over time it'll get broken, but I don't know. We have better ways to draw cards right now than paying 2 power for a 5-might guy that just gets Falling Start off the board.
Yep,
Agree
with all that.
I like 4 for Jay. Next up, we've got Sivir Mercenary for 4 energy and a power. This is a 4-might champion unit with Accelerate, and if you spent at least 2 power this turn, then I have +2 and ganking.
Yeah, I mean, this card's not terrible compared to the other Sivir champion that is. This one at least can be a 5 for a 6-might Accelerate unit. And should she survive for the next turn, the Sivir deck is pretty hell-bent on spending a bunch of power anyways, so getting her to gank is not too difficult. And, you know, a 4 for 6 costing functionally 1 power is not terrible, given Sivir's ability to generate gold. So I think she's fine in the Sivir deck, unplayable and everything else. And, yeah, I'm not completely sick to have this as my chosen champion.
Yeah, I mean, she self-fulfills. That's pretty good, right? Like, she just, like, if you spend 2 power, well, if you accelerate her, she spent 2 power. She's a 5, 2 power, 6 ganking accelerate. I guess that's, like, fine. I don't know. I don't think she's that impressive, but she's certainly not the last one, which is, like, nigh unplayable. So this is probably your chosen champion, I imagine, if you're Sivir.
Yeah,
so,
for sure. So 5 out of 10 is probably
5 out of 10 is right where I'm at.
Nah, this one sucks. Play the other one. Yeah, I think this one just sucks. The ganking doesn't even matter when you accelerate her. Like, she gets tapped to swing, so the ganking is irrelevant. And then she's just gonna die, and it's never gonna come up. Spirit Wheel, 2 hot takes. Spirit Wheel, 2 energy for a gear. When you choose a friendly unit, you may pay 1 and exhaust this to draw 1.
This, once upon a time, was a card called Will of Ionia, and it was absolutely broken. Unfortunately, it does not resemble its former counterpart in any way except its art.
It's funny that you said it was absolutely broken, and then its flavor text is never broken.
Never. That's pretty funny, actually. I didn't even notice that. But this card's like fine. It's an acceptable draw engine. It's better than most of the ones we've seen in this game. I could definitely see this card receiving some level of play. I don't know how much play, because it does have to tap itself. But like when you see multiples of this card, it definitely seems okay. Again, though, you do have to pay 1, so like it's not like drawing you a card for free every turn. it's like fine. I like could see this in some sort of setup or combo deck, or it's just it's fine. I'll give it like a 4 out of 10, a 5 out of 10. Not incredible.
Yeah, this is our first gear that we've seen that can be kind of a consistent personal howling mine. So it will be somewhat interesting to see how it progresses. But the amount of spells that we have that really utilize it is still somewhat limited. I mean, realistically, we could probably trigger it every turn if we wanted to with a combination of like Flash and Switcheroo and Stupefy and all this sort of stuff. But whether that deck needs this or not is kind of the issue. I mean, I think this deck has so much draw already with Called Shot, with Stack Deck, with all these sorts of cards that you just don't really need something that's so energy reliant as this card. So I think if this were in a different color combination with the same amount of target stuff, it would be a lot better. But in purple, we just have better ways to draw cards now. So I'll give it like a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I think a 4 or a 5 is just where I'd put it. I think like we were talking about with Jay Medarda, like this is just a much better Jay Medarda. I mean, obviously it can't go infinite like Medarda could, but if you're just looking for like a solid draw engine out of purple for choose effects, then this might be what you're looking for. Could be a 1-of or something.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Switcheroo. This is a 2 energy, 2 power spell. It can be hidden. It is action speed, and it swaps the might of 2 units at the same battlefield this turn.
It's funny. Alex mentioned a few cards that he was like, I didn't even know this card was in the set. I knew this card was in the set, but because the artwork is so silly, typically when they print these cards, I was like, oh, this is probably just like another party favors or one of the nonsense cards that we don't really expect to see. But yeah, this card's crazy. The way that it reads is just insane. And like for all of us out here that are tired of getting meow meowed by the fucking fox, negging my entire board, putting my entire board to 1 might while they swing in with this 7. Sometimes they'll cleave it up to a 10, and then just being able to be like, actually, I'm a 7, I'm a 10 now, and you're a 1 is insane for a card that can be hidden as well. Obviously, its biggest downside being double power is costly, but if it's going to go from them clearing your board with a fox to their fox getting cleared completely, like that's obviously going to be worth any amount of power. So I think this will be a potentially format defining card and is one of the most annoying cards that to now have to play around from the hidden section, just because previously you've been able to kind of classify it into either a pushback or a +4 has been the majority of the hidden cards, right? And now this is just an extra layer of hidden nonsense that we have to play around. So I think this card's crazy. I'm going to put it an 8 out of 10. And curious what you all think, though.
Yeah, notably another card that once again doesn't cost you any amount of power if you hide it in Teemo.
Yeah.
What
do you think about this one, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, Colin pretty much covered it all. Notably, a card that I did learn it existed today. So I learned it existed before the stream, but I only learned it existed today. So, but I think this card is just busted, especially hiding it in Teemo. Hiding it in general, just making it cost 1 is just like crazy. The applications for this are endless. Like, I really think cards like this are like they've given purple a few too many. Like this is like almost in the same vein as Rebuke. Like for me, it's like just a very purple. They've given so many good like combat type spells. Like really, truly, I think this is a little over the top. But yeah, 8 out of 10 sounds good to me.
Yeah, I think 8 for Switcheroo is solid. Next up, we got Vex Cheerless for 5 energy and a power. This is a 5 might unit that says when I'm in combat, friendly spells cost an energy and a power less to a minimum of 1, and enemy spells cost an energy and a power more.
I don't like this card. It reads powerful, but it's just, I don't know. It costs a power on a unit that you want to play as quickly as possible. Bless you. You want to be playing this on turn 2, going second, or turn 3, going first, and spending a power on something that can just get falling started or challenged in base or something like that without any immediate effect is just, yeah, it feels so bad. So I get what they were going for with this card, but I just don't really see it making that impact that they expected with all of these combat tricks that Purple wants to be playing anyways. She's just a little bit too hard or too easy to kill outside of that for something that costs the power. So I could be proven wrong on this one because there are some crazy interactions with just, cheating on spells is always good, but it feels a little narrow. I'll give it like a 5 out of 10 because it's definitely better than some of the 4 out of 10s, but I don't really expect it to see much play.
Very good design philosophy that a lot of games implement now that you didn't really see 10, even 5 years ago, is that anything that reduces the cost of a spell or a unit almost always says less to a minimum of 1. And the reason this is so important is because too many times in games we have seen cards like this where you get multiple of them on board, or you build a deck around just 1-cost spells where you're just playing all these 0-cost cards like we've talked about earlier that's broken. Like if you played Hearthstone, Sorcerer's Apprentice, Antonitis, things to that effect, where you're just reducing things to 0. And this is less a reflection on the power level of Vex is more than it is a design thing. But I like Vex because I like that they were smart enough to recognize letting spells cost 0 will be a problem, because if we let you stack up 2 or 3 Vex, now you're just like able to like do this turbo spell thing and potentially do some sort of combo that we don't intend for you to do. Slash Enrant, this card is a 5 out of 10 because it has that restriction on it. If it did not have that restriction on it, the ceiling on this card would be much higher. But because it does in fact limit you to not being able to pay 0 for the spells and all of the points that Colin made, I don't think this card is very great. It's probably a 5 out of 10 at best.
Yeah, I like 5 for Vex. I think the tax is pretty cool, but again, it also does require her to be in combat specifically. So, like, if there's not an enemy unit there, her ability is blank. So, it's pretty restrictive in that sense. So, I think 5 is fine for her. Next up, we've got Downwell for 8 energy and 2 power. This is return all units and gears to their owner's hand.
Yeah, this was a 30-minute conversation we had about how do we break this card with an infinite loop.
Yeah.
And if you have any suggestions, guys, we're open to hearing it. The best can't do it because of the power costs. We tried, believe me. We spent like a whole 30 minutes in our B&B this weekend, like, okay, how do we break this card? But we have no other Wrath type effect in the game, and this is the closest we get to it. I still think this card is pretty good. It does bounce gears too, so it even gives a full reset to like the Ornn decks or the gear hungry, the gear greedy decks, the Voltron decks. This is like the ultimate answer to the Voltron decks, right? You just boom, goodbye. Doesn't matter how much deflect or how much of your little bird, hexproof bird you have. This just sends it all back. I like this card. I think a card with this line of text can only be so bad. I'm going to give this card a 6 out of 10 just because it is a Wrath type effect, and it does send cards back to the hand. So in some ways it's even better because in the future we'll probably see some sort of combo with this. I don't know what that looks like yet. So I'm going to give it a 6, maybe even a 7. I think this card's very good.
I'm a little bit lower on this card personally. I just don't, even theory crafting all of the best scenarios for it. The majority of decks right now just have the ability to accelerate out, like, you play this and then they like double Darius you and score 2 anyways.
Yep.
So I just, obviously its combination with Rasa is what its main purpose is, but now I'm spending 4 power in order to do this and really slowing things down. So I do think it's probably like a 5 or a 6 because there is still potential there. It is still a very powerful effect. Being able to bounce everything is nice, but even as you mentioned, out of Ornn, like they're already going to have to be playing around Thermo Beam anyways. So the 3 wind walls that deck's going to main deck for that are just going to coincidentally be like, oh, you're playing down wall instead. I guess I'll wind wall that instead of your thermo beams that I was already expecting to play around. So I don't see many situations in the current meta where this card is going to work out, but it is, as Alex said, a pretty powerful effect. So should the meta shift around a little bit, there'll be a world where maybe we see this effect popping off, or people stop playing accelerates, then we can Annie plus downwell loop out of Sivir.
Yeah, I do think one of the coolest combo lethals that we found with this was if you're on full 12 ruins, being able to play this to unsummon everything, then you play the 4-drop Misfortune that lets you play things to open battlefields, and then you just rasa on both sides, going hopefully right to 7-8. Like, that's the dream. I don't think that's a very consistent thing that's going to happen very often, but if you do pull that off, that's pretty freaking stylish lethal for sure.
Yeah.
So, next up we've got Draven. He is a 6 energy and a power for 6. He's got Deflect. He says, the first time I win a combat each turn, you score a point. When I die in combat, choose an opponent. They score a point.
I am probably this card's biggest hater, so I'm just never a fan of gimmick point scoring strategies that are incredibly inconsistent. There are lots of people who think this card is like broken or something is just gonna score out of nowhere. You ride the wind, you win an extra turn faster, and I do think that anything that can break that point disparity of like the even odd dynamic that we're currently dealing with is inherently something that you have to look at. That's why time warp is as powerful as it is right now. Being able to be at 5 points and then go to 8 is super strong. But this card is just so slow out of a deck that's already pretty power hungry and is going to be playing on low energy a lot of the times. He's 6 might, which is the perfect number to just get Falling Starred, which I know I use that as an excuse for a lot of cards. But purple is one that also doesn't really have the ability to protect it. We don't have disciplines too often unless we're in Aurelia.
I mean, he does have Deflect, so it's not like they want to do that.
I mean, if they're spending two energy and 3 power to kill, or 6 energy and 1 power, it's usually going to be.
You keep saying 3 power. Kais is the only one that does it for 3 power.
Oh, Kais is the only.
That's also the only deck that plays Falling Star.
So. All right, so I'm hoping that we won't see as much Falling Star in this meta, and we can actually play interesting cards like this. But I hate gimmick cards like this that your opponent's going to see it coming a mile away because you have to develop it a turn before, unless you're getting to like 10 to 12 runes in a deck that's going to be playing 3 called shots and Ezreals and a bunch of other powerful power cost cards. So I personally think this card's like probably a 5, maybe a 6, just because it's probably a little bit better than most of the 5s I've given it. So I'll give it a 6. Just because, yeah, as somebody's mentioning in chat right now, like you can win combats a lot of ways, which is why the Draven leader right now is super busted. You can go into a combat and then like fight or flight to push things out. And notably, from what I've been told anyways, if you're on 6, this will win you the game because you'll score the 7th point after winning the combat, and then you'll get the 8th point from this. So
yeah.
I think this guy's a 5. What does it for me is I actually think his effect's fine. His deflect's great. He's just too fucking slow. Like 6 is a lot. Like that is a lot for an effect. Like 6 mana cards you want. Oh, God, this cold is killing me, man. I feel like 6 mana cards. God damn.
Bless you.
I feel like 6 mana cards you want to have impact the board in some way immediately, or be like a real win condition, like Ornn, for example. And I don't really see this card as either. Like he does have a win condition type effect, but I'm just not a believer. He seems slow. He also has a detriment. That's the other thing I like kind of bothers me about him, is that when he dies in combat, you also like this guy's just a Darius Cleave away from scoring them 2 points. Like I'm not sure that's what I'm about here, especially on a guy that requires you to tap out effectively to play. I'm just not a big fan. I understand he works with Ride the Wind and he does like crazy stuff with that, but I'm just not sold. I'm going to give this guy a 5. He could be crazy. I could totally be wrong on this because his effect does read very strong, but he just feels so slow to me.
Yeah, I like the idea of like a Draven hold deck, you know, where you're already wanting to hold with Draven anyways, because that's the easiest way to draw the cards. And then like now if you're holding with this guy, he's scoring points and doing some crazy stuff. So that's why I gave him a 6, because maybe there's some gimmick stuff that really can work. But
yeah, my teammates
Yeah,
seem
I
to be
just-
big haters of all the 6-cost units. I'm higher on Draven than these guys. Not that much higher though. He's like a 6 for me. Maybe just pushing low 7. But yeah, I do think that this card's effect is really powerful. I think cards that can just win you the game are really good. And I do think that like the deflect is a powerful reason like that your opponent doesn't want to be targeting him with stuff. And like even if they falling star him, it's not like they gain the point. They have to specifically kill him in a combat. So like you're not really losing that much if they do manage to kill him with like a challenger or falling star or something. I think Draven's pretty strong. Next up, we got Ezreal Prodigy for 3 energy and a power. This is a 3 might champion unit. It says when you play me, discard 1, then draw 2. And optional additional costs you pay cost 1 energy or 1 power less.
Time for a true display of skill.
yeah, this card. Why did they print this card?
This card's crazy.
I mean, I knew when I saw
Card's
Scrap
fucking
Heap in
broken.
set 1 that they would eventually print something that would just break Scrap Heap. And then I didn't think it would be set 2 and that that thing would discard 1 and then draw 2. So now we're playing this card. We're drawing 3 cards off of discarding our Scrap Heap. And then now our called shot only costs a single power, all off of a single card. Like, my teammates are nodding here. I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, why?
We
Why
were
did
playing
they
this all day
Yeah,
today,
this
and
thing's broken.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I-
If only the Ezreal champion was actually like good, because he's kind of lackluster.
Yeah, I mean, this card inherently is going to define purple for as long as it exists. This is a 10 for me. Y'all might disagree, but this card's insane.
Ugh.
I think it'll be a 3 of in every purple
10
deck that
is so
exists.
hard to give, especially your 10 cards revoked anyways. You gave punch first a 10. You can't
That
give
card's
it.
a 10.
Your punch your 10 card is suspended for the rest of the night. You can wait till next stream, but that being said, yeah, this card is like borderline a 10. Now, I haven't lost my 10 card. I haven't given anything a 10 tonight. The highest I've given 2 9s. That's it. This card is pushing a 10. I don't think it's quite a 10, but it's really seriously pushing a 10. I'm going to give it a 9 because a 10, I don't think this card is as good as Watcher. I don't think this card is as good as Falling Star. I think of how many times we've mentioned this stops Watcher or dies to Falling Star tonight. I don't think we've ever once said gets fucked by Ezreal tonight. So that's how I think of 10s. If I have to mention Falling Star 30 times in a stream because of how broken it is, or Watcher 10 times in a stream, that card's a 10.
I mean, Ezreal himself dies to
this is
Falling
just the
Star.
Yeah, but
Yes,
he
he
dies
does.
to Falling Star after he's drawn 3 cards.
Sure.
And you've played two called shots, and then after that,
Sure.
obviously, he gets Falling Starred. For me,
I believe
am
purple is a good color. I believe purple is a good color. Whoa. I was literally playing purple today. I believe purple is a good color. I believe it's probably, in set 1, it was probably the worst color, but I believe it's a good color now. But this is not this is like a 9. This is a very solid 9. Think about a 10, guys. A 10 is literally, I can't play this card because the 10 exists. That's what a 10 is. A 10
I think a 10 to me is different. If this card is going to be a 3 of in every deck that is its color, I mean, I would even make the argument that Falling Star maybe isn't a 10 because it's only a 3 of in exactly Kaisa, right?
Yes,
So
but it
I take
defines
the
entire
but it does
format.
obviously define the format, but that's just because Kai'Sa has a 40% play rate, right? It's not like that big of a
That's
deal. But if
that
I'm
that's like
playing into
saying
somebody who has Chaos Runes in their deck, I'm expecting them to have 3 Ezreal Prodigies in their list. So
that's like
that makes it a 10
that's
to
like
me.
saying Nadu was not a 10 because it only saw play in one deck. Like if a cards can be card doesn't have to be a staple to be a 10. Like it is a 10. Like this card I wouldn't be mad. It's not like Punch First where I'm going to scream at you for saying it's a 10. I don't believe this is a 10, but I won't revoke your privileges because you called it a 10. Like you can maintain those privileges when you get them back, of course.
Yeah.
By saying this is a 10. I'm going to give this card a solid 9. I'm not a hater. I love this guy. I played this guy today. He's going to be in my Teemo deck. He's going to be in my Ezreal deck. Like, I love Ezreal as a character in the very limited time I played with him in Riftbound. Like, I'm not a hater, just to be clear. My definition of a 10 is different.
Sure. Somebody asked in chat what makes purple good now compared to set 1, and it's primarily this card that you're looking at right here. I mean, that
Yeah,
Norelli
this
is
is a
a
big
leader.
part of it.
Called Shot,
Called
Treasure
Shot
Hunter,
is also crazy.
all these cards.
Yeah.
Counterspell.
Yeah. Yeah, the counterspell is nice with Hard Bargain.
Yeah.
As like a way that we could potentially protect our Ezreal from, something like an Acathian Rain. Granted, I wouldn't imagine we're going to be able to Hard Bargain Falling Star too often. Switcheroo giving us an answer to the Fox.
Is this the best card in the set right now? I would say it's top 5 for me. This I think is in my top 5.
Yeah, I could see that.
What were the other 2 cards I gave a 9 to tonight? What were the other? The guy who steals an item. And
Akshan and I think maybe Guardian Angel. You might have given.
Yeah, Guardian Angel. Yes, and Akshan, I would hear an argument that he's not top 5 in the set, but I'm pretty sure Guardian Angel is top 5 too. That card is
card is crazy,
really absurdly broken.
Yeah, I think Ezreal's.
I think I know what my number 1 is. Oh, go ahead, sir.
I was just gonna say I think Ezreal's a 9 for me, but I wouldn't argue with anyone saying it's a 10 because I do think it's very close. How I feel. Yeah, it's very close.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, God, if y'all haven't played an Ezreal and discarded a scrap heap yet, it's insane.
Yeah, it's actually crazy.
That shit's crazy. And then if you're playing an Ezreal, you get to Arcane Shift it, you discard 1, draw 2 more, deal 3 damage or something. Cast a Stupefy, tap my Ezreal leader, draw another card. Like, it's crazy.
All right, our final card to cap off this 5-hour stream is Last Rites. We did it. We made it to the end of half of the set. It's Last Rites.
Not even.
You're right. Not even. We haven't done legends and signature spells and battlefields. Yes. So for 3 energy, this is a gear equipment. It equips for a chaos, and you have to recycle 2 cards from your trash. And then it says, when I conquer or hold, you can play a unit from your trash. You must still pay its costs.
Yeah. I like this card. I don't know how good it'll be in the grand scheme of things, but it does have some very cool interactions, specifically with Rasa's. I don't know how expensive that card is, but it's probably worth picking up some Rasa's if you like the look of this card, just in case. Just because it just combos so well with that card specifically. Yeah, Rasa's only a couple bucks. Might be worth picking up now. But being able to fill your grave with all these called shots, these scrap heaps that we're discarding out for Ezreals, these stack decks, you can fill it up very, very quickly. And then you're playing your Rosas for free, you're equipping them with this, and then every time that you conquer, if they killed one of your Rosas, then you could play another Rasa. Then they kill your Rasa with the Last Rites on it, which is an 8 might, and the Last Rite sticks around, so guess what? You're going to equip it to that Rasa who is back in base. That Rasa is going to come out and conquer again. It'll play the Rasa they killed, and it just creates kind of this infinite loop for as long as you have enough cards in your trash, which should be particularly easy with all of the enablers they've printed in purple. I don't know if this strategy is going to be consistent or quick enough in the current meta for it to work, but it is something that I'm going to explore, and for that reason I'll give this card like a 7.
What do you think, Alex?
I think this card is probably like a 6. I mean, it's a very powerful effect, and it's another card where the ceiling is very high. I'm just not 100% sure when or where we'll see that ceiling. I'm still a big fan of this card. Don't get me wrong; it's very good. It gives +2 as well. The equip cost is just the standard power. I mean, everything about this card says good to me. I'm just not sure where it goes yet, kind of like Colin said. So I'm going to give this a 6 out of 10. I see the vision though. I see it. I just don't see it yet.
Yeah, I like Last Rites a lot. I'm a big fan of like reanimator type strategies, graveyard recursion, especially in decks like purple that can just turbo through your deck. Like you're going to be able to, pitch things and get them back later. And the fact that this is on Conquer and Hold is also really nice. Like you could just generate a lot of value if your opponent can't deal with the unit. And even if they can deal with the unit, like you could just equip it to another thing the next turn, Conquer again. You still get to get the value even if you didn't get off the Hold. So the stats on this are solid. I think that this is a really solid gear, and I would give it probably a 7 just because I'm a big fan of the recursion type effects.
Yeah, its biggest downside is that it doesn't really play as well with the Mundos of the world. You're kind of like picking either the Rasa plus Last Right side or the Mundo side. So which of those graveyard strategies will be the better of the two in like an Ezreal or a Teemo? I'm not sure yet, but we will certainly see. And this is at least in Chaos with Rasa, so you can do it with any color combination, unlike Mundo where you would only do it in Ezreal or Teemo.
Yep. And with that, guys, that's going to conclude our stream. We are going to be back next week on Wednesday again to finish up the set review. And I'm sure we'll either be looking at putting out a video this week going over all this new news, or we might just make some posts about it or something. We're also trying to get our Master Yi deck guide video up this week, and also have the Yi guide releasing on our Metafy. So we've got a ton of stuff to do. We were really busy the last 2 weeks with Houston and with Florida and everything else. So we're trying to catch everything back up and keep pumping out consistent good content for you guys, because I know that there's still skirmishes coming up. There's still more 10Ks. There's a 25K coming up. So set 1 format, even though all of us are really excited about set 2, we understand that there's still some demand for good content for set 1, and we're still trying to put that out before we, just go head in and dive in all on set 2 content. So come back next week for the stream. If you're not a subscriber already, please subscribe to us, follow the channel, and we'll be back next week.
Make sure to check out our Metafy too. Got lots of good stuff there.